Chapter 1 I Have Another Identity. Zhenghai City. Under the scorching sun, Su Chen, wearing a manhwa takeaway uniform, had just finished delivering an order when his phone rang. He took out his phone and saw that it was a call from his landlord in the Yuan community where he rented a house. "Aunt Chen, I'm a little short of money lately. Can I postpone the rent for 2 more days?" Su Chen guessed that the landlord was calling to urge him to pay the rent, so as soon as he picked up the phone, Su Chen hurriedly complained. "Hi." The landlady on the other end of the phone laughed heartily. "You silly boy. Even if your Aunt Chen is short of money, she still doesn't need your rent. When you get your salary next month, just transfer it to WeChat." "Okay, thank you Aunt Chen. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up first." Etc. Aunt Chen hurriedly said, "Xiao Su, since you're not young anymore, I've taken it upon myself to introduce you to a blind date. She's a good-looking girl with fair skin, a slim waist and long legs. Most importantly, she's never been in a relationship before. She's definitely a good match for you." Su Chen was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. "Aunt Chen, I'm so poor that I can't even afford to eat. How can I afford to date a girlfriend?" "You silly boy, a child from a poor family can't have a girlfriend? If that's what you say, the son of a farmer will be single for the rest of his life? Besides, as long as you have the ability, let your girlfriend spend money to support you, isn't that good?" "But..." Su Chen wanted to refuse again. "Can." Aunt Chen was so eloquent, and she had so many profound ideas to share. In the end, Su Chen felt that Aunt Chen's kindness was hard to refuse, so he agreed. 12 o'clock noon is the peak time for food delivery. But Su Chen had to delay his work to go on a blind date, which was too much of a sacrifice. According to the address Aunt Chen sent him, Su Chen came to a coffee shop called Sweetheart. Comparing the photos Aunt Chen sent him, Su Chen glanced around the cafe lobby. Finally, his eyes locked on a tall woman with heavy makeup. When he came in front of the tall woman, Su Chen politely asked, "Hello, my name is Su Chen, and Aunt Chen introduced me here." "Excuse me. Are you Miss Gu Feifei? Please sit down first." Gu Feifei said in a cold tone without looking up at Su Chen. Her manicured fingers were typing quickly on the mobile phone screen. She didn't know what the good news was, but suddenly she couldn't help laughing out loud. Only. When she looked up to face Su Chen, Gu Feifei instantly became aloof again. Crossing her legs, Gu Feifei placed her phone on the table. Then, with her arms folded, she said to Su Chen like a leader, "Su Chen, right? First, tell me about your specific situation, height, age, education." Having said that, Gu Feifei waved her hand impatiently. "Forget it, there's no need to go through so much trouble. Let me ask you a question first. How much is your current monthly income?" Gu Feifei cares most about the financial income of her blind date. If the monthly salary does not meet her requirements, she will not even look at him again no matter how handsome he is. Working as a food delivery worker is indeed shameful. So, Su Chen couldn't help but feel a little insecure at the moment. "My monthly income is probably a little over 5,000 yuan. If I work hard, I should be able to make over 10,000 yuan. Su Chen is actually a very hardworking and motivated young man. Among the manhwa writers he works for, Su Chen is awarded the title of champion writer every month. Only. After hearing about Su Chen's financial income, Gu Feifei's nature of despising the poor and loving the rich was immediately exposed. "Oh my god." Gu Feifei's face was filled with disdain and exaggeration. "Hey, did I hear you right? Over 5,000 yuan a month? You know, this is Shanghai. Even an old man picking up scraps can easily make tens of thousands of yuan a month. I really can't understand what kind of job you, a healthy man, do to only earn a measly 5,000 yuan a month. I'm a delivery man." Su Chen said matter-of-factly. "What, takeaway?" Gu Feifei felt her dignity was being insulted. She immediately picked up her phone from the table and stood up. "A stinky delivery guy dares to go on a blind date with me and waste my time." Twisting her waist and wearing high heels, Gu Feifei was about to leave. "Can." Su Chen's next profound words made Gu Feifei stop instantly. "Actually, I have another identity." Chapter 2 Daily Treasure Box System. Su Chen is a child from the countryside. He has been very hardworking and motivated since he was young. He delivers takeout during the day and works as a tutor at night. His other identity is a tutor, and he can earn 2 to 3,000 yuan a month. Gu Feifei stopped, turned around, and suddenly sneered. Her tone was full of ridicule and disdain. Another identity? Ha, a rag picker? You delivery guys, you stinky rag pickers, why don't you take a piss and look in the mirror to see what kind of shit you are? How dare you come on a blind date with me? Shaking her head, Gu Feifei said sarcastically, I'm not trying to hit you, but a trash like you will never find a wife in your lifetime. As she spoke, Gu Feifei shook the brand name bag in her hand. See? This is a limited edition Prada bag, priced at 72,000. A poor bastard like you works so hard all year and can't even afford a bag for me. Why should I choose you? Su Chen was helpless. Ask yourself, Su Chen really doesn't like Gu Feifei's looks and personality at all. Her face is covered with freckles, but she wears 2 or 3 thick layers of foundation, like a wall of cheap paint that is dried and cracked. And she still feels good about herself? She doesn't even consider her own condition, but is so picky about men? Today. If it weren't for Aunt Chen's face, Su Chen would not have come to participate in this blind date at all. Sighing, Su Chen said neither servilely nor arrogantly, Miss Gu, you misjudged me before, and now you are wrong again. But I, Su Chen, have never been afraid of being misjudged. Because you can't imagine whether the unknown person today will become famous and successful in the future. If he really becomes famous and successful in the future, will you regret your ignorance today? After saying this, Su Chen stood up angrily and planned to leave the cafe. Gu Feifei was stunned. Then he hurriedly said, wait a minute, from what you said, it seems that you are very courageous? Well, I, Gu Feifei, am not the kind of woman who is vain. For Aunt Chen's sake, I will give you a chance. If you want to marry me, you must first prepare a betrothal gift of 660,000 yuan. And my sister is currently attending university, and you still have to pay for her annual tuition and living expenses. My brother plans to start a business after graduation, so you have to prepare 500,000 yuan in startup capital for him. You will also have to cover at least half of the cost of buying a house or a car in the future. My parents are old, so you should send at least 30,000 yuan to my family every month. As for the house and car we buy for our wedding, we have to be very particular about it. I, Gu Feifei, will never consider a car below 800,000 yuan. If we buy a house, it must be in the school district and close to the city center. Of course. You must also follow my instructions on other matters that need to be prepared for the wedding. Don't embarrass yourself by bringing a wedding ring worth less than 50,000 yuan in front of me. I don't like any domestic tourist attractions for our honeymoon. Oh, there is one more thing I must make clear to you. I have 2 male best friends who have a good relationship with me. You must not interfere when we are playing together. Besides, after marriage, all your income must be handed over to me. Su Chen, if you can do what I said above, I, Gu Feifei, will reluctantly consider dating you, how about it? Su Chen smiled. Then he waved at Gu Feifei. One word, gun. At the same time, a crisp electronic prompt sounded in Su Chen's mind. Drop. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully activated the daily treasure chest system. By opening a treasure chest every day, the host will reach the pinnacle of life. The world's richest man is waving at you. Host, are you ready? Chapter 3, Detour. Daily treasure chest system? Su Chen was extremely ecstatic. He was not unfamiliar with the system possession thing. He had read countless online novels. After the male protagonist in the book obtained the system, he would embark on the road to becoming a wealthy man and eventually become the richest man in the world. I never expected it. Will Su Chen get such a heaven-defying opportunity one day? The road to becoming the richest man in the world, that's the path I, Su Chen, must take. Open a big treasure chest every day, right? Okay, please open today's big treasure chest. Drop. Congratulations to the host. You've successfully opened today's treasure chest and received the latest Bugatti Centodieci. This international supercar is worth 80 million. It has been delivered to the entrance of the coffee shop. The car key is in the host's right pocket. The relevant procedures have been completed. The host can use it with confidence. At the entrance of the cafe, there is an extremely luxurious, cool and stunning international supercar. Customers entering and leaving the cafe and passers-by all stare at it with wide eyes and express bursts of amazement and admiration. Oh my god, what kind of car is this? Check it out on your phone. Wow, it's the latest Bugatti Centodieci. This luxury car costs 80 million? The gap between people is so huge. I'm afraid that ordinary people like us can't even afford to buy a nut for someone else's wheel in our entire lives. Oh, I won't say anymore, it's all tears. Now. After hearing the word gun from Su Chen's mouth, Gu Feifei was so angry that her nose was smoking. She pointed her index finger at Su Chen and roared, "Poor bastard, you can't even meet this most basic requirement. You deserve to be single for the rest of your life." After that, Gu Feifei turned around and walked out of the cafe. In an instant, the Bugatti Centodieci parked at the entrance of the cafe caught Gu Feifei's attention. Seeing such an international supercar, Gu Feifei felt her blood boiling, she couldn't walk, and she was even almost suffocated. This streamlined body, cool design, and stylish shape are so handsome, right? Gu Feifei was howling like a wolf in her heart. If I, Gu Feifei, were lucky enough to sit in the passenger seat of such a luxurious sports car, I would want to give birth to a child for the owner of the car immediately. But I don't know what kind of wealthy tycoon the owner of this Bugatti is? Oh, never mind. The other party is so rich, even if he is short and ugly, I, Gu Feifei, am willing to be his woman, even as his mistress. Since the system rewarded him with a Bugatti Centodieci, Su Chen had to go and see what the car looked like. However, when Su Chen walked out of the cafe and was about to walk towards the Bugatti Centodieci, Gu Feifei immediately stopped him. Poor bastard, you saw a Bugatti and you didn't take a detour? Looking at the dazzling, luxurious Bugatti, Gu Feifei felt even more contempt and disdain for Su Chen. See? This is the standard of a successful man. A Bugatti worth tens of millions, you can work hard all your life and still not be able to afford a tire for this car. Now. Hurry up and drive your broken electric delivery bike and get out of my sight, otherwise, your smell of poverty will be passed on to me. Gu Feifei waved at Su Chen with disgust on her face. Her look of snobbishness was really ugly. Su Chen really had no good feelings towards a snobbish, gold digger like Gu Feifei. Shaking his head, Su Chen said with a hint of amusement, "Why should I take a detour? This car is my ride." Boom! When Su Chen said this, Gu Feifei was stunned as if struck by lightning. Chapter 4 Low Profile. Gu Feifei never expected that a poor delivery guy would brazenly say that his car was a Bugatti. This was simply ridiculous. In Gu Feifei's opinion, Su Chen was suffering from deep-seated inferiority complex, so he lied and said that his car was a Bugatti. In fact, he was riding a shabby electric bike and looked as pitiful as a dog. Such a person only had the fantasy that his car was a luxury car. Little did they know. This is ultimately like covering one's ears and stealing the bell, a fool's dream. After coming to her senses, Gu Feifei taunted Su Chen again. "I've never seen a man as shameless as you. You're riding a shabby electric bike, yet you shamelessly say, your car is a Bugatti? It really made me laugh to death. Let me tell you this, if this Bugatti was your car, I would be the chairman of Bugatti." At this moment, a Toyota Prado slowly stopped in front of the cafe. Then, a fat, short and ugly man got out of a Toyota Prado and came in front of Gu Feifei. His pig face smiled, and he looked very funny, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. "Ms. Gu Feifei, right? The person in charge of Mingyue Dating Agency arranged for us to go on a blind date today." Naturally, Gu Feifei had no good feelings towards the short, ugly guy with a fat head and big ears. The other person's car was a Toyota Prado, which satisfied Gu Feifei's vanity to a great extent. At that moment, Gu Feifei enthusiastically shook hands with the fat and short man. "Are you Mr. Fu Biao?" Gu Feifei asked in a coquettish voice. "Hey, I'm Fu Biao." To successfully secure his blind date, Fu Biao began boasting. "Ms. Gu, I was planning to drive my Lamborghini here today, but unexpectedly, a good friend of mine borrowed my Lamborghini to confess his love to his beloved goddess. So, then I randomly picked this Toyota Prado in the garage. Let me also talk about my income. I'm a lazy person and have no ambition. Throughout the year, I can only make 80 to 90 million. I'm really ashamed of myself. Today, I came to have a blind date with Miss Gu, and I was worried that Miss Gu would dislike me because I earn so little." Obviously, Fu Biao was showing off his wealth in disguise. Hearing Fu Biao's words, Gu Feifei couldn't help but swallow her saliva, her eyes full of stars. With an annual income of 800 to 900 million, he actually said he was lazy and had no ambition? Oh my god. If I become the wife of this rich man, I will be a wealthy lady in the future. Thinking of this, Gu Feifei immediately complimented, Mr. Fu was really young and promising. Fu Biao calmly pressed his hand. What do you mean by young and promising? Keep a low profile. As he spoke, Fu Biao's attention was fixed on Su Chen. Seeing that Su Chen was standing with Gu Feifei, he immediately asked in confusion, who is this? He's just a piece of trash delivery guy, yet he shamelessly came to me for a blind date. Tell me, with my conditions, how could I possibly be interested in a delivery guy? Gu Feifei said with disgust on her face. Fu Biao wanted to show off in front of Gu Feifei. So? Just choose to mock Su Chen. Little brother, you look so handsome, why did you choose a job as a food delivery man? You will be looked down upon for the rest of your life if you keep doing this. Fu Biao glanced at his Toyota Prado and said with great pride, see? I can buy a car worth 700,000 or 800,000 yuan with just 1 or 2 days' income, while you may not even be able to afford the tires of my car even if you work hard for your whole life. Finished. Fu Biao looked at Gu Feifei very proudly, and the eyes they both looked at Su Chen were full of contempt and ridicule. Su Chen found it a little funny. I've worked hard all my life, why should I buy tires for your car? Isn't it nice to drive a Bugatti? As he spoke, Su Chen took out the Bugatti car keys. What? Seeing Su Chen take out the Bugatti car key, Fu Biao immediately took a step back and almost collapsed to the ground. Chapter 5 Acting. A Toyota Prado worth 700,000 or 800,000 yuan is just a pile of scrap metal in front of a Bugatti worth tens of millions. It is ridiculous that Fu Biao dared to mock the owner of an international supercar. It is simply a laughingstock. Now. It was as if invisible slaps hit Fu Biao and Gu Feifei's faces. Gu Feifei really couldn't understand why this poor delivery guy who had a blind date with him actually had a super luxury car like Bugatti. This is too unbelievable. Brother, I was just joking with you. I don't mean to look down on you. Let's formally introduce myself. I'm Fu Biao, a real estate businessman. I'll be in Shanghai from now on. As long as you give me the order, I'll go through fire and water without hesitation. In Fu Biao's view, a big shot who can afford a Bugatti worth tens of millions is definitely not an ordinary person. If you can please or make friends with such a person, it will definitely be of great help to your future business career. But, Su Chen said listlessly, sorry, I'm not interested in getting to know you. I still have to deliver food. I'm not interested in getting to know you. I have to make my delivery. Boom! Su Chen's words were like a bolt from the blue, exploding in Fu Biao's mind. What the fuck? Driving a luxury car worth tens of millions of dollars, and actually delivering food? Is there any justice in the world? Su Chen was about to open the door of the Bugatti. At this moment, Gu Feifei's face was extremely exaggerated. With a plop, she knelt in front of Su Chen, and then said sincerely, Boss, I don't have any conditions. I just ask you to marry me. To be honest. At this moment, Gu Feifei was really regretting her decision. The man she went on a blind date with was so handsome and drove a luxury car worth tens of millions, but she was snobbish and looked down on him. She always thought that people who delivered food were poor. Little did they know. The rich man is just experiencing life. In order to become a wealthy wife, Gu Feifei can give up everything. Compared with the future of eating delicious food and drinking spicy drinks, and being dazzling under the attention of the public, kneeling in front of Su Chen at this moment, even if it is embarrassing, what does it matter? Oh. Looking down at Gu Feifei who was kneeling in front of him, Su Chen couldn't help but sneer. Miss Gu, you change your expression so quickly. However, I really have to go deliver food. I don't have time to act with you here. Etc. Seeing that Su Chen was unmoved by her kneeling, Gu Feifei was quick-witted and quickly grabbed Su Chen's collar. Then, with tears in her eyes, she begged, God of wealth, I'm not acting. I'm sincere. I beg you to marry me. The people watching around all sneered at Gu Feifei's action. Ah, such a woman is really shameless. She would do anything to marry into a wealthy family. Don't you see yourself? This guy is so handsome and has a luxury car. How could he possibly be interested in a gold digger like her? Love cannot be forced. If you can marry into a wealthy family just by kneeling, then wouldn't all the women in the world be able to become wealthy wives? Su Chen glanced at Gu Feifei lightly, a cunning light flashed in his eyes, and he said in a playful tone, Miss Gu, it is not impossible for me to marry you, but you have to do one thing. When she heard that there was a chance for her to marry into a wealthy family, Gu Feifei was extremely surprised and said, "Boss, what do you want me to do?" Gu Feifei howled in her heart. As long as she could marry into a wealthy family, she would be willing to do anything he asked her to do without any hesitation. Chapter 6: Car Rental. The crowd watching the excitement around were also extremely curious. Hart said, "What exactly does this young man want this gold digger to do?" Su Chen leaned down, patted Gu Feifei's shoulder gently, and then smiled at Gu Feifei harmlessly. "Miss, if you undergo a minor surgery to transform your dog eyes into human eyes, then I can consider it." After saying that, Su Chen showed no mercy and pressed the Bugatti car key. Suddenly, the car door opened upwards like a phoenix spreading its wings. Cool. Cool. Isn't it so handsome? Under the sunlight, Bugatti's streamlined body shines as brightly as a diamond. Boom. Su Chen stepped on the accelerator and the Bugatti sped away in an instant, leaving behind only a trail of fragrant exhaust. To be honest, Fu Biao was also very funny. He had never seen an international supercar like Bugatti, but at this moment, smelling the exhaust of Bugatti felt like a pleasure. And what about Gu Feifei? He slumped to the ground like a deflated ball, his whole body looking like a frostbitten eggplant, his face pale. "I drove a luxury car and took a nice ride around Shanghai." Then, Su Chen began to think about how his future life should go. Soon, he determined the direction of his life. Continue delivering food. There is no way the life of a low-key rich man is so simple and boring. Sudden. Su Chen's phone rang. It was his high school classmate Wang Ji calling. After answering the call, Su Chen asked curiously, "Ji, it's been a long time since we last contacted each other. Why did you suddenly think of me?" Wang Ji was very upset. "Lao Su, please beg me to call you by my full name, Wang Ji." "Okay, Ji." Sitting in the Bugatti luxury car, Su Chen felt indescribably comfortable, so he just teased a little in front of Wang Ji. Wang Ji was helpless. "Forget it, it doesn't matter what you're called, as long as you're happy." After hesitating for a moment, Wang Ji began to complain, "Lao Su, brother, I have something that is really difficult to tell you. If it's hard to say, then don't say it." "That won't do." After a moment of silence, Wang Ji suddenly said seriously, "Stop pretending. I'm going to be honest. I've met the true love of my life, Rouvois. Every time I see her, I feel full of strength. But I'm broke. I don't even have enough money to buy roses for my goddess. But I remember the great poet Tagore once said, 'Silence is a virtue, but being silent in front of someone you like is cowardice.'" Su Chen was confused. "So, Gigi, what exactly do you want to say?" "I've decided to rent a car tomorrow and confess my love to my goddess," Wang Ji said seriously. "Although it's on the phone. Can." Su Chen could vaguely see that Wang Ji's face was filled with the tragic atmosphere of "the wind is whistling and the river is cold, the hero will never return once he leaves." Su Chen has determined his life path, which is to continue delivering food and experience a good life. Of course, since he is delivering food, he naturally cannot drive a Bugatti to deliver food. Thinking of this, Su Chen said kindly, "Gigi, how does the saying go? Famous things should be kept within the family. No matter where you rent a car, you have to pay rent. In this case, why don't you rent my car? Since we are classmates, I can give you a discount. The daily rental fee is 1,000 yuan. How about that?" Puff. Wang Ji on the other end of the phone burst out laughing. "Don't think I don't know that you're a food delivery guy now. How come you have a day off tomorrow, so you're planning to rent me your broken electric bike? Oh, buddy, you're riding your broken electric bike that you used to deliver food and confessing your love to my goddess? How dare you say that? Let us talk about it later. It's just a broken electric bike, and you want to rent it for 1,000 yuan a day? Why don't you just rob it?" Su Chen found it very funny. "What crappy electric car? I'm talking about a Bugatti. 1,000 a day is pretty cheap, isn't it? What car, Bugatti?" Wang Ji was stunned when he heard Su Chen's words. Chapter 7: Pictures Speak the Truth. Wang Ji was puzzled. Su Chen is just a poor delivery guy. How can he afford a Bugatti worth tens of millions? He must be bragging. No way. Su Chen could only drive the Bugatti with one hand, then he took a selfie and sent the photo to Wang Ji. Gigi, there are pictures and the truth. What do you say? Gulong. Wang Ji swallowed his saliva, his worldview completely shattered. Oh my god, is it really a Bugatti? Old Su, wait, I'll come to you right away, and then we can have a good chat about renting the car. However, we have to agree in advance that the daily rental fee is 1,000 yuan, and it cannot be increased. Su Chen smiled indifferently. I've always treated money like dirt. Since we're classmates, I'll charge you 2,000 per day. Wang Ji was very upset. Hang up, let's meet and talk. After hanging up the phone, Wang Ji suddenly became energized. He hailed a car and rushed to where Su Chen was. When they met, Su Chen was indeed sitting in the driver's seat of the Bugatti. Oh my god, is this still the poor student Su Chen I knew? He was delivering food, but now he drives a Bugatti? Wang Ji said with a look of resentment, Su Chen, where is your original intention? We once agreed to fight like dogs, but you quietly came out on top. Tell it to your buddy. How did you make your fortune? Did you rob a bank? Su Chen smiled but said nothing. After agreeing on the car rental, Wang Ji drove away in the Bugatti. And he posted a circle of friends with a picture and the caption, see, a Bugatti luxury car, but this car is borrowed. Guess who the owner is, it will definitely shock you. Normally, when Wang Ji posted on WeChat Moments, there would be no likes or comments for several days. After posting this to Moments today, it received more than 20 likes and hundreds of comments in just a few minutes. Am I seeing things, Bugatti? Gigi, what's going on? Boss, take me with you? I'm begging for advice. How can I get into the passenger seat of a Bugatti? No one, please stop me. I want to give birth to a baby for Gigi. After renting the Bugatti to Wang Ji, Su Chen continued to deliver food. The next day, Su Chen got up on time at 6:30. Then, he washed up and had breakfast. Drop. Congratulations host, today's treasure chest reward has arrived, do you want to open it? Su Chen said without hesitation, open. Drop. Congratulations to the host for obtaining permanent ownership of the Dihao Group. Emperor Group as permanent property rights? Su Chen was extremely ecstatic. You know, the Dihao Group is one of the top 10 companies in China overseas, with a market value of over 10 billion. He never expected that the system would be so generous and directly reward him? Not bad, not bad. Su Chen made up his mind to deliver takeout first, and then take over the Dihao Group. When he thought about becoming the boss of such a big company, Su Chen could no longer contain his excitement and ecstasy. Walking on the road, he felt like he was floating. This feeling was really refreshing. 9 o'clock in the morning. Su Chen had just finished delivering an order when his phone rang. He took out his phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. Without thinking much, Su Chen answered the call. Hello, is this Mr. Su Chen Su? A respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. Su Chen asked doubtfully, yes, I am Su Chen, what's the matter? Chapter 8, Encountering the Ex-Girlfriend. The person who called Su Chen was none other than Li Ruobing, the president of Dihao Group. Li Ruobing is a well-known beauty, and she is also a strong woman in the workplace. She is a returnee from studying abroad and has a doctorate in finance. The most important thing is that she has never been in a relationship so far. Mr. Su, when are you free to come to the Emgrand Group for the handover? Li Ruobing's voice is very pleasant, like the sound of a spring. Su Chen didn't hesitate and said directly, I'm delivering food. After delivering this order, I will come to Dihao Group. Oh, by the way, if I'm late, my salary shouldn't be deducted, right? Li Ruobing was filled with black lines on his face. The new boss of the Emgrand Group is actually delivering food at this moment? But Li Ruobing soon felt relieved. It seemed that the new chairman of our Dihao Group was a man who loved to experience life. As for salary deductions for being late? What a joke. The entire Dihao Group belongs to Su Chen. Who dares to deduct Su Chen's salary? Mr. Su, rest assured. No one who comes to the Emgrand Group will dare to say a word about you. Otherwise, I will fire him immediately. After hanging up the phone, Li Ruobing fell into a long period of contemplation. I don't know the background of the new chairman of the Emgrand Group. Looking at his profile, he's just an ordinary food delivery driver with no prominent family background or entrepreneurial experience. No way. Is his business talent amazing? Li Ruobing was certain that this must be the case. Otherwise, how could he become the chairman of Emgrand Group? Half an hour later, Su Chen appeared in front of the office building of the Emgrand Group riding a broken electric bike. The cars parked around him were either Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Audi, or Toyota. Su Chen's broken electric bike parked here was really unique and very eye-catching. After locking his electric bike, Su Chen was about to walk into the office building of Emgrand Group. At this moment, two figures suddenly caught Su Chen's attention. Lu Hongxia, Wang Feikai? Lu Hongxia is Su Chen's ex-girlfriend, and Wang Feikai is Lu Hongxia's current boyfriend. Half a month ago, Lu Hongxia despised Su Chen for being too poor, so she cruelly dumped him and got together with Wang Feikai, a rich second-generation man. When Su Chen saw Lu Hongxia again, he felt very unworthy. Why was he so stupid during the 4 years of college, trying his best to be nice to Lu Hongxia? Because she liked the spicy hot pot in the snack street, Su Chen even skipped classes and took the bus for more than an hour to buy spicy hot pot for Lu Hongxia. Because the other party likes the latest model of Huawei Honor. For 3 months, Su Chen only ate one meal a day and worked hard at a part-time job, and only then did he buy Lu Hongxia the latest Huawei Honor model. In order to make Lu Hongxia happy, Su Chen felt that he could even sell his kidney. However, who would have thought? Not long after graduation, Lu Hongxia actually despised Su Chen for being too poor and dumped him directly? Recalling the past scenes, how ironic is this? In Lu Hongxia's opinion, Su Chen is just a food delivery rider who is not worthy of being mentioned in public. He has completely embarrassed her. She would never have dreamed of it. Today, Su Chen drives a Bugatti and has become the boss of Emgrand Group. Without thinking anymore, Su Chen decided to go into the Dihao Group, recognize Lu Hongxia's true face, and didn't want to have any more interactions with her in the future. Only. At this moment, Lu Hongxia suddenly shouted, "Su Chen, why are you here?" Before Su Chen could explain the reason, Lu Hongxia said with disgust, "You're just a small delivery rider. You're not worthy of me at all. Besides, I've already broken up with you. Why are you still pestering me?" Su Chen found it funny. "I'm obsessed with you?" Chapter 9 Throw it out. Lu Hongxia looked at Su Chen with disdain and said in a sarcastic tone, "Isn't it? Back when we were in college, you were so persistent with me, like a dog. If I hadn't felt sorry for you, how could I have agreed to be with you? Thinking about it now, I was so stupid. It was obviously a white swan, but it chose you, a toad. Fortunately, I met Kai Kai, and I was able to turn from evil to good." While speaking, Lu Hongxia's face was full of sweetness and happiness, and she took Wang Feikai's arm. Wang Feikai was holding a beautiful woman in his arms, and he was indescribably proud in his heart. He raised his chin and glanced at Su Chen, and said with a playful look, "Su Chen, don't blame Xia Xia for looking down on you. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not living up to your expectations. Look at you, you just ride a broken electric bike to deliver food every day, what future can you have? Xia Xia has been suffering all her life with you, and has been looked down upon by others. But if she becomes my girlfriend, Wang Feikai, she will suddenly become a phoenix." Wang Feikai pointed at the Emgrand Group and boasted proudly, "My father is a mid-level leader of the Emgrand Group, with an annual income of 5 million. Do you know what 5 million means? Let me do the math for you. According to your current monthly salary, you can only earn a pitiful 50,000 yuan by working hard all year round. It will take 100 years of hard work to save up 5 million yuan. People should know their own worth. From now on, don't bother Xia Xia anymore, okay? Otherwise, every time I see you, I will beat you up." Su Chen thought it was very funny. Su Chen swept his indifferent eyes over Lu Hongxia and said seriously, "Lu Hongxia, Su Chen advises you not to feel so good about yourself. You misjudged me before, and now you are wrong again. But I, Su Chen, am never afraid of being misjudged. Because you cannot be sure whether an unknown person today will become successful and famous in the future. If he really becomes powerful and wealthy enough to rival a country one day in the future, will you regret your ignorance today? You, Lu Hongxia, are not a white swan, and I, Su Chen, am not a toad. You." Lu Hongxia was left speechless by Su Chen's words. Ignoring the anger on Lu Hongxia's face, Su Chen turned to look at Wang Feikai. Immediately, his tone was calm, yet his aura was that of a wealthy tycoon. "Wang Feikai, do you think an annual income of 5 million is impressive? Sorry, in my eyes, it's just some pocket money. As for your father being a middle-level leader of the Imbrand Group? Oh. Believe it or not, I will get your dad fired. Wang Feikai was so angry at Su Chen's words that his nose was smoking, his eyes widened, and he clenched his fists and roared, Su Chen, you are looking for death. If this was not the Dihao Group, he would not be allowed to cause trouble here. Otherwise, he would definitely take action and teach Su Chen a lesson. Shaking his head, Su Chen walked into the office building of Dihao Group. Seeing this, Wang Feikai pulled Lu Hongxia and ran a few steps, blocking Su Chen's way. He glanced at Su Chen with disdain and said in a disdainful tone, Su Chen, you are just a delivery boy, and you dare to yell at your father? And this is the Imbrand Group, and delivery guys like you aren't allowed in. While speaking, Wang Feikai looked at the imposing security guard at the entrance of the Imbrand Group and said without question, this delivery guy wants to enter our Imbrand Group? It's ridiculous. You two, throw him out. Just as the security guard was about to take action, Su Chen's phone rang. He took out his phone and saw that it was Li Ruobing calling. Chapter 10, Panic. Of course, the Dihao Group does not allow delivery people to enter or leave their office building. Now, seeing two burly security guards stopping him, Su Chen also answered Li Ruobing's call. Mr. Su, are you here yet? Li Ruobing's voice was very respectful. Joke. She was just a CEO. To put it bluntly, wasn't she working for Su Chen? So, naturally, she had to please Su Chen, the boss. Su Chen's eyes swept over Wang Feikai and Lu Hongxia, and he said in a slightly playful tone, I am at the entrance of the Dihao Group office building. However, there is a young man named Wang Feikai who seems to be very powerful. He told the security guard not to let me, a delivery man, enter the company. And you're the one who said you'd throw me out. You can do whatever you want with this. If I don't see you within a minute, you don't have to come to work anymore, understand? Finished. Su Chen hung up the phone. However, Li Ruobing, who was in the president's office, immediately felt that the situation was not good. Without any hesitation, Li Ruobing ran out of the office and headed towards the first-floor lobby of the Dihao Group. Now, Li Ruobing's heart was hanging in the air. Who in the Imbrand Group was so blind as to be so rude to the chairman? And what about throwing the chairman out of the Imbrand Group? It was truly incomprehensible. The entire Imbrand Group belonged to Mr. Su Chen. Who in the Imbrand Group dared to speak to the chairman like that? Thump thump thump. The sound of quick and crisp footsteps was heard. Li Ruobing was running wildly in the office building of Dihao Group in high heels. Immediately, she attracted the attention of countless people. All the employees who saw this scene were stunned. What's going on? President Li is always calm and composed, why does he look so flustered today? Could something big have happened at the Dihao Group? This is the first time I've seen President Li so panicked. Phew. Seeing Su Chen hang up the phone, Lu Hongxia couldn't help laughing wildly, looking at Wang Feikai, and said sarcastically in an extremely playful tone, Kai, did you hear what this loser just said? Let me teach you. Lu Hongxia laughed like crazy, imitating Su Chen's tone and said with great disdain, if I don't see you within a minute, you won't have to go to work in the future. Oh my god. Who would have thought that this was something a delivery driver would say? Kai, have you ever seen such a weird thing? Wang Feikai shook his head, his face full of contempt and disdain. Su Chen, Xia was so blind that she actually found a piece of trash like you? In front of the office building of Dihao Group, you actually pretended to be so mysterious? Who do you think you are? The chairman of the Imbrand Group? Ah, that really made me laugh to death. The chairman of the Dihao Group? Him? Lu Hongxia folded her arms, curled her lips, and sneered, if a delivery guy like him can become the chairman of the Dihao Group, then wouldn't I, Lu Hongxia, be the richest woman in the world? While speaking, Lu Hongxia glared at Su Chen fiercely and said in a playful tone, Su Chen, you brag without writing a draft. Are you afraid of wasting manuscript paper? Ha ha. Wang Feikai and Lu Hongxia smiled at each other, gave Lu Hongxia a thumbs up, and praised, my dear, well said. Pulling out a 100 yuan bill from his wallet and throwing it in front of Su Chen, Wang Feikai said arrogantly, you work so hard delivering food all day, and you can only earn 100 yuan? Pick up the money on the ground and get out of my sight. At the same time, Li Ruobing was sweating profusely and ran towards the entrance of the Dihao Group's office building like crazy. Chapter 11, Not Knowing the Highness of Heaven and the Thickness of Earth. As the owner of a Bugatti and the boss of M Grand Group, Su Chen is very well educated. Now, Su Chen squatted down and picked up the 100 yuan on the ground. Seeing this, Lu Hongxia rolled her eyes and started to sneer again. Poor guy is poor guy. He even picked up the 100 yuan that someone threw at his feet. How poor must he be? I'm glad I broke up with him. Otherwise, I will have to follow this loser for the rest of my life and suffer hardships. Wang Feikai put his arm around Lu Hongxia's shoulders and sneered with disdain. Xia xia, did you see that? Su Chen, that rubbish, actually bent over for 100 yuan. How can such a waste be worthy of a white swan like you? Lu Hongxia smiled coquettishly and twisted her waist. Ask yourself. 100 yuan didn't have any special meaning to Su Chen. He picked up the 100 yuan on the ground just out of respect for the RMB. At this moment, Su Chen put the brand new 100 yuan bill into Wang Feikai's pocket and said in a slightly indifferent tone, "Didn't your mother teach you to respect the RMB? You." Wang Feikai was suddenly speechless, his face as pale as liver. At the same time, Wang Feikai's father, Wang Mu, was pacing back and forth in his office with an anxious look on his face. As a middle-level leader of the Dihao Group, Wang Mu was under a lot of pressure. If he failed to meet the performance targets every month, not only would his bonus be deducted, but he might also be replaced at any time. The sad thing is, not only did Wang Mu fail to complete his performance for this month, and because of his personal serious mistake, a partner withdrew his investment, which directly caused a loss of 3 million to the Dihao Group. In order to keep his job, Wang Mu called Li Ruobing. Li Ruobing was running towards the Dihao Group. At the door of the office building, she suddenly heard the phone ringing. Without thinking much, she subconsciously took out her mobile phone and looked at the caller ID. It was Wang Mu calling. You know, since Li Ruobing took over as the president of Dihao Group, she has always been conscientious. Even in the middle of the night, as long as someone comes to her with work issues, she will definitely deal with it immediately. Now, Li Ruobing answered Wang Mu's call while running frantically. Manager Wang, what's going on? Wang Mu seemed to be hesitating over the phone. Li Ruobing lost his patience and urged, let's make it short. Okay, stop talking. I'm at the company entrance. If you have anything urgent, come see me in person. Finished. Li Ruobing hung up the phone. Because he had read Su Chen's relevant information before, including Su Chen's photos, Li Ruobing recognized Su Chen at first sight after running to the door of the Dihao Group's office building. Then, in order to leave a deep impression on the new chairman of the Dihao Group, Li Ruobing ran towards Su Chen with an extremely respectful look. However, this scene seemed to be something else to Wang Feikai. With a cold snort, Wang Feikai said with a tone full of contempt, Su Chen, you are just a delivery rider, and now you have even alarmed the president of Dihao Group. Do you know what the consequences of this are? You are simply seeking death by coming to our Dihao Group to cause trouble. Just wait, with President Li's hot temper, you're definitely going to get into trouble. Lu Hongxia shook her head and said to Su Chen with disgust, M Grand Group is a big company, not a place for you to deliver food. Be more careful in the future. Seeing Li Ruobing running up to them, Wang Feikai hurriedly said, President Li, this damn takeaway rider named Su Chen, standing here, is really affecting the image of our Dihao Group. Please quickly have the security guards throw this ignorant scum out. Chapter 12 Kneeling. Li Ruobing was immediately frightened when he heard Wang Feikai's words. If she angered the chairman of the Dihao Group, the consequences would be disastrous. Even Li Ruobing's position as the president would be lost. Thinking of this, Li Ruobing did not hesitate. With a loud slap, she slapped Wang Feikai hard in the face. This slap was a solid one. Even there was a clear mark left on Wang Feikai's face. In an instant, the air within 3 meters around seemed to freeze. Lu Hongxia's eyes widened and she covered her mouth with her hands, unable to believe it. Wang Feikai was completely dumbfounded. But in my heart, I was howling like a wolf. President Li, did you hit the wrong person? My dad is a mid-level leader at the M Grand Group, and Su Chen is a piece of trash. He's just a delivery driver. Standing in front of our M Grand Group's office building seriously affects our group's image. Why did you slap me in public? What is going on? Ignoring the shock of Wang Feikai and Lu Hongxia, Li Ruobing stood before Su Chen, deeply terrified and apologizing respectfully, Mr. Su, I'm truly terribly sorry. I never imagined something like this would happen. Don't worry, I'll handle this matter to your satisfaction. Good. Su Chen nodded slightly. You handle it, I'll just watch from here. As the chairman of the Emgrand Group, he naturally has to have a certain attitude. Otherwise, if he is humiliated by such a villain and does not fight back, how can the employees of the Emgrand Group obey him in the future? Right now, Lu Hongxia and Wang Feikai couldn't help but look at each other. Their three views collapsed and their mentality completely exploded. In their cognition, Su Chen was just an inconspicuous delivery driver. He earned a pitiful few thousand yuan a month, and he had to depend on other people's faces. Such a person would be looked down upon and stepped on wherever he went. If a girl was blind enough to become the girlfriend of such a loser, she would be very disappointed. So, it must be a lifelong sorrow. Who would have thought? Li Ruobing, the president of the dignified Dihao Group, was so respectful in front of Su Chen, a humble delivery driver? Even more so, like a mouse meeting a cat? Can anyone tell me? What is going on? President Li, what happened? Wang Mu ran towards the door of the office building of Dihao Group with sweat all over his forehead. As soon as he arrived, he saw Li Ruobing and slapped his son hard. Snort! Li Ruobing glared at Wang Feikai fiercely and said through gritted teeth, Boss Wang, you really gave birth to a good son. How dare you offend the chairman of our Dihao Group? Moreover, you even plan to have the security guards throw our Dihao Group's chairman out of here. Let me ask you, do you still want to work in Dihao Group? What, chairman? After hearing what Li Ruobing said, Lu Hongxia and Wang Feikai looked at each other in shock again. Lu Hongxia regretted it so much that she broke up with Su Chen and chose to be with Wang Feikai because Su Chen was too poor. Who would have thought? The poor guy in her eyes turned out to be the chairman of the Dihao Group, whose market value exceeded 10 billion. You unfilial son, how dare you offend the chairman? Get down on your knees and admit your mistake to the chairman. Boom! Wang Mu was really furious. He kicked Wang Feikai in the knee. Immediately, Wang Feikai knelt in front of Su Chen. You know. Because Wang Mu's mistake caused heavy losses to the company, he is now facing a serious risk of being fired. He originally thought that he could rely on his reputation and begged President Li not to fire him. Because he, a rebellious son who betrayed his father, had actually offended the new boss of the Dihao Group, wouldn't his position be even more untenable? Thinking of this, Wang Mu suddenly wanted to kill Wang Feikai. It is said that a woman's expression changes faster than turning the pages of a book. You are not deceiving me. The next moment, Lu Hongxia knelt down in front of Su Chen with a plop. In an instant, Lu Hongxia's acting skills came out, and she begged with tears and snot, Brother Su Chen, let's not break up. Let's get back together, okay? Chapter 13 Respect. Brother Su Chen? Don't break up? Complex? At this moment, Wang Feikai's mentality completely exploded when he heard what Lu Hongxia said. He looked at Lu Hongxia with bloodshot eyes. The veins on Wang Feikai's forehead bulged, and he roared hysterically, Bitch, you've reunited with Su Chen, then what am I? Although Wang Feikai and Lu Hongxia were just together for fun. Lu Hongxia said in public that she wanted to reconcile with Su Chen, which undoubtedly slapped Wang Feikai in the face. You are not even worthy of carrying Brother Su Chen's shoes. Lu Hongxia looked at Wang Feikai with disgust. Immediately, she pleaded with Su Chen, Brother Su Chen, I was with that rubbish Wang Feikai just because I was hot-headed. Now I realize my mistake. Please forgive me and get back together with me, okay? Bitch. Wang Feikai could no longer bear it, and with a loud slap, he slapped Lu Hongxia hard on the face. In an instant, Lu Hongxia's face became red and swollen. Hit a woman in front of me? Su Chen frowned slightly. Then, he slapped Wang Feikai in the face with a merciless backhand, and said in a playful tone, Didn't your father teach you to respect women? Hitting a woman in public? Oh. How could you possibly do something like this? Wang Feikai completely doubted his life. He wanted to fight back. The other party is the chairman of the Dihao Group. If he dares to take action, both he and his son will be in trouble. So, they can only endure it. Seeing Su Chen slap Wang Feikai in anger for her, Lu Hongxia was suddenly very happy. Really? Brother Su Chen still loves me in his heart. Thinking of this, Lu Hongxia said very confidently, "Brother Su Chen, you promised to get back together with me, right?" As she spoke, Lu Hongxia tugged at Su Chen's clothes, as if she was acting coquettishly. Bang! The next moment, Su Chen slapped Lu Hongxia in the face with a firm hand and said helplessly, "A gold digger like you who looks down on others, you have the courage to bring up the word reconciliation? Before I am sincere to you, I would even sell my kidney to make you happy. What's the result? You turned your back on me and abandoned me cruelly. Now, you still want to get back together with me? Get lost." Su Chen's words made Lu Hongxia feel ashamed. Right now, Lu Hongxia was filled with remorse, unable to express it in words. Wang Feikai, on the other hand, was trembling in the wind. Damn it! When I just hit a woman, you were righteously teaching me a lesson? Now, what do you say if you hit a woman yourself? Su Chen had no interest in dealing with Lu Hongxia and Wang Feikai anymore. He walked towards the lobby of the Dihao group. Li Ruobing and Wang Mu hurriedly followed behind him. Turning around, Su Chen said to Li Ruobing, "Remember, I don't want to see Lu Hongxia and Wang Feikai in the Dihao group anymore. Otherwise, you two won't have to go to work anymore." Yes, yes. Li Ruobing and Wang Mu followed behind Su Chen, nodding their heads repeatedly. Seeing Su Chen's figure walking further and further away, Lu Hongxia came to her senses and ran towards the lobby of the Dihao group. "Brother Su Chen, please don't abandon me. As long as you agree to get back together with me, I will give birth to your child immediately." Roll. Seeing that Lu Hongxia was about to step into the gate of Dihao group, the two security guards at the door threw him out. Boom! Lu Hongxia fell heavily to the ground, looking extremely embarrassed. "Oh." Wang Feikai sneered at the side, "Bitch, why don't you take a piss and look at yourself to see what you are? Su Chen is the chairman of the Dihao group. How could he agree to get back together with you? IMHO. A scumbag like you is only worthy of being played with by me. As for those wealthy tycoons, you're not even qualified to empty their urinals, understand?" Chapter 14 is so interesting. M Grand Group. Chairman's office. Li Ruobing handed a folder to Su Chen with both hands very respectfully, and then brought a lot of documents one after another and asked Su Chen to sign. No way. Since it is a handover of chairman's affairs, all necessary procedures must be followed. When Su Chen was almost done with his work, he saw Wang Mu still in his office, frowning slightly. Su Chen asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Wang Mu trembled all over, with a forced smile on his face, and said cautiously, "Chairman, I have been blind and ignorant, and have offended you. I hope you will be magnanimous and not take it to heart." Su Chen said nonchalantly, "Don't worry, I, Su Chen, will not take the trivial matters of scumbag men and women seriously. If you have this time, you might as well sit down and drink tea and listen to music. Or talking to a beautiful CEO, isn't it nice?" Hearing Su Chen's words, a blush suddenly appeared on the pretty face of the beautiful President Li Ruobing. Her already beautiful face looked even more beautiful at this moment. Li Ruobing suddenly remembered that Wang Mu had something to ask her before. Now, puzzled, he asked, "Manager Wang, if there's anything, please report it in front of the chairman. Since Su Chen is in charge of the Dihao group. So, naturally, Su Chen has the final say on all matters, big or small." After hesitating for a moment, Wang Mu stammered, "Actually, it's nothing serious. I just didn't meet my performance targets for this month. Also, Jifu Company suddenly withdrew its investment and stopped cooperating with our Dihao group. This may have caused a small loss for our company." Su Chen's eyes turned and fell on Li Ruobing. He said without question, "Go and investigate this matter immediately." "Yes, Chairman." Li Ruobing replied respectfully. Immediately. Exited the chairman's office. As the executive president of Dihao Group, Li Ruobing is very efficient at work. About 3 minutes later, Li Ruobing came to report on his work. After listening, the look in Su Chen's eyes suddenly became fierce. "Manager Wang, there's a saying that goes, do your job when you're in the position you're in. I'll give you 5 hours. If by then, you haven't completed this month's performance and haven't convinced Jifu Company to cooperate with our Dihao Group, then I can only tell you that Dihao Group doesn't welcome you and it's time for you to pack up and leave." Wang Mu felt his heart go cold when he heard that. How could he not see that Su Chen was taking revenge on his rebellious son Wang Feikai? Right now, Wang Mu wanted to slap Wang Feikai to death. It was already difficult for Wang Mu to make it in the Dihao group, but his rebellious son, Wang Feikai, was such a traitor. He was a complete loser. How could a father, who had a great reputation throughout his life, have such a rubbish son? Damn it! What sins did I commit in my previous life? Wang Mu made up his mind that after returning home, he would chop Wang Feikai to pieces. Sitting in a high-end office, Su Chen looked out the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows, feeling a lot of emotion for a moment. Once upon a time, he was just an insignificant food delivery rider. In the blink of an eye, he was driving a Bugatti and became the chairman of the Imgrand Group. So to speak. This life experience is really interesting. After finishing his work, Li Ruobing said respectfully, "Chairman, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first." Etc. Su Chen waved his hand. Seeing Li Ruobing stopped and stared at him with a puzzled look on his face, Su Chen frowned slightly and said straight to the point, "President Li, I have two things to tell you. Please be sure to do them." Chapter 15. What's the story? When Li Ruobing heard that Su Chen had something to tell him, he suddenly felt that it was a great feeling to be trusted so much by the chairman of the Dihao Group. Well, I must work hard in the future. Strive to make the leap from being the chairman's assistant to becoming the chairman's good wife. Good. When Li Ruobing saw Su Chen for the first time, she fell in love with him. However, Li Ruobing, who had always been arrogant, felt very insecure in front of Su Chen. She was worried that Su Chen would reject her. After all, Su Chen is so outstanding, like the sun born in the sky, shining brightly. Therefore, Li Ruobing can only bury her feelings for Su Chen deep in her heart. At this time, after hearing Su Chen's words, Li Ruobing hurriedly said, "Chairman, please speak." Su Chen said calmly, "In the future, I won't come to the Dihao Group often. I will continue my food delivery business, so the management and operation of the Dihao Group will still be handled by you." Forehead. When Li Ruobing heard Su Chen say that he would continue to deliver food, he immediately felt very upset. The chairman of the Dihao Group, a wealthy tycoon with a net worth of nearly 10 billion, actually likes to deliver food? Really? We don't understand the world of the big guys. As for Su Chen asking her to continue to manage the Dihao Group, Li Ruobing felt flattered when she heard that. You know, Su Chen is the boss of the Dihao Group. Letting me manage the Dihao Group is not a disguised proof that Su Chen wants me to become the boss lady of the Dihao Group? Thinking of this, Li Ruobing suddenly said excitedly, "Chairman, don't worry, I will definitely manage the Dihao Group well." Su Chen nodded slightly. Immediately, he continued, "Ruobing, I'm sure you've noticed that I'm a low-key person. So, I don't want everyone in the world to know that I'm the chairman of the Dihao Group. So, you should know what to do, right?" "Chairman, I understand." After Li Ruobing left Su Chen's chairman's office, she was so excited that she couldn't calm down for a long time. Over the years, she had met countless handsome men and successful people, but none of them could be compared with Su Chen. Su Chen has an invincible temperament and his charm is unstoppable. Especially his eyes that were indifferent to everything, as if he had seen through all the prosperity in the world, made people extremely obsessed. Such a man was so interesting. If he could not become his wife in this life, then even if he achieved great success in his career, it would all be in vain. Besides, when other bigwigs served as chairman of the Dihao Group, they always gave people a feeling of being arrogant and domineering. Where is Su Chen? Although he was young, he became the chairman of the Dihao Group, but he was calm and composed, neither anxious nor irritable, and his stability was so stunning that Li Ruobing was stunned for a moment. But, who is the chairman? A rich young man? Still, a genius in the business world? Imgrand Group, chairman's office. Now, Su Chen glanced around, squinting his eyes, taking in the high-end, simple, and spacious office. A breeze blew in from the window, lifting the hair on Su Chen's forehead. A voice in Su Chen's heart rang out, "Su Chen, you are the giant who dominates the Shanghai business world, the master who controls this vast land. Open your eyes." Through the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows, one can overlook most of Shanghai's terrain. Su Chen poured himself a glass of red wine and slowly savored the feeling of being a super-rich person. Well, one word to describe it: awesome. Drop. At this moment, Su Chen's phone rang. It was a text message alert. When he took out his phone and looked at it, Su Chen was stunned. Chapter 16. Drinking. Su Chen received a text message on his mobile phone indicating that a huge sum of 100 million yuan had been transferred into his China Merchants Bank, which came from his share of the equity of the Dihao Group. 100 million a month? Oh my god. This is really the way the world's richest man behaves. Am I, Su Chen, really going to follow the path of a super rich man? No. I still prefer delivery. The balance in the bank card is a man's confidence. At this moment, Su Chen felt that his back was straighter, his eyes were brighter, and his whole body was filled with great power. 3 words to describe it: delicious. But problems also followed one after another. I have so much money in my bank card, how should I spend it? In the past, Su Chen had never thought about this problem, because it was not a problem at all. He was always worried about not having enough money to spend. How could he have imagined that one day he would worry about not knowing how to spend the money? Never mind. Let us deliver the takeaway first. At 6:30 in the evening, Su Chen had just finished delivering a takeaway when his phone rang. He took out his phone and looked at the caller ID. It was Wang Ji calling. Without any hesitation, Su Chen answered the call. Gigi, what's going on? When Wang Ji heard Su Chen's address to him, he immediately frowned. Brother Chen, I still hope that you can call me by my full name, Wang Ji. Okay, Gigi. Wang Ji was speechless. But Wang Ji had long been accustomed to Su Chen's frivolous personality. Without dwelling on it any further, Wang Ji went straight to the point and said, Brother Chen, I have good news for you. I've captured Ru Hua. Su Chen found it funny. It's just a mere Ru Hua, is it worth getting so excited? Brother Chen, you don't understand. In my heart, Ru Hua is like a fairy descending to earth. So, to express my gratitude to you, I'm going to treat you to a big drink tonight. So, will you give me this honor? Su Chen smiled indifferently. Gigi, you know that wine is my weakness, yet you still say that? Let's go. Okay, then I'll send you the address of the bar. Finished. Wang Ji hung up the phone. The beauty never returns to the bar. Wang Ji and Ru Hua had already arrived at the bar and found a seat by the window. When Su Chen arrived, Wang Ji asked the waiter to serve the wine. With a sweet look on his face, he hugged Ru Hua and introduced her, Brother Chen, this is my goddess, Ru Hua. Hello, Brother Chen. Ru Hua was tall and heavily made up. She sat there like a rose blooming with utmost beauty. At this moment, she stretched out her hand, intending to shake hands with Su Chen. There is no need for a handshake, after all, you're my buddiest woman. How does that sentence go? Don't bully a friend's wife. Even if it's just a handshake, it's absolutely unacceptable. Wang Ji smiled heartily and poured a glass for each of the 3 of them. Come on, drink up. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, Su Chen was a little tipsy. Gigi, I've been in a lot of pain lately. A person who gets something for nothing can legitimately possess wealth that you guys can't even strive for your whole life. Gigi, like a flower. You too, are you mad at me? Hearing Su Chen's words, Wang Ji subconsciously swallowed his saliva, looked at Ru Hua, and shook his head with a dazed expression. I'm not angry. Su Chen said helplessly, impossible, Gigi, Ru Hua, don't hold it in. Tell me what's in your heart. Are you angry at me for looking at you? I'm angry. Wang Ji slammed the wine glass on the table. Although he and Su Chen are good friends. In his heart, he was extremely jealous of Su Chen. How could such a handsome man be so rich? It would be fine if he was rich, but the key was that he had an invincible temperament and unlimited charm. Such an existence was simply the public enemy of men. Because I drank some wine. So, Wang Ji spoke directly from his heart. Louder, are you angry? Su Chen slammed the table. I'm angry. Wang Ji and Ru Hua said in unison. Great, am I annoying? Su Chen asked, pointing at Wang Ji and Ru Hua. Hateful. Wang Ji and Ru Hua answered rhythmically. Am I annoying? Annoying. Do I deserve a beating? Su Chen's voice became louder and louder. You deserve a beating. Listening to the conversation between Su Chen, Wang Ji and Ru Hua, the drinkers around were all stunned. Some people poured wine for the people at the same table, and the wine overflowed from the cup, but they were unaware and still maintained the posture of pouring wine. Piu. Snapping his fingers, Su Chen said with high spirits, I have only one last question. Do you want me to go bankrupt? Chapter 17, Only Buy Expensive. Wang Ji and Ru Hua looked at each other again. Immediately. With an extremely dull expression, he said, "Brother Chen, do you want to lose everything?" "Why?" Su Chen took a big gulp of beer and said with a dejected look on his face, "Brother, you don't know the troubles of rich people. There's so much balance in the account, but I don't know how to spend it all. Tell me, what's the meaning of such a life?" The drinkers nearby were so angry that smoke came out of their noses. "It's so fucking infuriating. Is there anything like this? Why is the gap between people so huge? If having too much money is a worry, then I would rather have 100,000 worries find me." Sudden. Su Chen stood up from the table. Seeing this, Wang Ji asked doubtfully, "Brother Chen, what are you planning to do?" "I want you two to help me bankrupt myself. I know this is very difficult for you. But, as brothers, I just want to ask you one question: will you help me with this favor or not?" Wang Ji and Ruhua were at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Then, the two excitedly expressed that they were more than willing to help. 8:30 in the evening. Su Chen, Wang Ji, and Ruhua arrived at the entrance of Tianhua Shopping Mall. You know, Tianhua Shopping Mall is one of the top 10 shopping malls in Shanghai, and it has many internationally famous brands. For example, Versace, Armani, Prada. Gulon. Standing in front of the magnificent building, Wang Ji couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Then, he looked at Su Chen with a dull expression and asked doubtfully, "Brother Chen, you didn't bring Ruhua and me here to spend money, did you?" "Congratulations, you got it right." Su Chen smiled leisurely. "Since time is short and the task is heavy, let's not waste any more words. Once you enter this mall, you can spend money as much as you want. There is only one principle: only buy expensive things, not the right ones." Wang Ji felt uneasy. After hesitating for a moment, he said with a look of suspicion, "Brother Chen, there is a saying that goes, wine makes cowards brave. We all drank a little, so when we think about problems, it is inevitable that we are a little irrational. What if you wake up tomorrow and refuse to admit it? Then you'll force us to pay you back, and we won't be able to pay you back. So I advise you to stay calm and stay calm." Su Chen smiled bitterly. "I knew you wouldn't want to help me. Fine, I'll go in first, and you can do whatever you want." While speaking, Su Chen approached Tianhua Shopping Mall. Wang Ji and Ruhua exchanged a glance, still unable to make a decision. After a moment, Ruhua said curiously, "Gigi, what I want to know is, who is Brother Chen?" "Why?" Wang Ji looked up at the sky and suddenly sighed. Speaking of Brother Chen, he's truly a strange man. He could have made a living relying on his looks, but he chose to deliver food? Do you think he's just an ordinary food delivery driver? What's the result? In the blink of an eye, it will amaze you. You know Bugatti, an international supercar worth 70 to 80 million. Even the richest man in Shanghai doesn't have such a cool car. Ruhua nodded thoughtfully. Since Brother Chen can afford to drive an international supercar worth tens of millions, so he must be super rich. If that's the case, why don't we take advantage of Brother Chen's influence and go to Tianhua Shopping Mall to spend some money? Let's go. At the same time, Su Chen had already walked into a store called Vacheron Constantin. There is a saying that the poor play with cars, the rich play with watches, fools play with mobile phones, and idiots play with computers. For a man, there is no man who does not love watches. Welcome to the Vacheron Constantin boutique. Excuse me, sir, how may I help you? As soon as Su Chen walked into the Vacheron Constantin store, a sweet-looking young woman in a professional suit came forward and spoke to Su Chen. Su Chen was stunned. "Miss, I'm just a delivery rider. Don't you worry that I can't afford the famous watches in your store?" According to the general plot and routine, if Su Chen walked into an internationally famous store like Vacheron Constantin, he would definitely be ridiculed by the condescending salesperson. What puzzled Su Chen was, he walked into the Vacheron Constantin store, where the salesperson was particularly enthusiastic towards him. Now, hearing Su Chen's words, the shopping guide girl smiled sweetly and said, "Sir, you really know how to joke. With your temperament, how could you not afford the men's watches in our Vacheron Constantin? Perhaps, buying our store is just a matter of words." Su Chen nodded in admiration. Unexpectedly, the shopping guide at the Vacheron Constantin store is so aware. But the next moment, Su Chen no longer thought so. When Wang Ji and Ruhua saw Su Chen approaching the Vacheron Constantin store, they ran after him. However, before Wang Ji and Ruhua could step into the door of the Vacheron Constantine store, they were stopped by a sweet-looking salesgirl. "Sir, miss, this is the Vacheron Constantine store. If you can't afford it, go somewhere else." Hearing this, Wang Ji's eyes suddenly widened, and he pointed at Su Chen and asked in disbelief, "Why can my brother Chen go in?" Su Chen shrugged and spread his hands, saying, "You have an invincible temperament, do you blame me?" Chapter 18 Bought. Su Chen and Wang Ji had a little joke. Immediately, he touched his nose leisurely and said to the sweet-looking salesgirl, "Miss, these two are my friends. We came here together." When the salesgirl heard that Wang Ji and Ruhua were Su Chen's friends, her attitude suddenly changed 180 degrees. She invited Wang Ji and Ruhua in very enthusiastically. Leaning close to Su Chen's ear, Wang Ji said gloomily, "Brother Chen, what I want to know is, do you rich people have the words 'I am rich' written on your faces?" Su Chen smiled brightly. "No. Then why did the salesgirl let you in but stopped me and my goddess?" Su Chen smiled and spread his hands. "As for the temperament, Buddy has it nailed. As for you and Ruhua, perhaps this is your lifelong lesson." Wang Ji's face suddenly turned black, and he felt like he had suffered a critical hit of 10,000 times the damage. You know. Normally, Wang Ji and Ruhua were short of money, so they could not go to famous stores like Vacheron Constantine to spend money. But today, they can broaden their horizons. So, Wang Ji and Ruhua were very excited. Gulong. Wang Ji swallowed his saliva involuntarily and glanced at the pretty shopping guide next to him. Wang Ji whispered mysteriously and leaned close to Su Chen's ear and asked again, "Brother Chen, do we really want to spend some money here? You think I'm kidding you, buddy?" While speaking, Su Chen's eyes fell on the salesgirl, and he said in a heroic tone, "Miss, take out the most expensive watch in your store and let us take a look." The most expensive watch? Hearing Su Chen's words, the salesgirl's beautiful big eyes suddenly widened. She thought that this handsome guy with unparalleled temperament in front of her was indeed a wealthy man. Without hesitation, the salesgirl took out a luxurious, grand and high-end men's watch from the glass cabinet and handed it to Su Chen with both hands. "Can you help me put it on, please?" Su Chen's smile was like a spring breeze. "Good." I don't know why, but a blush suddenly appeared on the beautiful face of the sweet-looking salesgirl. Her heart was beating like a deer, and she carefully helped Su Chen put it on. "Sir, your temperament is a perfect match for this limited edition Vacheron Constantine," the salesgirl exclaimed sincerely. She has been working in the Vacheron Constantine store for 6 years and has seen countless people wearing Vacheron Constantine. Only when Su Chen wears Vacheron Constantine, he looks so luxurious and elegant, as if this limited edition was specially tailored for Su Chen? Really? Su Chen turned his wrist and smiled leisurely. "I think so." Immediately, Su Chen changed the subject and said, "Please give a brief introduction." Okay. Talking to Su Chen was a real pleasure for the salesgirl. After calming her breath a little, she respectfully began to introduce him. "Since our birth, Vacheron Constantine has always prioritized quality, and has continued to this day with its exquisite technology, perfect design, and rigorous processes. This part of the Overseas collection, combines contemporary design, technical expertise, and a sporty feel, embodying a modern look that transcends time and space, a symbol of sailing and discovery." What a wonderful journey, what a wonderful discovery. Su Chen nodded contentedly. "How much does this watch cost?" 5,200,000. I bought it. Ha! The salesgirl was stunned. Buy? 5,200,000 is a huge sum of money, and this handsome man just bought it? Isn't that too domineering? Chapter 19 No Face. Wang Ji and Ruhua looked stunned and couldn't help but look at each other. They originally thought that Su Chen was just rich. Who would have thought? How could he spend money so lavishly? This was simply a super rich man, spending over 5 million like it was just a joke? Without a doubt. This scene completely refreshed Wang Ji and Ruhua's understanding of the super rich. Do you two have any styles you like? Su Chen's eyes swept over Wang Ji and Ruhua. Although Su Chen agreed and took the two of them to spend some money. In this Vacheron Constantine store where the price is often worth millions, Wang Ji and Ruhua immediately wilted. When they heard Su Chen's words, they shook their heads with a silly look, saying that they thought they were not worthy of wearing Vacheron Constantine. Su Chen smiled bitterly. Then he said to the sweet-looking salesgirl, based on the temperament of my two friends, please recommend one to each of them. Yes, sir. The salesgirl took out a pair of Vacheron Constantin couples watches and handed them to Wang Ji and Ruhua. Seeing this, Wang Ji and Ruhua immediately took a step back in shock. Suchen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He took the couple's watches from the salesgirl's hands and gestured on Wang Ji and Ruhua's wrists. He found that both the style and size were perfect. Then, he said in a heroic tone, check out. Gulong. The salesgirl was also a little dumbfounded. She had never seen a customer as generous as the handsome young man in front of her, who gave his friend a famous watch worth millions without blinking an eye. Next, the salesgirl brought Suchen to the front desk and entered the code numbers of 3 Vacheron Constantin watches on the computer. The screen immediately displayed the purchase details. Looking at Suchen respectfully, the salesgirl said with bright eyes and white teeth, hello, sir. The total purchase amount is 8.2 million. Would you like to pay by card or transfer? Transfer money. As he spoke, Suchen took out his mobile phone. Brother Chen. Seeing Suchen was about to transfer the money, Wang Ji suddenly became anxious. He leaned close to Suchen's ear, his eyes widened, and he lowered his voice and said, my goddess, and I spent a total of 3 million? Brother Chen, how can I afford to pay you back? Seeing Wang Ji's mournful expression, Suchen smiled bitterly and said, who expects you to pay it back? Didn't I tell you long ago that I brought you two here to spend money just to make me bankrupt? Why don't you give me this face? Wang Ji was speechless. For the first time in his life, he felt so uneasy about spending money. After transferring the money, Suchen said to Wang Ji and Ruhua, let's go. After spending a lot of money, Suchen suddenly felt refreshed. It seemed as if his Rin and Du meridians were opened up, and he walked in a more handsome and elegant manner. Etc. Seeing that Suchen was about to leave their Vacheron Constantin store, the salesgirl hurriedly called out to Suchen. For some reason, the salesgirl's cheeks were burning hot. And the heart is beating wildly. This feels exactly like being in love. Is there something? Suchen turned around and stared at the salesgirl with interest. After hesitating for a moment, the salesgirl lowered her head and stammered in a voice as soft as a mosquito, well, if it's convenient, let's add each other on WeChat. As if this routine was a bit too obvious, the salesgirl hurriedly explained, sir, please don't misunderstand me. What I mean is that you spent so much money in our store. As for the future Vacheron Constantin warranty, if you have any problems in the future, our technicians will come to your home for free repairs. Wang Ji and Ruhua stared at Suchen in amazement. Handsome, rich, and with an invincible temperament. Such a person is like the sun in the sky, shining brightly wherever he goes. This shopping guide lady is so beautiful. He actually took the initiative to ask for Suchen's contact information? Chapter 20 Rejection. Although Suchen had a good impression of this sweet-looking salesgirl. How can you give out your contact information to anyone? With an elegant smile towards the salesgirl, Suchen said in a slightly apologetic tone, no thanks. After that, Suchen walked out of the Vacheron Constantin store, followed closely by Wang Ji and Ruhua. My brother Chen is awesome. After walking out of the Vacheron Constantin store, Wang Ji couldn't help but give Suchen a thumbs up and sighed sincerely. Other men, after seeing a beautiful woman, desperately want the other person's contact information. But where is my brother Chen? A beautiful woman came up to you and asked for your contact information, and you refused? How high-handed is this? Suchen shrugged. It's not that I'm being arrogant, but it's a matter of principle. A matter of principle? Wang Ji frowned, looked at Ruhua, and asked in confusion, are you single? Yes. Suchen answered truthfully. Then why do you reject the beautiful woman? Suchen smiled and said, am I such a casual person? If that salesgirl is really interested in me, she will find ways to get my contact information. Have you heard that saying? Someone who travels across the ocean to pursue you, this shows more sincerity. Wang Ji was stunned. Immediately, he looked at Ruhua and asked doubtfully, do you understand what Brother Chen meant? Ruhua shook her head, bewildered, and said, you and I are both complete novices in literature. How can you possibly understand such profound and abstruse words as Brother Chen said? At the same time, when Suchen walked out of the Vacheron Constantin store, the other salesgirls swarmed around the sweet-looking salesgirl. Her name was Choya, and she was the most popular girl in the Vacheron Constantin store. Whether she was in high school or college, she had countless suitors. Until today, Shoya has never been in love. In the past, many of Shoya's admirers were rich young men. They behaved like dogs in front of Shoya, pestering her and obeying her in everything. However, Shoya never looked at her suitors straight in the eye. I met Su Chen today. She took the initiative to ask for the other party's contact information, but was rejected? Shoya, in the past, countless wealthy tycoons have asked for your contact information, and you've always refused. But today, is this the sun rising from the west? You actually asked for that young man's WeChat? To be honest, I have a crush on that young man. But unfortunately, he hasn't even glanced at me since he walked into our Vacheron Constantine store. Oh, how sad. Shoya, you are the flower of our Vacheron Constantine store. You must win that young man. See? The rich lady is waving at you. You must not give up. Shoya smiled bitterly with a lonely look. How can we capture them? They're gone, and we might never see them again. A beautiful woman who claims to be the goddess of the slightly plump world put her hand on Shoya's shoulder and said earnestly, Shoya, for us women, finding a good man in this life is like a second reincarnation. When happiness knocks on your door, you must seize the opportunity. To be frank, if I weren't older, that little brother would never have fallen into your hands. You should hurry up and pursue your own happiness. Remember, even if you have to pay for it, you must win it. All of us sisters at Vacheron Constantine support you. Come on. Everyone made a fist gesture in unison. This moment. Shoya felt her blood boiling. Immediately. No longer caring about her goddess's modesty, after coming out of the Vacheron Constantine store, she shouted to Su Chen's back, "Little brother, wait for me." As soon as she finished speaking, she ran wildly, attracting people around to stop and watch. Chapter 21. A villa worth 350 million. The next scene gives people a strong visual impact. Su Chen was still wearing his delivery uniform. But Shoya looked like a goddess, yet, even so, she was chasing Su Chen crazily on the street. For a while, the people watching around began to sigh with emotion. Ah, this is the gap between people. When I was pursuing my goddess, she treated me like a dog. In her eyes, I was even more disgusting than a fly. Yet, this delivery boy is being pursued by such a beautiful goddess? Just because you're handsome, does that mean you can be so willful? It seems that I have to focus on cultivating my appearance in the future. Is there any justice in this world? Such a beautiful goddess, actually chasing after a delivery boy in public? If delivery was so popular, I would have been a delivery boy. I worked hard for more than 10 years and finally became a bank president, but now I'm not even as good as a delivery boy? Oh, failure is complete. Don't mention it, it's all tears. Seeing that Shoya was about to catch up with him, Su Chen said to Wang Ji and Ruhua, let's split up into two groups. Hearing this, Wang Ji was puzzled. Brother Chen, the goddess is chasing you, isn't she attractive? Why are you running away? You don't understand. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chen ran away. Shoya ultimately failed to catch up with Su Chen. Looking at Su Chen's back as he ran farther and farther away, Shoya felt that she was so happy. At that moment, she couldn't help but sigh, he is so handsome even when running. He is indeed the man that I, Shoya, like. After returning to the slum house he rented, Su Chen simply washed up and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, after Su Chen had breakfast, he was about to start his super rich life experience mode and go to deliver a takeaway when the system prompt sounded in his mind. Drop. Is the big treasure chest open today? Su Chen didn't even think about it and replied directly with his mind, speed up and start, I'm waiting for you. Drop. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a Zhonghai Bay villa. This villa is called the Emperor's Arrival, located at 36 Jifu Road, and is valued at 350 million yuan. The villa is fully furnished and comes with all the necessary amenities. Hearing the system's voice, Su Chen suddenly couldn't breathe. Damn it. A bayfront villa worth 350 million? Is this going to be crazy? However, Su Chen quickly calmed down and told himself to stay calm. If he got too excited, how could he enjoy this prosperous world in the future? Su Chen, you are destined to become the richest man in the world. Are you satisfied with the achievements you have now? Wow! Walking out of the slum house, Su Chen looked up at the sky. The sky was clear and the air was fresh. The breeze was gentle and refreshing. Bathed in the morning light, well, how can this feeling be described with just one word? Just as Su Chen was enjoying his comfortable life, his phone rang. Hello? Su Chen answered the phone and spoke politely. A respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, is this Mr. Su Chen Su? I'm Su Chen, may I ask who you are? I'm Lu Zhenhai, the person in charge of the Bay Villa district. You've already paid in full for the Emperor's villa. Could you please tell me when you're free to come to our company to sign the purchase contract? Of course, if that's not convenient for you, I'll personally deliver the contract to your current location. Su Chen suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and said in a calm tone, Don't bother, I'll ride my electric bike to your company to sign the house purchase contract. When Lu Zhenhai heard Su Chen's words, he was stunned. He spent a huge sum of 350 million yuan to buy the Emperor's Bay Villa without blinking an eye. Such a super rich man actually drives an electric car? Chapter 22 Principles. After hanging up the phone, Lu Zhenhai couldn't help but sigh in his heart, we really don't understand the world of wealthy tycoons. Certainly. For Su Chen, he was not deliberately pretending to be poor, but he felt that driving a Bugatti was too high profile. Besides, isn't green environmental protection advocated now? Therefore, every time he went out, Su Chen would try to ride an electric bike instead of driving a Bugatti. This is Su Chen's principle in life. Today is a good day. Everything you want will come true. Driving a shabby electric car, Su Chen was humming a song in a happy mood. While waiting for the red light, a burgundy BMW stopped next to Su Chen. He rolled down the window and saw a beautiful woman in a navy blue jacket, who exclaimed at Su Chen. Su Chen? Su Chen turned around and was also surprised. Zhao Mengchen? Seeing the woman take off her sunglasses, Su Chen looked her over and couldn't help but praise her. Zhao, the campus beauty, is really good. She even drives a BMW? Impressive. Hey, stop talking about it, it's just fooling around. Zhao Mengchen frowned slightly and asked in confusion, back in our class 5 of grade 9, you, handsome boy Su, were a big shot on campus. You were handsome, good at studying, and so many girls wrote you love letters. How did you end up like this now? Su Chen laughed and didn't care about Zhao Mengchen's sarcasm. I love my job, delivering food and experiencing life. In 3 words, it's wonderful. Cut. Zhao Mengchen rolled his eyes and said with disdain, Look at you, you're so capable. You're so happy just delivering food? What's your life pursuit? Are you planning to spend your whole life delivering food on a crappy electric scooter? Why not? Su Chen smiled leisurely. Today's Su Chen is completely different from the past. He can open a large treasure chest every day and obtain mysterious rewards from the system. If the current trend continues, Su Chen is destined to become the richest man in the world. The most important thing is, Su Chen doesn't need to do anything. He can just deliver takeout leisurely every day and open the mysterious box the next day. Su Chen really enjoys this kind of salted fish life. Oh. Zhao Mengchen snorted coldly, you used to be so brilliant, but I never thought you'd fallen like this now? Okay, if you love delivering food, you can do it for the rest of your life. Boom. The green light came on, the BMW started, and Su Chen's old electric car followed closely behind. It's interesting to say that when waiting for the red light at the second intersection, Su Chen and Zhao Mengchen met again. Zhao Mengchen poked his head out of the car window and said in a contemptuous tone, Su Chen, it's really not easy for you deliverymen in this hot weather. How many orders do you plan to take today? Su Chen was an honest child. After hearing what Zhao Mengchen said, he said matter-of-factly, I'll take a break from work today. I'm going to the Bay Villa to sign a contract. Go to the Bay Villa to sign a contract? Upon hearing this, Zhao Mengchen immediately scoffed, why, besides delivering food, you're also planning on working as a cleaner at Bay Villa? Well, a part-time job is a bit of extra income. After all, you only earn a pitiful amount of money delivering food all month. Su Chen has a characteristic, which is that he doesn't like to tell lies. Now. He even said, I didn't go to the Bay Villa to do cleaning. I bought the Emperor's villa in the Bay Villa, which is worth 350 million. I'm going to sign the contract now. What? You bought a Bay Villa worth 350 million? Zhao Mengchen was stunned. Chapter 23 Expectations. Seeing Zhao Mengchen's face full of disbelief, Su Chen asked in confusion, why, you look so surprised? Actually, it's nothing big. It's just a bayside villa worth hundreds of millions. I may not live there all the time. Su Chen was telling the truth. You know. He is destined to be the richest man in the world, and waiting for him are more achievements and rewards. Perhaps, at present, it seems awesome that an emperor worth 350 million has come to the world. However, Su Chen opens the treasure chest every day. Wouldn't the rewards in the future surprise Su Chen even more? Oh. After coming back to his senses, Zhao Mengchen couldn't help but sneer, and said with a tone of extreme contempt, "Of course you won't live here permanently, you can only brag. Su Chen, I really didn't expect that not only is your life in a mess now, but you have fallen to the point of delivering takeout. And you still like to brag? When others boast, at least they're somewhat realistic. But you, on the other hand, are boasting to the point of blowing it out of proportion. How can you afford a 350 million yuan bayfront villa? Let me tell you this, if you can afford a 350 million yuan bayfront villa, I'll take your last name." Boom! The BMW started, and Zhao Mengchen left the place quickly with a look of disgust on her face. She felt that staying with someone like Su Chen, who was obviously poor but pretended to be rich, was a waste of feelings in life. Hi! Staring at the direction the BMW left, Su Chen shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "I know you don't believe what I say, but you don't have to curse at me." Muttering, Su Chen drove the electric car leisurely towards the Bay Villa. At the same time, Lu Zhenhai is busy preparing for the ceremony to welcome Su Chen. "When you welcome Mr. Su Chen Su later, you must all bow together, understand? And your faces must show a very enthusiastic look. Anyone who can't do it, get out. In addition, the senior leaders of our Bay Villa will also participate in the ceremony to welcome Mr. Su Chen. Everyone, get ready. Roll out a new red carpet at the company entrance and mop the floor again. You have to take photos of people, and the flowers at the entrance need to be beautiful and grand. Everyone, don't let me down. Remember?" The hundreds of employees in the entire Bay Villa were all excited and took action. They put on new clothes and waited to welcome Su Chen's arrival with extremely enthusiastic looks. Even it makes them more excited than welcoming a top star. "Thinking about meeting Mr. Su Chen soon, I'm so excited I can't calm down at all. I heard that this low-key super rich didn't even blink when he bought the emperor's coming worth 350 million. So the question is, what kind of super rich is this who is so generous? Look at this dress I'm wearing today. When I meet the rich man later, I must leave a deep impression on him. Maybe the rich lady is already waving at me. Hee hee, how happy I am." The wealthy tycoons I know would hesitate for a long time even if they wanted to buy a house worth several million. But this Mr. Su Chen bought the emperor's world in a snap. If I could marry a man like him, what would death mean to me? Meeting a wealthy man ruins my life, but I have no regrets. All the staff of the Bay Villa were looking forward to Su Chen's arrival. The men were envious and jealous of Su Chen, and the women all wanted to meet Su Chen. They began to fantasize in their hearts that Su Chen would appear in their sight wearing sunglasses and driving a rare luxury car in the world. It was definitely a moment I'll never forget. Finally, under everyone's anticipation, Su Chen drove his old electric car slowly in front of everyone. For a moment, all the staff of the Bay Villa were stunned. Chapter 24. Who is he? No one expected that the super rich man they were looking forward to would appear in front of everyone riding a broken electric bike. But after a moment of stunned silence, everyone gradually figured it out. The super rich are usually so low-key. What's wrong with riding an electric scooter? This man didn't even blink when he bought a 350 million yuan bayfront villa. Even if he bought a luxury car worth tens of millions of yuan for transportation, wouldn't it be like a piece of cake? He rides an electric scooter because he's low-key and doesn't want to show off. Where can you find a man with such inner qualities? I love this kind of elegant little brother. The other side. Zhao Mengchen sat in the driver's seat of the BMW, frowning slightly as a plan came to mind. Su Chen had once been the perfect Prince Charming in every girl's eyes, but now, he had fallen to the pitiful state of delivering food. But what Zhao Mengchen despised was that this guy was clearly working part-time at the Bay Villa, sweeping the floor and cleaning the toilet, but he said that he bought a Bay Villa worth 350 million? No, I have to expose his hypocrisy. Zhao Mengchen thought. If it were an ordinary person, Zhao Mengchen naturally would not have the leisure time to do so. However, Su Chen was once a prominent figure on campus. It would be very interesting to expose the hypocrisy of such a person. Thinking of this, Zhao Mingchen stepped on the accelerator and the car sped towards the Bay Villa. Not long. The BMW stopped at the door of the Bay Villa. She was extremely certain that Su Chen would have no sense of presence when he came to the Bay Villa. Looking at the luxurious and beautiful Bay Villa, Zhao Mingchen couldn't help but feel envious. When will I be able to afford a house here? In the future, when I get married, he must buy me a house in the Bay Villa. Otherwise, don't even think about marrying me. Zhao Mingchen got out of the car and was about to walk into the Bay Villa. At this moment, the scene in front of him made Zhao Mingchen's eyes widen instantly, and his jaw almost dropped to the ground. The shock and disbelief in his heart were like a raging sea. Su Chen parked his old electric car, and all the employees of the Bay Villa stood in 2 neat rows, bowing and greeting Su Chen. The scene was even more grand than welcoming a first-line star. What the hell is going on? Seeing this scene, Zhao Mingchen felt that his 3 views collapsed instantly. Where was the cleaning and toilet cleaning as promised? Su Chen appeared at the Bay Villa on a dilapidated electric bike. However, all the employees of the Bay Villa actually treat Su Chen like a master? With a click, Zhao Mingchen had already pulled out her phone when she got out of the car. She'd intended to capture Su Chen's downtrodden state, sweeping the floor with cleaning tools. But, in such shock, she dropped her phone, the screen shattering instantly. Su Chen naturally didn't know about Zhao Mingchen's tracking. Coming in front of Lu Zhenhai, Su Chen got straight to the point and asked, "When will the contract be signed?" Lu Zhenhai bowed respectfully and said cautiously, "We will sign whenever Mr. Su wants to sign." Lu Zhenhao also had his own little thoughts. Su Chen was an emperor who could buy their Bay Villa with a single stroke of a knife. Naturally, he was no ordinary person. You can imagine. If you can make friends with such a super boss, it will definitely benefit you in Shanghai in the future. From a distance of more than 20 meters away, Zhao Mingchen saw Lu Zhenhai standing in front of Su Chen, looking very respectful. Zhao Mingchen was certainly no stranger to Lu Zhenhai. He could often be seen on financial channels and in fortune magazines. The chairman of Zhao Mingchen's company wanted to make friends with Lu Zhenhao, but he had no connections. And Lu Zhenhai, in front of Su Chen, acted like a follower? Su Chen, who is he? Zhao Mingchen looked at Su Chen with eyes full of awe. When Zhao Mingchen first saw Su Chen riding the shabby electric bike used to deliver food, he couldn't help but feel contempt. Right now. She had only one thought in her mind, which was to give up everything to get in touch with Su Chen. Chapter 25: Visiting the Villa. Because the emperor's arrival in this Bay Villa was a reward given to Su Chen by the system, and the full amount was paid directly through a transfer operation, so this was the first time Lu Zhenhai met Su Chen. Now, Lu Zhenhai was so shocked that he could not describe it in words. As the manager of the Bay Villa district, Lu Zhenhai has been in the business world for decades and has seen countless people. What kind of wealthy tycoons has he not met? However, this is the first time he has met such a young and wealthy person like Su Chen. The other party was so young, but he spent a huge sum of 350 million to buy the emperor's villa in their bay. There was no one else in Shanghai with such a heroic spirit. The most important thing was that Mr. Su Chen had an ethereal temperament and a calm look, as if he had seen all the prosperity in the world. His every move revealed an unfathomable aura. For example, although he has unmatched financial resources, he chose to appear on stage riding a shabby electric bike. This unique and extremely low-key style is simply unparalleled in the world. Right now, Lu Zhenhai stood respectfully before Su Chen, his inner thoughts swirling. Who was Mr. Su Chen, anyway? A wealthy young man? A business magnate? Or perhaps a leader in a particular field? The heir to a hidden, wealthy family? In addition, is he married? Does he have a girlfriend? If she was single, Lu Zhenhai even thought about making his sister become Mr. Su Chen's woman at any cost, even if she had no official status, even if she was a mistress. As long as she could have a slight relationship with Su Chen, Lu Zhenhai would do his best. Accompanied by Lu Zhenhai, Su Chen walked into the Bay Villa district. The staff here were all looking forward to it, vying for a glimpse of Su Chen's divine looks. The men felt ashamed of themselves, and the women fantasized about the beautiful scene when they married Su Chen. No one knew when, but a top-notch beauty appeared beside Su Chen. The woman was tall and, wearing 5-centimeter silver high heels, was only half a head shorter than Su Chen, who was 1.85 meters tall. Her beautiful appearance was in no way inferior to those first-line female stars. The most important thing is, the eyes of this charming woman are extremely alluring. If a man has poor self-control, he will definitely fall at her feet in an instant after just looking at her for a few seconds. Who is this? Su-chen asked puzzledly. Just at this moment, a gentle breeze blew, lifting the woman's long, straight black hair. Lu Junhai introduced her with pride. Mr. Su, this is my sister Lu Meijia. She just returned from abroad yesterday. She is 28 years old this year and has obtained dual doctorates from Harvard and Cambridge. Next, my sister will take you to visit the emperor's arrival, and then we can sign the contract. Speaking of this, Lu Junhai felt a surge of admiration in his heart. He had never seen any wealthy tycoon buy a villa without even looking at it and directly pay the full amount. Perhaps only Mr. Su-chen had such a heroic and domineering temperament. Okay. Su-chen nodded slightly. Lu Junhai leaned close to Lu Meijia's ear and lowered his voice to warn her, Meijia, it's up to you from now on. In a nutshell, you have to do everything you can to become Mr. Su's woman, understand? Of course. If something could happen with him, that would be great. Lu Meijia has never been in a relationship since she was a child. Lu Meijia is confident about her own charm. Those billionaire young masters are all obedient and uncompromising in front of her. She just doesn't believe that they can't win over this young man with unmatched temperament in front of her? Don't worry. Lu Meijia blinked at Lu Junhai. Next. Seeing Lu Meijia and Su-chen heading towards the emperor's lyncher, the beautiful female employees of the Bay Villa were all envious and jealous. Hey, although I really want to marry that tall, rich and handsome guy, he doesn't like me. Besides, I don't have the opportunity. Manager Lu's sister Lu Meijia is a super beautiful and smart person. Compared to her, I am just a scumbag. Lu Meijia has charmed countless young men. This young man may not be able to escape her clutches either. Not long. Lu Meijia and Su-chen arrived in front of the emperor's villa. After taking a look at the building in front of them, Lu Meijia smiled sweetly and said in a voice as clear as the sound of a spring, Mr. Su, what do you think of this villa? Lu Meijia is beautiful and has a sweet voice. And she exudes a faint fragrance that makes people feel intoxicated. Su-chen looked at the emperor's villa in front of him. This building has both the symmetrical beauty of the east and the wildness and domineering of the west. Standing here, it seems as if a real emperor has descended from the sky. Majesty. Sacred. No blasphemy is allowed. Although the buildings next to it also belong to the Bay Villa, they are all inferior and dim in front of the emperor's single-family villa, which exudes majesty and sacredness, and seem to want to surrender. It's okay. After some appreciation, Su-chen nodded calmly. After hearing what Su-chen said, Lu Meijia's eyes widened. Which man in this world doesn't like a Bay Villa? The most important thing is that this imperial villa is worth 350 million yuan. In front of this elegant young man, she is just okay? In that case, he is no longer surprised by buildings of this level that are meant for the emperor to visit? Sharp. It's really amazing. In Lu Meijia's heart, she secretly compared Su-chen with her fanatical pursuers, and immediately found that they were superior and could not be compared at all. Even if he was the son of the richest man, in front of Lu Meijia, he was just vulgar and ordinary. However, Su-chen gives people the impression of being unfathomable, calm and steady, especially his eyes, which are as bright as stars, yet deep and difficult to fathom. Such a man is truly fascinating. For some unknown reason, Lu Meijia suddenly asked, I wonder if Mr. Su has a girlfriend? Chapter 26, Touching Porcelain. Lu Meijia's intention is very clear. Su-chen was no novice in relationships, so he could naturally tell what Lu Meijia meant. With a leisurely smile, Su-chen half-jokingly said, what if you have a girlfriend? What if you don't have a girlfriend? If a vulgar woman asked Su-chen this question, it would only make people feel disgusted. However, Lu Meijia had an ethereal temperament, like a fairy from the ninth heaven, and a beautiful voice, like a silver bell. When Su-chen chatted with her, he felt relaxed and happy, intoxicated, as if he was drinking a jar of fine wine. Lu Meijia giggled, instantly stunning the moment. If Mr. Su has a girlfriend, then I'll have to use all my tricks to poach her. If Mr. Su doesn't have a girlfriend, then we can find a time to have a candlelight dinner. I wonder if Mr. Su will give me this favor. Lu Meijia pretended to be nonchalant. Actually, all her attention was on Su-chen, and she was full of anticipation for Su-chen's answer. Su Chen stared at Lu Meijia deeply and jokingly said, "Miss Lu, you are really shocking. If I had a girlfriend, would you dare to poach her? I admire you. You are indeed a heroine." Lu Meijia tilted her cute head and said in a slightly quirky way, "If your corner can be poached, it means that your relationship cannot stand the test. Sooner or later, you will have to go your separate ways." Brilliant. Su Chen gave Lu Meijia a thumbs up, but suddenly, his mood darkened. "I do have a girlfriend, but she broke up with me because she disliked my poverty." Su Chen shrugged helplessly. "Ah." Hearing Su Chen's words, Lu Meijia's eyes widened, her face filled with disbelief. Mr. Su bought the emperor's bayfront villa worth 350 million without blinking an eye. Your girlfriend actually despises you for being poor? If Mr. Su is considered poor, then the richest man in the world would probably have to work as a delivery boy, right? Su Chen frowned slightly. Is there something wrong with the world's richest man delivering food? Gulong. After swallowing hard, Lu Meijia was stunned and stared at Su Chen stupidly, unable to utter a word. The two chatted for a while and then walked out of the emperor's linsure. "Mika, what's going on?" Seeing Su Chen and Lu Meijia walking out of the emperor's linsure, Lu Zhenhai hurriedly stepped forward, leaned close to Lu Meijia's ear, and asked in a low voice. "Why?" Lu Meijia sighed dejectedly. "Mr. Su is the perfect male god, a godlike figure. Even the most outstanding woman in the world is not worthy of Mr. Su, let alone a mere person like me." Lu Zhenhai was suddenly shocked. "Mika, this isn't like you. Where's your courage? Where's your confidence?" Lu Meijia spread her hands with a gloomy expression. "How can I have the courage or confidence to face Mr. Su? You." Lu Zhenhai was speechless. Next, Su Chen signed the purchase contract with Lu Zhenhai. When they left the Bay Villa, Lu Zhenhai and all the staff came to see them off. Looking at Su Chen riding away on his old electric bike, Lu Meijia held her cheeks with both hands and couldn't help but murmur, "I only wish there was someone who would ride a horse and wear fine clothes to accompany you to see the blazing prosperity." Doesn't Lu Meijia want to be the woman by Su Chen's side? Pity. She felt that she was dull and unworthy of Su Chen, the son of God. After Su Chen left the Bay Villa, Lu Zhenhai published an announcement on their company's official website. The content of the announcement was very simple, saying that the emperor's single-family villa was bought by a low-key rich man at a sky-high price of 350 million yuan. With the release of this announcement, a huge uproar ensued, and the entire China overseas real estate industry was instantly in an uproar. The emperor's descent, worth a whopping 350 million yuan, was actually bought by a low-key wealthy person? So, the question is, who is this low-key wealthy person? I asked someone I know, and they only said that this low-key wealthy person actually rode a beat-up electric scooter to the Bay Villa district to sign the contract. It's really curious. Even the richest man in Shanghai didn't have the guts to take down the emperor's villa. Now, has this unparalleled villa finally found its owner? I've heard that even many wealthy individuals can't afford to buy a villa like the emperor's arrival. What kind of wealthy individual can become the owner of the emperor's arrival? At the same time, Zhao Mengchen was waiting at the entrance of the Bay Villa. Seeing Lu Zhenhai and others lining up to see Su Chen off, Zhao Mengchen became even more certain that Su Chen was definitely a low-key wealthy tycoon. At this moment, seeing Su Chen driving a shabby electric car with a beeping sound coming towards her, Zhao Mengchen no longer acted reserved. With a plop, she knelt in front of Su Chen and said with an extremely sincere expression, "Brother Su Chen, I beg you for a favor." Seeing Zhao Mengchen blocking his way, Su Chen was afraid of hitting her, so he hurriedly stopped his electric bike and asked with a puzzled look, "Miss Xiao, what are you doing? Are you trying to scam me?" Chapter 27 Watching the Fun. It is said that a woman's expression changes faster than turning the pages of a book. You are not deceiving me. Su Chen remembered clearly that Zhao Mengchen had always been arrogant and domineering in front of him, Su Chen, as if she were a queen high above everyone else, and Su Chen could be stepped on by her at will. In the blink of an eye. What surprised Su Chen was that Zhao Mengchen actually knelt before him. This was quite new. Su Chen couldn't help but wonder if Zhao Mengchen had already known about his lavish 350 million yuan purchase of the emperor's arrival. Otherwise, how could this dog-eyed guy condescend to kneel in front of Su Chen? And what Su Chen couldn't understand was that Zhao Mengchen actually called him Brother Su Chen. At this moment, Zhao Mengchen knelt in front of Su Chen and said sincerely, "Brother Su Chen, I apologize to you for my previous arrogance and rudeness. I was too snobbish. I am now. I don't expect you to forgive me. I just hope you can give me a chance to treat you to a meal. In Zhao Mingchen's opinion, as long as she could treat Su Chen to a meal, then as the two of them got to know each other more, she would be 100% confident that she could win Su Chen over in one fell swoop. In the past, Zhao Mingchen was arrogant and looked down on everyone. Things are different now. So many employees of the Bay Villa are bowing and scraping in front of Su Chen. It can be seen that Su Chen must be a super rich boss. If she, Zhao Mingchen, can curry favor with him, she can become a wealthy wife in one fell swoop. Therefore, even though she was currently pursuing Su Chen and suffered a little grievance, compared to marrying into a wealthy family in the future and being able to spend money like water every day, this little grievance was really insignificant. Sorry, if you're treating me to a meal, then that's not necessary. If it's a scam, I'll give you money. As he spoke, Su Chen took out a $1 coin from his pocket and threw it in front of Zhao Mingchen. Seeing Zhao Mingchen staring at him in confusion, Su Chen shrugged. Don't be surprised, you're worth that much. Then, Su Chen started the electric car and drove away. Zhao Mingchen picked up a $1 coin from the ground, feeling bitter in her heart, and muttered to herself, Zhao Mingchen, was once the school belle, but in the eyes of that bastard Su Chen, I'm only worth $1. No. I must become Su Chen's woman, I must marry into a wealthy family. Zhao Mingchen got into the BMW, stepped on the accelerator, and chased Su Chen. Soon, Zhao Mingchen's BMW caught up with Su Chen's broken electric car. She stuck her head out of the window and immediately put on her best acting skills. She said sincerely, Brother Su Chen, I've made up my mind. Wherever you go, I'll follow. Su Chen shook his head helplessly. Ms. Zhao, I'm just a delivery man. Why don't you let me go? How did you like me? Can't I change? Su Chen had no good feelings for a snob like Zhao Mingchen. When I have no money, I am just trash in your eyes. Once you have money. Yo-ho! She treats you like a boss. Even if a woman like this throws herself at Su Chen, he won't even bother to look at her. What's wrong with delivering food? I just like delivering food. People passing by stopped to watch. They all cast envious glances at Su Chen. After all, passers-by didn't know that Su Chen, the takeaway boy, was actually a super rich man who bought the emperor's world for 350 million without blinking an eye. Oh my god, this is a bit unbelievable. A BMW driving woman is pursuing a delivery guy? Is this a moral decline or a distortion of human nature? If a BMW driving woman could pursue a delivery guy, then I wouldn't have studied for a doctorate in the first place. Now, I'm still a single dog. Ask yourself, even though this BMW woman is pretty, she's still not good enough for the delivery guy in terms of looks. Su Chen stopped his broken electric car and walked up to Zhao Mingchen's BMW. He said in a cold tone, Miss Zhao, is this fun? Let me tell you clearly, even if you keep pestering me, I, Su Chen, will be the man you will never get in your life. Hearing this, the eyes of the people around suddenly shattered to the ground. Nah, this is the gap between people. When I was pursuing my goddess, I sent her flowers and red envelopes every day, but unfortunately, she didn't even look at me. And this delivery boy, the BMW goddess is pursuing him, but he actually refuses? And he even says, I'm the man you can never have in your life? What else can I ask for if I'm like this? It's absolutely awesome. Love. This delivery guy is simply my idol. Right at this moment, a black Toyota Prado slowly stopped in front of Su Chen and Zhao Mingchen. A moment later, a burly young man wearing a windbreaker and sunglasses got out of the car and walked straight towards Su Chen and Zhao Mingchen. What's going on? There seems to be a plot twist, huh? Hold your melon seeds, straighten your posture, and start watching the show. Everyone around was just there to watch the fun. Chapter 28. What is the concept of 20 years? I don't know why. When Zhao Mingchen saw the burly man in sunglasses, he suddenly looked flustered. Su Chen was very sure that he didn't know this man, so he turned to look at Zhao Mingchen and said without question, You go ahead, I still have to go deliver the food. Finished. Su Chen turned around and was about to leave. Su Chen didn't want to meddle in other people's affairs, nor did he have any curiosity. Even if something bloody happened to Zhao Mingchen, Su Chen was too lazy to pay attention or understand. Only. The moment Su Chen turned around, Zhao Mingchen grabbed Su Chen's arm and pleaded pitifully, Brother Su Chen, please don't leave. I'm in trouble now. That damn guy is called Chen Dong. Although his name sounds like a pillar of talent, this scum is simply a piece of shit. He's been pursuing me for several years. I'm so annoyed. Oh. Su Chen found it funny. What does it have to do with me if someone else pursues you? What, do you want me to be a shield? Su Chen saw through Zhao Mingchen's little thoughts at a glance. That's not what I meant. Zhao Mingchen lowered her head and gently shook Su Chen's arm. She looked like a girl acting coquettishly in front of her boyfriend. Can. Su Chen had no interest in a materialistic woman like Zhao Mingchen. He pushed her away and said in a cold tone, Miss Zhao, could you please stop bothering me? Chen Dong walked in front of Su Chen and Zhao Mingchen and simply chose to ignore Su Chen. Then, in front of Zhao Mingchen, he put on a self-proclaimed handsome and cool look, pretending to be a gentleman and said, Ms. Zhao, I have booked a table at the Pearl Hotel. Let's have a good chat today. Oh, right. I have a valuable gift for you. I will definitely give you a surprise when the time comes. As for Chen Dong, why did he order food at the Pearl Hotel? How could Zhao Mingchen not know his intention? At this moment, in order to leave a good impression in front of Su Chen, Zhao Mingchen simply said to Chen Dong in a decisive tone, Mr. Chen, how many times have I told you? There is no possibility between us, so please stop bothering me. Zhao Mingchen folded her arms, looking very arrogant. Oh. Chen Dong was stunned for a moment, then sneered. Zhao Mingchen, what the hell are you pretending to be? I don't even know what kind of person you are. As long as a man has money, you want to kneel down and call him daddy. Now, I earn 100,000 yuan a month, what right do you have to reject me? Snort. Zhao Mingchen snorted coldly and turned his head away without looking at Chen Dong's expression. Chen Dong had completely lost his patience. In his opinion, to deal with a gold digger like Zhao Mingchen, all he needed was money. As for Zhao Mingchen's rejection of him, she was just pretending to be noble. What the hell are you talking about? I booked a meal at the Pearl Hotel and spent 8,000 yuan on it. You just said you don't want to go? Stop pretending. Others don't know who you are, but don't I know it too? While speaking, Chen Dong went to grab Zhao Mingchen's arm. Can. Zhao Mingchen dodged it in an instant. Su Chen had no interest in what was going on between Zhao Mingchen and Chen Dong. Wouldn't it be better to deliver 2 takeout orders if he had the time? However, just as Su Chen turned around, Zhao Mingchen hugged Su Chen's arm tightly. Immediately. With a boastful tone, she said to Chen Dong, Mr. Chen, just give up. I have someone I like, brother Su Chen. Zhao Mingchen is indeed an actor with great acting skills. When she spoke, she leaned her head on Su Chen's shoulder, as if they were a couple. Su Chen was a little surprised by this sudden scene. Ask yourself. Su Chen looked down upon a snob like Zhao Mingchen, but he couldn't push Zhao Mingchen away no matter what. Damn it. At this time, Chen Dong's attention shifted to Su Chen. Seeing that he was wearing a delivery uniform and had a broken electric bike next to him, his mouth twitched fiercely, his eyes widened, and he said angrily, Zhao Mingchen, are you an idiot? My monthly income is 100,000, and you refuse me? Result. Falling for a delivery guy? With all due respect, a scumbag like him isn't even worthy of carrying my shoes, you know? Look at the rickety electric bike next to him, how embarrassing. And then look at my Toyota Prado, how high-end and majestic it is. Even a fool would know who to choose, right? Hearing Chen Dong's words, Su Chen was also a little angry. He stared at Chen Dong and said in a cold tone, when you talk to this woman, don't drag me into this, okay? In addition, why do you look down on the delivery guy? Chen Dong considered himself a rich man, so when he looked at Su Chen, his expression was full of ridicule and disdain. He snorted coldly, glanced at his Toyota Prado, and said proudly, why? Because I drive a Toyota Prado, and you ride a shabby electric bike. Do you know what Toyota Prado means? Let me do the math for you. Working tirelessly as a delivery driver every day, can you earn 5,000 yuan a month? At the end of the year, you can only save a meager few tens of thousands of yuan. In other words, if you want to buy my Toyota Prado, you'll have to work hard for at least 20 years. What does 20 years mean? Perhaps. By the time you drive a Toyota Prado, I'll have already taken to the sky on a rocket, huh? Su Chen was helpless. But I was roaring in my heart, why are you forcing me? Looking at Chen Dong calmly, Su Chen said neither servilely nor arrogantly, speaking of cars, I happen to have one. Chapter 29 Self-Knowledge. When Chen Dong heard Su Chen's words, he was stunned at first. Immediately, he burst out laughing, almost crying. You have a car too? Ha, are you trying to make me laugh to death by saying that? Pointing at the broken electric bike next to Su Chen, Chen Dong said with an exaggerated expression, You mean this broken electric bike? 2. Chen Dong nodded and said in a playful tone, Of course, in the eyes of you dead takeaway riders, a crappy electric bike is indeed a car. However, compared to my Toyota Prado, the difference between them is like heaven and earth. While speaking, Chen Dong looked at Zhao Mengchen and said with a playful look, Zhao Mengchen, the man you like is not an idiot, is he? How dare you say that a broken electric bike is also a car? You say that, aren't you afraid of being laughed to death? Believe it or not, I will smash your broken electric bike into pieces in a minute. The car I'm talking about is not an electric car, but a Bugatti. Su Chen spoke calmly, took out the Bugatti car keys, and waved them in front of Chen Dong. However, unexpectedly, Su Chen was too careless, and when he took out the car keys, his house purchase contract fell to the ground with a clatter. What a coincidence! At this moment, a gust of wind blew and directly turned the purchase contract to the end. The seal of the Bay Villa district was very eye-catching, and the purchase amount was also clearly visible. The emperor's appearance worth 350 million yuan instantly stunned Chen Dong. How is this possible? Chen Dong's eyes were bloodshot, and he was extremely shocked. In his opinion, a mere delivery boy couldn't afford a car, let alone a villa. However, the other party was holding the keys to the Bugatti. And there is also a house purchase contract worth 350 million yuan from the emperor? For a while, Chen Dong stood there in a daze, feeling as if he was about to suffocate. After a moment, Chen Dong managed to come to his senses and looked at Su Chen with a look that no longer contained the contempt and disdain he had before, but become extremely respectful and fearful. However, more people are confused. How can a delivery man own a Bugatti sports car? How can a delivery man afford a 350 million yuan Imperial Bay villa? You know, even the richest man in Shanghai doesn't drive a Bugatti or live in a luxurious bayfront villa. Could this delivery guy be the heir to some wealthy family? He's not just delivering food because he's poor. Is he just here to experience life? Seeing Chen Dong smacking his lips, his face full of shock and disbelief, Su Chen said calmly, Now, do you still dare to look down on the delivery man? Zhao Mengchen took Su Chen's arm and suddenly became extremely vain. If you want to find a man, you have to find someone like Brother Su Chen, who has a godlike appearance and is rich enough to rival a country. Who can compare to him? Gul Yuan. Hearing Su Chen's words, Chen Dong couldn't help but swallow his saliva. At this moment, he really wanted to crawl into the crack of the ground. It seemed as if there were invisible slaps in the air, slapping Chen Dong's face hard. Chen Dong was regretting it so much that his intestines turned green. Everything is fine. Why did he mock the delivery guy? Did he deserve it? Driving a mere Toyota Prado, you go and show off in front of the delivery guy's Bugatti? You know, Toyota Prado is not even as good as scrap metal in front of Bugatti. Besides, although the house where Chen Dong lives is worth more than 1 million yuan, he still has to pay the mortgage every month. Look at the delivery guy who spent 350 million yuan to buy the emperor's arrival. Such a gap is really like the difference between heaven and earth. No matter how shameless Chen Dong is, he dare not underestimate the delivery guy again. Brother, I'm blind and don't recognize a great man. Please don't bother with a scum like me. Chen Dong hurriedly smiled and apologized respectfully but fearfully. Joke. He drives a Bugatti and lives in a 350 million yuan imperial palace. How could a mere Chen Dong afford to offend such a powerful man? Therefore, he had no choice but to make amends with all his might. Who is your brother? Kneel down. Su Chen shouted coldly. With a plop, Chen Dong's legs went weak and he knelt down in front of Su Chen, crying and saying, Dad, I was wrong. He called him dad with such sincerity that it was more genuine than calling him his biological dad. Su Chen looked down at Chen Dong who was kneeling in front of him and said calmly, I don't mean anything else. I just want to tell you that whether you are a rag picker or a delivery man, everyone just has a different division of labor in society. Everyone earns money with their own hard work. There is no distinction between high and low. Do you understand? I understand, I understand. Chen Dong's face was full of sincerity, and he nodded frequently. Let go. Su Chen broke free from Zhao Mengchen, started his old electric car, and drove away. His back looked so handsome and unruly, even the old electric car seemed to be covered with a halo at this moment. After a long time, Qindong smiled bitterly, turned to look at Zhao Mengchen, and said in a stern tone, "Zhao Mengchen, I see. You're planning to throw yourself at that low-key rich man, right? But unfortunately, with your figure and looks, you're not worthy of him. As a person, you should know yourself. What do you care?" Zhao Mengchen glared at Qindong fiercely, got into his BMW, stepped on the accelerator, and chased after Su Chen's electric car. "Brother Su Chen, wait for me." Bang! Zhao Mengchen sped up the car, but the next moment, a car accident happened. Chapter 30 Compensation of 50,000 yuan. Zhao Mengchen's BMW hit a silver-white Ferrari. No one was hurt, but the hood of the car was completely deformed. The owner of the Ferrari was a woman in her 40s. After getting out of the car, she started cursing at Zhao Mengchen. Watching Su Chen driving away on his electric bike, Zhao Mengchen felt like dying. She was wailing in her heart, wondering why the road to becoming a wealthy wife was so full of thorns and setbacks. Woo woo woo. It's so hard for me. Why am I so hurt when my dream hasn't come true yet? At the same time, after Qindong returned home, he was completely distraught and couldn't muster any energy. Seeing this, Qindong's father Chen Min asked in confusion, "Dong, what happened? Why do you look unhappy?" Next, Qindong told Chen Min everything that happened between him and Su Chen. After listening to his son's story, Chen Min was stunned. It took him a long time to come back to his senses. "You mean, a young guy driving a Bugatti? And the emperor who bought the Bay Villa has arrived?" Qindong nodded hurriedly. "Yeah, I even knelt down for him on the street." "What? You even knelt down to them?" Bang! Chen Min was furious and slapped Qindong hard in the face, angrily scolding him, "You worthless thing. How can a man kneel down so easily? If this gets out, where will I put my old face? But that delivery guy has a Bugatti and an imperial villa." Qindong said aggrievedly. "Bullshit Bugatti, that emperor's villa. How can a delivery guy like him afford a Bugatti, and how can he afford to live in an emperor's villa?" Chen Min was furious, spitting profusely as he berated, "Even the richest man in Shanghai isn't worthy of living in the luxurious bayfront villas. How could you believe a delivery driver you met on the street who said he lived in a luxurious bayfront villa? You're a highly educated person, after all. How could you be so easily deceived? Are you still my son?" Qindong had a sad face. "Dad, I saw with my own eyes the contract that the delivery boy signed to buy the emperor's house. It even had the seal of the Bay Villa Company on it. Seeing may not be believing. How come, just based on a house purchase contract, you believe that the delivery guy can live in the emperor's house? According to your thinking, if I print a business card of the world's richest man, will I become the world's richest man?" Chen Min said angrily. Hearing his father's words, Qindong suddenly understood. "Oh shit. Could it be that I, Qindong, who has been so wise all my life, was deceived by that stupid delivery man? Why?" Chen Min sighed deeply, somewhat disappointedly. "Why did I give birth to such a stupid son like you? You're such a pig-brained kid. Even a delivery guy could trick you. How stupid are you? Normally, you seem quite clever, but in the end, you were fooled by a piece of trash delivery guy? Don't tell me you're my son when you go out. I can't afford to lose face like that." Qindong clenched his fists, his eyes sinister as he muttered, "Don't let me run into you again, or I'll beat you up every time I see you." The other side. Su Chen rode his old electric bike and continued to deliver food. Su Chen is a man of great vision. He doesn't develop a nouveau riche mentality just because he owns a Bugatti and an imperial villa in the Bay. He says, "I don't want to work hard anymore. I just want to spend my life like a salted fish." You have no pursuit in life, and yet you want to be compared with others? Isn't it great to experience life by delivering food? 7 o'clock in the evening. Su Chen finished work early. At this time, Su Chen did not ride his broken electric bike anymore. Instead, he drove his Bugatti and planned to go for a ride. You know. Although Su Chen is low-key, he can't just let the Bugatti rust, right? Just after leaving the community, Su Chen found that he had no cigarettes. For a man, life always feels a little lacking without cigarettes in hand. After getting off the car, Su Chen went to a nearby supermarket and bought a box of Golden Leaf. Su Chen was used to smoking this brand, so every time he bought cigarettes, he would buy this brand. Just after coming out of the supermarket, Suchen saw a burly man with a big gold chain around his neck punching and kicking a rag picker, cursing and yelling, "You damn rag picker, you actually hit my Audi A6 with your broken tricycle? You know. How much does my Audi A6 cost? 500,000. What does 500,000 mean? You can earn 50,000 yuan by picking up scraps your whole life? Can you afford a nut on my car?" The rag picker knelt on the ground and begged, "Please stop hitting me. You can ask me not to hit you, but you have to pay me 50,000 yuan in compensation." The Audi owner said arrogantly. 50,000? Hearing this figure, the rag picker was immediately horrified. "I've been picking up rags all year and haven't even made 5,000 yuan. How can I get 50,000 yuan for you? Please, can you please give me less? You're missing a hammer, and you can't even afford 50,000 yuan in compensation. Go to hell." While cursing, the strong man was about to punch and kick the rag-picking old man. Suchen happened to pass by and saw that the strong man's Audi A6 was intact, while the rag-picking old man's broken three-wheeled car was directly deformed by the collision. Suddenly, Suchen became angry. Seeing the burly man about to punch the old man in the head, Suchen grabbed the burly man's wrist and said in a cold tone, "Are you still being unreasonable? Even if you want compensation, you should pay me 50,000 yuan. What the hell?" The strong man was immediately furious when he heard Suchen's words. Chapter 31: Smashing Cars. Suchen just wanted to happily deliver food every day and quietly strive to become the richest man in the world. Of course, to be precise, Suchen didn't need to strive for anything. He only needed to open the big treasure chest every day to make a fortune. So, Suchen didn't want to meddle in other people's business. Suchen couldn't stand the scene in front of him. The owner of the Audi completely destroyed the rag picker's tricycle. Not only did he not talk about compensation, he also asked the rag picker to give him 50,000 yuan in compensation. You know. The Audi was unharmed. Is there any justice in the world anymore? At this moment, seeing the burly man staring at him with anger, Suchen said calmly, "I'll say it again, pay me 50,000 yuan in compensation, otherwise, I will not let this matter go." Oh. Hearing this, the burly man couldn't help but sneer, looking Suchen up and down, and said in a tone of extremely contempt, "Are you trying to imitate others to be a hero and speak out when you see injustice? Then, may I ask, what do you do? Do you have the qualifications to meddle in my business?" "I'm a delivery man," Suchen said neither humbly nor arrogantly. Puff. Hearing Suchen say that he was a delivery man, the strong man burst out laughing. The people around watching the excitement also pointed at Suchen. A small food delivery driver dares to meddle in other people's business? Isn't it better for everyone to mind their own business? When you stand up for others, please consider whether you have the ability to do so. Otherwise, you will only make a fool of yourself. The burly man glanced around with a look of contempt on his face. Listen up, everyone. How dare this damned delivery guy meddle in my business? I just want to ask, what's his right? Ha ha. Because I have my own conscience, Suchen said with a firm look. Conscience? Tisk. The burly man rolled his eyes and said unhappily, "These days, it's the money age. Everyone's striving for wealth. Who the hell still cares about conscience? Excuse me, this damned delivery scumbag, how much is conscience per pound?" Suchen was too lazy to talk nonsense with the strong man, and said without question, "Pay compensation of 50,000 yuan to me immediately." "You said compensation, so I'll compensate you. Who the hell do you think you are?" While speaking, the burly man patted the hood of the Audi next to him and said proudly, "See? This is the top of the line Audi A6. A piece of trash like you, after working your whole life, can't even afford a single nut on my car, and you're still trying to meddle in other people's business? Are you worthy enough?" Suchen shook his head and said helplessly, "So, you are relying on the fact that you own an Audi A6 to bully others? So what?" Zhuang Han's tone became more and more disdainful. "What a coincidence, I also have a car." Suchen stared at the strong man deeply. "Your car? Ha, you're killing me with laughter. You're just a delivery guy, what kind of car do you have? A broken tricycle or a broken electric scooter?" The sturdy man's face showed a strong expression of contempt and mockery. "Come on, drive your car out and watch me smash it to pieces on the spot." No matter it was a broken tricycle or a broken electric scooter, the strong man felt that with his financial resources, he could afford the compensation by smashing anything he wanted, even if he destroyed 100 vehicles. Suchin frowned slightly and asked doubtfully, "Do you really dare to smash my car?" "Damn it!" The burly man completely lost his patience, his eyes widening as he yelled, "You're just a delivery guy, why wouldn't I dare smash your car? Hurry up, drive your car out, and I'll smash it in front of everyone. If I don't, I'm your son." "Good." Suchen took out the Bugatti car key and pressed it. Suddenly, the headlights of the Bugatti 10 meters away lit up, and the car door slowly opened upwards, like a phoenix spreading its wings. The visual impact was very strong. Everyone around, including the strong man, was dumbfounded. Su Chenyun pointed at Bugatti calmly and said, "Come on, smash it. If you don't, you're my son." Chapter 32: Losing both the wife and the army. The scene before their eyes shocked everyone so much that it was too strong. You know, Su Chen was wearing a delivery uniform, but he could afford a Bugatti worth tens of millions? Just now, the Audi owner was extremely arrogant and domineering, as if he had eaten Su Chen to death. What's the result? When Su Chen pressed the key of the Bugatti, the whole world seemed to be quiet in an instant. The strongman no longer made any mocking sounds, and the people around who were watching the excitement were also silent, not daring to make a sound. There were already huge waves in their hearts. Oh my goodness, what kind of god is this? How can he afford an international supercar like a Bugatti? Audi owner, you've hit a wall this time. Let's see how he ends up. Right now. The Audi owner was also completely frightened. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead and his whole body was trembling. After swallowing with great difficulty, he seemed to want to say something, but his Adam's apple moved again and again, but no sound came out of his throat. Su Chen glanced at his Bugatti and urged, "Don't be polite, smash it. If you don't, you're my son." Su Chen shook his head and said helplessly, "I don't have a girlfriend yet, and I absolutely can't afford to have a rebellious son like you." Smash Bugatti? Are you kidding me? Does the Audi owner want to die? Perhaps. If he just scratched the Bugatti even a little, he would lose everything. Thinking of this, the Audi owner didn't dare to hesitate anymore and knelt down in front of Su Chen with a plop. And shout loudly, "Dad, Dad." Su Chen held his forehead with one hand, completely speechless to the burly man. Pointing at the burly man, Su Chen said helplessly, "You are really shameless, invincible in the world. How much older are you than me? How can I save my dignity by calling me dad in public?" At this point, Su Chen glanced at the ragpicker and said to the Audi owner without question, "Since you call me dad, you must listen to me, your father. Pay this old man 50,000 yuan in damages. Shouldn't that be a problem for you?" The Audi owner wanted to die. If he hadn't taken advantage of his power to bully others and beat up the ragpicker, why would it have come to this? It's okay now. Not only did he lose the wife, but he also lost his army. Not only did he lose face, but he also had to pay 50,000 yuan to the ragpicker? At this moment, the Audi owner's heart was bleeding, but he didn't dare to disobey Su Chen's words. Joke. Since this gentleman can afford a Bugatti worth tens of millions, then he is naturally no ordinary person. If he offends such a big boss, how will he survive in Shanghai in the future? After figuring this out, the Audi owner no longer hesitated, took out his phone, and transferred 50,000 yuan to the ragpicker. Then, she asked Su Chen cautiously, "Dad, do you think this is okay? Get out of here now, I don't want to see your face like this." Su Chen waved his hands as if he was shooing away a fly. Moment. The Audi owner felt as if he had been pardoned. He quickly got into the car and sped away. 50,000? When the old man who picked up rags saw the transfer information on his mobile phone, he immediately danced with joy and turned his head to look at Su Chen. He knelt down again. Seeing this, Su Chen quickly helped the old man up and said respectfully, "Uncle, you are embarrassing me. Oh, by the way, that reckless man just now didn't hurt you, right? Otherwise, I will take you to the hospital now?" At this moment, a tall figure walked towards Su Chen. After recognizing Su Chen, he saw Su Chen standing in front of the old man's broken tricycle and immediately exclaimed, "Su Chen? Are you picking up rubbish now?" Chapter 33. Who is he? The owner of this tall figure is a young and beautiful girl. She looks lively and full of youthfulness. Her name is Jia Meng, and she was the girl next door when Su Chen was a child. At first, Jia Meng followed Su Chen all day long, climbing trees to dig out bird nests, going to the river to catch loaches, blowing snot bubbles in the wind, and flying kites with Su Chen. In the blink of an eye, she had grown into a beautiful young lady. Jia Meng? Su Chen also recognized the pretty girl and was about to explain that he was not picking up rags, but delivering takeout. But unexpectedly, before he could speak, Jia Meng said mischievously, "If Brother Su Chen makes a living by picking up rags, then I will pick up rags with Brother Su Chen." Hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. The old man who was picking up scraps nearby nodded in appreciation. "Young man, good deeds will be rewarded. You will definitely be very happy in the future with such a beautiful and virtuous girlfriend." Su Chen was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. "She's not my girlfriend, she's my sister." In Su Chen's eyes, Jia Meng is no different from his own sister. The old man who picked up rags told Su Chen that his injuries were not serious and that he would be fine after a few days of rest at home. After saying goodbye to the old man, Jia Meng said expectantly, "Brother Su Chen, we haven't seen each other for several years. What do you do now?" Su Chen pointed to his uniform. "Jia Meng is very smart. She should be able to tell what my job is from my uniform, right?" "We." Jia Meng smiled sweetly. "So Brother Su Chen is a delivery man? Do you feel ashamed?" "No, you earn money with your own hard-working hands. Wearing a helmet, a uniform, and riding an electric bike, you are the most handsome guy on the street." Ha ha. Su Chen smiled brightly and couldn't help but give Jia Meng a thumbs up. "Our little sister Jia Meng is so sweet to hear." Su Chen and Jia Meng walked and talked. When they arrived in front of the Bugatti, Su Chen pressed the car key and made a gentleman's gesture to Jia Meng. "Get in the car, brother will take you for a ride, and we will talk in the car. Gulong." After seeing the Bugatti, Jia Meng's eyes widened and she swallowed involuntarily. She said in disbelief, "Brother Su Chen, this Bugatti sports car is your car?" "Aha." Su Chen nodded nonchalantly, saying, "It's just a means of transportation. There's no need to make a fuss. It's just a means of transportation, that's all." Jia Meng felt like she was almost suffocating. She hadn't seen her brother Su Chen for a few years. Although he was a delivery man, he was so rich that he could afford a Bugatti worth tens of millions? Sitting in the passenger seat, Jia Meng suddenly felt that she had reached the pinnacle of her life, and her whole body was light and airy. Along the way, she held Su Chen's arm, laughing and talking non-stop. From time to time, she would lean close to Su Chen's ear and whisper something. People who didn't know would think that they were a couple. Su Chen drove the Bugatti and raced around Shanghai. He then took Jia Meng to Ningzheng Food Street for a meal and drinks. When it was almost 10 o'clock in the evening, Su Chen sent Jia Meng to the gate of Shanghai Film Academy. Jia Meng is a freshman in the acting department at the China Overseas Film Academy. Brother Su Chen, bye." After getting off the car, Jia Meng waved to Su Chen with bright eyes and white teeth. "Bye-bye." Su Chen restarted the Bugatti and drove towards the slum house he rented. Although Su Chen had bought the Emperor's Bay Villa worth 350 million, he had already developed feelings for this slum house. For a moment, he didn't want to move to the Emperor's place yet. "Meng, who is the Bugatti owner who just sent you back? Tell me the truth, is he dating a rich man?" Jia Meng was about to walk into the school gate when she was seen by several of her roommates. So, they swarmed towards Jia Meng like a swarm of bees, staring at her with gossipy looks on their faces. I don't know why. Jia Meng's beautiful face turned red in an instant. "What do you mean by dating a rich man?" "He is my brother Su Chen." Jia Meng explained shyly. Chapter 34, Money. Brother Su Chen? Seeing Jia Meng so shy, several roommates looked at each other and started to make a fuss with exaggerated expressions. "Hey, nothing has happened yet, and you're already calling Su Chen brother? Meng, tell me the truth, how far has it progressed?" Meng, let me tell you, if you're not interested in a wealthy man like that, tell me right away. I'll risk everything to get him. After all, my lifelong dream is to marry into a wealthy family." Hearing his roommates teasing, Jia Meng suddenly became anxious. "Who said I'm not interested in brother Su Chen anymore? I just..." When Jia Meng said this, her cheeks turned hot. "Just what? Tell me." "Oh, our cute school beauty, are you shy? Meng is in love?" If this news gets out, many handsome guys in our Shanghai Film Academy will definitely be heartbroken. At the same time, Su Chen had already driven the Bugatti back to his slum. Ask yourself. Su Chen really didn't want to be high profile, but his strength didn't allow it. Driving an international supercar like Bugatti, the visual impact on passers-by was too strong. Usually, when people saw Su Chen riding a shabby electric bike, they all looked at him with contempt. Right now, the residents around the entire slum area all stared at the Bugatti with awe as it slowly drove past them. Am I a little bit low-key? Su Chen sighed slightly and parked the Bugatti in front of his house. The next day, Su Chen ran for half an hour in the morning light. While eating breakfast, the system notification sound rang in Su Chen's mind. Drop. Is today's treasure chest reward open? Su Chen didn't even think about it and replied directly with his mind, smoothly. Drop. Congratulations to the host for receiving a 1 billion reward. Then, Su Chen's phone rang, a text message alert. He quickly swiped the screen and saw the bank transfer information. His eyes widened. Tens of millions, hundreds of millions, holy shit, is this really 1 billion? I don't have to do anything every day, and I can get a big treasure chest reward. How can I describe this kind of lazy life? Only. When will I become the richest man in the world? I'm looking forward to it. Su Chen thought that it was time to give some money to his parents. After all, filial piety is the most important virtue. Now that he, Su Chen, is on the road to becoming the richest man in the world, he must first respect his parents. 9 o'clock in the morning. In a poor little village in Zheng County, Su Chen's father Su Li was feeding pigs and his mother Liang Xiui was sowing shu sols in the yard. At this moment, neighbor Yang Saixia walked in and saw Su Li feeding pigs and Liang Xiui sowing shu sols, and a mocking voice was heard. Hey, you're still feeding pigs and sowing shu sols? People say that raising children is a way to prepare for old age. At our age, we should be eating delicious food and drinking spicy drinks every day, then basking in the sun and chatting with neighbors. Unlike you two old people, you are almost 50 years old, why are you still working so hard? Su Li was not angry, and said with a smile, Hey, I'm from the countryside, I'm used to working hard all my life. Yang Saixia said with a smug look, It seems that there is a huge gap between people. Just yesterday, my son bought me a pet dog. I heard it cost tens of thousands. Me now. Just walking the dog and basking in the sun every day, this kind of life is really beautiful. Look at you, old Su, who works so hard feeding pigs. How much money can you earn in a year? Oh, by the way, my son is doing well now. He sends me and his father 10,000 yuan for living expenses every month. How much living expenses does your Shaochen send you? Su Li looked at Liang Xiui with a lack of confidence. Immediately. With a bitter expression, he said, My Shaochen's life is not easy either. He's currently delivering food, and the cost of living in a big city like Shanghai is high, so he doesn't have any extra money to send back home. What? Delivery? Yang Saixia was stunned. Then, he let out an exaggerated sneer. A man delivering food is doomed to failure. No wonder he doesn't have any extra money to send home. He seems to be having a very miserable life. I remember when we were in school, your Shaochen was a top student every year, winning countless awards. How come he's ended up like this now? Su Li and Liang Xiui looked at each other and remained silent. Sudden. Su Li's phone rang, a text message alert. He swiped the screen and saw the content of the message. Su Li exclaimed in surprise. Chen, look. It's a transfer message. It must be Shaochen sending us money. Cut. Yang Saixia sneered. How much money can a delivery guy transfer? Look how excited you are. As she spoke, Yang Saixia moved closer to Su Li's phone screen. She wanted to see how much money Su Chen had transferred to Su Li. If it was a few $100s, she would definitely hit it hard. After seeing the content of Su Li's text message, Yang Saixia was stunned. Chapter 35 Something to discuss. Right now. The expressions on the faces of Su Li, Liang Xiui and Yang Saixia were truly wonderful. Su Li and Liang Xiui were extremely surprised, but Yang Saixia looked at them in disbelief at first. Immediately. Burning with jealousy, he looked at the text message on Su Li's phone screen and said sourly, Old Su, you've been a farmer all your life, and your only side job is raising pigs. Where is your son? I used to have good grades and was handsome. Now, he's just a delivery guy. How could he have the money to give you this 1 million? He must have done something illegal. I heard that some young people nowadays are not learning their lesson and are doing live broadcasts online, deceiving people, or committing telecom fraud. Oh. When Liang Xiuyi heard this, she sneered. Auntie Xia, your son made money, so you said he was promising and brought honor to your family. My child transferred 1 million yuan, oh, so he did something illegal? You also said live streaming scams, telecom fraud? I know my son's character better than you do. Yang Saixia was immediately ashamed. She stared at Liang Xiuyi and Su Li deeply, and said angrily, then we'll see. Maybe. Your Su Chen was imprisoned that day, so you two old people should be mentally prepared as soon as possible. Go away quickly, our child will never do anything illegal. Liang Xiuyi is also a mother who protects her son. How could she not fight back when her son was humiliated like this? After Yang Saixia left, Liang Xiuyi suddenly panicked. She looked at Su Li and said anxiously, Dad, what's going on? Xiaochen delivers food every day. Even if he doesn't eat or drink, he can't earn 1 million. Could it be that? Pa. Su Li interrupted Liang Xiuyi and said firmly, you don't trust your own child? Fine, I'll call Xiaochen now and ask him what's going on with the 1 million. Hurry up and hit it. Soon. Su Li called Su Chen, who was about to go out to deliver food. After receiving the call from his father, Su Chen said straight to the point, Dad, you will definitely ask me what happened to the 1 million, right? Next. Su Chen briefly explained how he earned the 1 million. After hanging up the phone, Su Li finally felt relieved. He turned to Liang Xiuyi and said, you heard it just now, right? Xiaochen and his friend did a business together and earned 1 million. After knowing that the money was earned through legitimate means, Su Li was immediately relieved and said, Xiaochen, that bastard, finally didn't disappoint me. What did I say before? Even if our Xiaochen delivers food for the rest of his life. So, there are 360 professions, and every profession has its top talent. Our child will become a successful person sooner or later. Liang Xiuyi also smiled proudly and sighed, Xiaochen has come a long way. He has finally made it. But I am very worried about when Xiaochen will be able to bring his girlfriend home. Hi. Su Li smiled brightly and comforted her, Mother, you don't have to worry about this. Our child is handsome, and it's up to his father. Besides, he's making a lot of money now, so finding a girlfriend shouldn't be easy, right? Liang Xiuyi scolded, Xiaochen is handsome, but that's not like you at all. Look at you now, you look like a messed up old man. Ha ha. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Su Chen had just finished delivering a takeaway when his phone rang. He took out his phone and saw that it was Li Ruobing, the president of Dihao Group, calling. After answering the call, Li Ruobing's clear and pleasant voice came. Boss, there is something I want to discuss with you. Although Li Ruobing is arrogant and looks down on everyone, when he is in front of Su Chen, Li Ruobing is very respectful and speaks carefully. Go ahead. Su Chen said lightly. Li Ruobing pondered for a moment and continued, this matter is very important. I want to discuss it with you in person. Where are you? I'll pick you up right away. Su Chen smiled brightly. No need to bother. I'll come to the company now. Wait for me in your office. Okay. After Li Ruobing hung up the phone, he frowned. Hart said. I did this, but I don't know whether it is right or wrong. Chapter 36 Respect. As the president of Dihao Group, Li Ruobing's daily workload can really be described as being extremely busy. Su Chen is often not in the company, riding a broken electric bike to deliver food, under the euphemism of experiencing life. But Li Ruobing was very troubled. In other words, as the chairman of the Dihao Group, Su Chen let Li Ruobing do all his work. However, human energy is limited after all, so Li Ruobing took the initiative to decide and planned to hire a secretary for Su Chen. Only. Li Ruobing screened a lot of resumes. Although each job applicant was better than the other, Li Ruobing always felt that in order to become Su Chen's secretary, they must be gifted by heaven and the best in a field. Unable to make a final decision, Li Ruobing planned to meet with Su Chen and let Su Chen decide who to choose to be his secretary. At the same time, Su Chen was riding his broken electric scooter and had just stopped at the door of the Dihao Group's office building when he saw a tall, beautiful woman with a strong aura running straight towards him. Zhang Yanran had come to the Emgrand Group today to apply for the position of secretary to the chairman. Although she was exceptional in every way, she felt a sense of unease. After all, the chairman of the Grand Group was a billionaire, a multi-billionaire. Being able to serve as secretary to such a powerful figure would be a blessing. Then, while walking, she kept thinking in her mind, what should she say and what should she not say after meeting the interviewer, and how to show her best side to the interviewer. Because I was thinking about something. So, he accidentally bumped into Su Chen. With a loud thud, Su Chen's broken electric scooter fell to the ground. People are emotional animals, especially Su Chen, who is very nostalgic. This broken electric scooter has been with him for 3 years. Su Chen felt so sad when it was thrown to the ground. Miss, don't you have eyes when you walk? Su Chen was a little annoyed. He quickly picked up his broken electric scooter and checked it. Fortunately, it was not broken. The anger in his heart gradually subsided. Snort! Seeing Su Chen wearing a delivery uniform, Zhang Yanran couldn't help but snort coldly, and said in a very disdainful tone, "My dear brother, the Dihao Group is a first-tier enterprise in Shanghai and attaches great importance to its corporate image. You parked this broken electric car in front of such a big company. Are you deliberately trying to destroy the image of the Dihao Group?" While speaking, Zhang Yanran impatiently took out a brand new $100 bill from her high-end imitation Prada wallet and threw it at Su Chen's feet. "I crashed your electric donkey. It's my fault. This 100 yuan should be enough for you to fix it." Su Chen bent down and picked up 100 yuan. This action immediately aroused Zhang Yanran's contempt. She thought that this delivery rider was so pathetic that he actually bent down for a mere 100 yuan. Can. Su Chen picked up the 100 yuan and didn't put it in his pocket. Instead, he threw it directly in Zhang Yanran's face and scolded her, "Miss, you can disrespect me, but you must have the minimum respect for the RMB created by the working people." Finished. Su Chen walked into the Dihao Group. "You." Zhang Yanran wanted to scold Su Chen. "Can. The person has gone far away." Zhang Yanran stomped her feet in anger, thinking that the next time she saw this hateful guy, she would definitely scold him severely. Grand Group, President's Office. "Hello, boss." Seeing Su Chen walk into his office, Li Ruobing immediately bowed respectfully and greeted him. Chapter 37. Why is it you? Besides being respectful, Li Ruobing's feelings towards Su Chen were more of admiration and appreciation. She couldn't see through Su Chen, who could have become famous with his talent and good looks. But he silently chose to be an inconspicuous food delivery rider. Are they just experiencing life, or are all the real wealthy people so low-key? "Boss, please have some tea." Li Ruobing held the tea out to Su Chen respectfully with both hands. "Good." Taking the teacup from Li Ruobing, Su Chen took a sip. He then got straight to the point and said, "Tell me, what do you want from me?" Su Chen thought that the Dihao Group must have encountered some difficulties, which was why Li Ruobing was asking for instructions from him, the chairman. Unexpectedly, Li Ruobing told Su Chen that he would find a secretary for him. Hearing this, Su Chen was immediately at a loss for words. "I'm delivering food every day. Can you help me find a secretary to serve the air?" Li Ruobing gathered the hair behind her ears and hesitantly said, "Here's what I'm thinking. Boss, as the chairman of the Dihao Group, you should at least have a secretary. Even if you're often away from the company, you can delegate all matters, big or small, to your secretary. I'm currently following up on an overseas project, so I'm a bit overwhelmed. I hope you can understand." Su Chen was slightly stunned. Soon. He then understood Li Ruobing's good intentions. "Okay, I'll leave this matter entirely to you, okay? If there's nothing else, I'll go deliver the takeout." As he spoke, Su Chen stood up from the sofa, intending to leave Li Ruobing's CEO office. When Li Ruobing heard Su Chen's words, he was immediately upset. Heart said, "My big boss, I'm looking for a secretary for you, but you don't choose one and leave it to me. What's going on? If you find a secretary you're not satisfied with, won't you scold me to death?" "Boss, wait a minute." Seeing Su Chen was about to walk out of his office, Li Ruobing shouted hurriedly. "Is there anything else?" Su Chen asked puzzledly. After hesitating for a moment, Li Ruobing said, "Boss, I really can't make the decision on my own regarding finding you a secretary, so I hope you can make the final decision yourself." "Okay then." Su Chen nodded and said calmly, "Call all the applicants to your office so I can take a look." "Okay." Li Ruobing said hurriedly. Today, over 100 applicants came to the Imgrand Group to apply for the position of chairman's secretary. Each of them was extraordinary. They were either elite professionals who had switched jobs to the Imgrand Group to apply for the position of chairman's secretary, or outstanding graduates from prestigious universities, or even overseas PhD graduates. However, after Su Chen interviewed them, none of them was satisfactory. Li Ruobing thought to himself, it's really not an easy thing to become the chairman's secretary. Frowning slightly, Li Ruobing asked curiously, "Boss, I want to know what kind of job applicant is qualified to be your secretary?" "Why?" Su Chen sighed helplessly and said with some melancholy, "Ruobing, I'm hiring a secretary. I hope she can put her work first, but look at those job applicants. After seeing me, every one of them is crazy about me. How can such a person do a good job?" Li Ruobing smiled secretly. Being obsessed with love? Please. Chairman, you are young, handsome, and have an invincible temperament. Moreover, you are the chairman of the Dihao Group. Even a fairy would be crazy about you. This is normal, okay? Even I, Li Ruobing, also often get obsessed with girls. Are there any other job applicants? Su Chen asked. There's one more. Crunch. At this moment, Zhang Yanran knocked on the door and walked into Li Ruobing's office. The moment she saw Su Chen, her face changed drastically. She asked in disbelief, "Why is it you?" Chapter 38 Help. Zhang Yanran never expected to see this damned delivery driver again so soon. She thought to herself that the next time she saw this abominable guy, she would definitely scold him. However, what puzzled Zhang Yanran was why the other person appeared in the office of the CEO of the Imgrand Group. Could it be that this delivery driver was delivering food to the CEO of the Imgrand Group? That's definitely the case. It's me. Su Chen spread his hands and said calmly, "We meet again." While speaking, Su Chen flipped through the resume in his hand. It must be said that Zhang Yanran's resume is really excellent. Since I started school, I have been the top student in the class. At the age of only 26, she has already studied for a PhD in business administration at Stanford. However, what puzzles Su Chen is that why can't such an outstanding girl have a better character? Shouldn't we treat everyone with at least the minimum respect? No way. Do food delivery riders deserve to be ridiculed, despised, and looked down upon? How can this be true? How come you, a delivery boy, are in the president's office? Zhang Yanran cursed subconsciously. Li Ruobing glanced at Su Chen in panic, then hurriedly scolded Zhang Yanran, "Miss Zhang, please be more polite. This is Mr. Su Chen, the chairman of our Dihao Group." What, the chairman of the Imgrand Group? Gulong. After hearing this, Zhang Yanran subconsciously swallowed her saliva, her eyes widened, and she covered her mouth with her hands. Her beautiful face was filled with shock and disbelief. Now, Zhang Yanran really wanted to slap herself to death. Why would she use 100 yuan to humiliate this delivery boy? But who would have thought that this unremarkable delivery rider was actually the chairman of the Dihao Group? Oh my god. I, Zhang Yanran, am really unlucky. I really need this job as secretary to the chairman of the Dihao Group, but if I offend the chairman, I will no longer have any chance. In Li Ruobing's opinion. Although Zhang Yanran's qualifications in all aspects are excellent, just because of her rude remarks just now, she is no longer qualified to apply for the position of secretary to the chairman of their Dihao Group. Coming in front of Zhang Yanran, Li Ruobing said without question, "Ms. Zhang, I regret to inform you that you have been eliminated. Now, please leave my office immediately." Zhang Yanran felt a chill in her heart when she heard this. Just as he was about to leave the CEO's office, he saw Su Chen put down his crossed legs and handed Zhang Yanran's resume to Li Ruobing. He said casually, "Zhang Yanran, you're hired. Please come to work at Dihao Group on time at 8:30 tomorrow morning." Finished. Su Chen walked out of Li Ruobing's CEO office and continued to deliver the takeaway. Now, Zhang Yanran was dumbfounded, and Li Ruobing was bewildered. This roller coaster-like experience of ups and downs made Zhang Yanran's mind go blank. She originally thought that her job search was definitely a failure. Who would have thought that the chairman would actually ask her to come to work at Dihao Group tomorrow? After coming back to his senses, Li Ruobing turned to look at Zhang Yanran, smiled and said, "Congratulations, Miss Zhang." Zhang Yanran suddenly thought of something and said excitedly, "President, please do me a favor." What? Li Ruobing asked in confusion. Chapter 39, Watching. Zhang Yanran asked Li Ruobing to give her Su Chen's phone number. She must call Su Chen immediately to apologize. However, she changed her mind and thought that a phone apology would be insincere. So, she ran out of Li Ruobing's CEO office like crazy and rushed towards the first floor lobby of Dihao Group. Joke. The job that Zhang Yanran applied for was secretary to the chairman of the Dihao Group. She had humiliated Su Chen before. If she didn't apologize to Su Chen and seek his forgiveness, how could she carry out her work in the future? However, when Zhang Yanran just rushed to the door of the first floor lobby of Dihao Group, she saw Su Chen driving away on his broken electric scooter. Staring at Su Chen's back, Zhang Yanran slapped herself hard. Zhang Yanran, you were so blind. How could you offend your boss? After. How can I carry out my job as the chairman's secretary? At the same time, Li Ruobing paced back and forth in her office. She was puzzled. Why did Su Chen let Zhang Yanran, who was so rude, to be his secretary? Squinting his eyes, Li Ruobing muttered to himself, how can we ordinary people understand the actions of a master? After leaving Dihao Group, Su Chen continued to deliver takeout. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Wang Ji called and said that his parents had come to Shanghai, and asked Su Chen to drive the Bugatti to the train station to pick up Wang Ji's parents. People like to look decent, but Wang Ji has been in this situation for so long and doesn't even have a car. So, he planned to ask Su Chen to help him get in the spotlight. Su Chen has always been a man of loyalty. His friends' parents are his parents. So, Su Chen stopped taking orders, returned to the slum house he rented, parked his broken electric scooter, drove his Bugatti, and headed towards the community where Wang Ji rented. When passing by a supermarket, Su Chen stepped on the brakes. When Su Chen met Wang Ji's parents for the first time, he thought that as a junior, he should buy them a gift. Think of this. Su Chen got off the car and went to the supermarket to buy gifts. When Su Chen walked into the supermarket, dozens of people quickly surrounded the Bugatti. Click. Click. The sound of taking photos was endless. You have to know that this is a limited edition Bugatti worth tens of millions, which can usually only be seen on TV. Seeing it with your own eyes in real life, everyone was naturally very excited. Oh my god, it's actually the international supercar Bugatti? Without further ado, I'll take a photo and post it on WeChat Moments as a token of my appreciation. After living in poverty for so many years, today I can finally show off to my friends through this Bugatti. The onlookers stood in front of the Bugatti, and no one dared to get too close, for fear of scratching it. The compensation would be sky high, and they simply could not afford it. Therefore, the most they could do was watch from a distance of 1 meter. Everyone's eyes were full of awe, and they did not dare to show any disrespect. After all, this is an international supercar. My friends, today I'm going to show you the new car my husband bought for me. See it? It's a Bugatti. At this moment, a woman dressed very seductively came in front of Bugatti and spoke to the camera of her mobile phone. It seems she is a host, and at this moment, she is broadcasting live. Hu Rongrong is an unknown anchor on a small live broadcast platform. When she usually broadcasts, her popularity is only about 1 or 2,000. At this moment, as Bugatti walked into the camera, her popularity suddenly soared to 50,000. It turns out that there are very few comments in the live broadcast room. Now. But he was swiping the screen like crazy. Nima, it's really a Bugatti. So here's the question, who exactly is the anchor's boyfriend? How could he own a Bugatti worth tens of millions? Love. I'm going to give you a rocket first. Just to make it clear, this rocket is for Bugatti, definitely not for the streamer. Please be self-aware. No matter what. Hu Rongrong was very excited when someone gave her livestream a gift. At this moment, she danced with joy and said, "My husband is the most handsome man in the world and the one who dotes on me the most. Just a few days ago, I had a little tantrum, and my husband gave me a Bugatti to appease me." Su Chen was standing at the end of the crowd. When he heard Hu Rongrong's words, he felt both amused and helpless. When did I become your husband? Because he had to go to the train station to pick up Wang Ji's parents, Su Chen had to drive the Bugatti to the community where Wang Ji lived immediately. Please make way. Su Chen pushed through the crowd and walked towards his Bugatti. Can. The onlookers stopped Su Chen one after another. Young man, let me kindly remind you that when taking photos, you must not touch the Bugatti. Otherwise, if you dirty such an international supercar, you won't be able to afford the compensation even if you work as a delivery driver for a year, okay? Why would a delivery guy like me join in the fun? Su Chen turned a deaf ear to everyone's words of concern or ridicule. He came to Bugatti and gently patted Hu Rongrong's shoulder. "Miss, please make way," Su Chen said politely. Unexpectedly, Hu Rongrong looked Su Chen up and down. Seeing that he was wearing a delivery uniform, she immediately scolded him with disdain. "You're just a delivery guy, what are you doing here?" "See? This is a Bugatti, a gift from my husband. Can a scumbag like you, who has been delivering food all your life, afford a single nut on my car?" Su Chen spread his hands and asked in surprise, "Miss, when did I become your husband?" Chapter 40 I Don't Know You. Hu Rongrong was stunned. Then she started cursing. It was obvious that she still hadn't figured out the situation. Su Chen meant that the Bugatti was his car, and Hu Rongrong thought that Su Chen was being unreasonable. Now, pointing her index finger at Su Chen's nose, she began to curse arrogantly. "A scumbag delivery man, you still want to be my husband? Let me tell you, my husband, Hu Rongrong, makes 100,000 yuan a month. How can you, a poor delivery man, earn 100,000 yuan after working so hard for a whole year? Still want to be my husband? Bah!" The people around who were watching the fun were also pointing and talking at Su Chen. This guy needs to know his own place. A mere delivery driver wants to be the husband of such a beautiful girl? Ha, isn't this like a toad trying to eat swan meat? It's just wishful thinking. I think this delivery guy is here just to embarrass others. Su Chen was too lazy to pay attention to Hu Rongrong. He also turned a blind eye to the disdainful looks from the people around him. He shook his head and said helplessly, "Miss, if anyone gets a wife like you, it would be a disaster for the rest of their lives." "You bastard." Hu Rongrong was about to slap Su Chen, but she saw Su Chen took out the Bugatti car key and pressed it. Suddenly, the door of the Bugatti opened like a phoenix spreading its wings, and the streamlined body of the car shone as brightly as a diamond under the sunlight. For a while, everyone around, including Hu Rongrong, was stunned and gasped. Especially, the expression on Hu Rongrong's face was the most exaggerated. Just now, she had been dismissive of Su Chen. In the blink of an eye, Su Chen took out the Bugatti keys and slapped Hu Rongrong in the face. At this moment, Hu Rongrong felt humiliated. It was as if there were invisible slaps in the air, hitting her face hard. Awkward. Ashamed. Shame. Countless emotions surged into Hu Rongrong's heart. The crowd watching the excitement around were also completely excited. "Oh my god, this is unbelievable. The delivery guy's car is actually a limited edition Bugatti worth tens of millions? Oh, I can't even talk about regrets. If I had known I could make so much money delivering food, I wouldn't have joined a Fortune 500 company. Without further ado, starting tomorrow, I will join the food delivery army." Now, Su Chen wanted to sit in the driver's seat of the Bugatti, but was stopped by Hu Rongrong with her arms outstretched. Hu Rongrong was wearing heavy makeup and looked like a ghost. She had a thick layer of foundation on, and it was unknown whether she had used low-quality cosmetics. Looking closely at Hu Rongrong's face, it looked like the paint on the wall was about to fall off. She looked really ugly. "My dear, please let me sit in the passenger seat of your car?" The tone of Hu Rongrong's voice was so coquettish that everyone around who heard Hu Rongrong's words instantly got goosebumps all over their bodies, and Hu Rongrong's appearance also made Su Chen completely nauseous and want to vomit. "Sorry, I don't know you," Su Chen said in a cold tone. Su Chen hated women like Hu Rongrong from the bottom of his heart. When she met poor people, she acted like a queen who was high and mighty, and she didn't even have the most basic respect for others. In front of real rich men, Hu Rongrong would be as pitiful as a dog, and even wanted to kneel on the ground and wag her tail. "Don't be so heartless, husband." As she spoke, Hu Rongrong wanted to shake Su Chen's arm and act coquettishly. Su Chen quickly dodged. "Husband?" Hu Rongrong's boyfriend Bu Chang agreed to go shopping with Hu Rongrong. Now, just as he was passing by here, he heard his girlfriend calling someone else husband. He immediately rushed over in anger and roared at Hu Rongrong, "Bitch, who are you calling husband just now?" Chapter 41 Make way. Hu Rongrong is so smart. In order to leave a good impression on Su Chen, he scolded Bu Chang, "How can a loser like you be worthy of me, Hu Rongrong? Look at this little brother. He's more handsome than you and drives a limited edition Bugatti. Step up. I'm not trying to hit you, but you're not even worthy of carrying this young man's shoes. As she spoke, Hu Rongrong winked at Su Chen and said coquettishly, "Hubby, you are the only one in my heart." Ha! Su Chen's face was filled with disgust. He quickly distanced himself from Hu Rongrong and waved his hand as if shooing away a fly. Get out of here. Seeing your face like that, I'm worried I'll vomit. Finished. Su Chen quickly got on the Bugatti, stepped on the accelerator, and with a bang, he sped away. Husband. Hu Rongrong stretched out her hand, trying to keep Su Chen. Can. In the blink of an eye. The Bugatti was gone. Gulon. Bu Chang swallowed hard, and after coming to his senses, he slapped Hu Rongrong hard on the face. Bitch, calling another man husband in front of me? Trash like you, do you deserve to live in this world? Today. I'll beat you to death. Bang. A slap in the face. Bang. A backhand slap. Dozens of slaps hit Hu Rongrong's face like a violent storm. Soon, Hu Rongrong's pig-like face, which was heavily made up and whose foundation was about to fall off, was swollen terribly. Woo woo. Hu Rongrong knelt in front of Bu Chang, crying and acting like a spoiled child. Brother Chang, I was just joking with you. Actually, in my heart, you are the one I love the most. Vomit. When Bu Chang heard this, he couldn't help but vomit. What a coincidence. He actually spit directly on Hu Rongrong's face. She looked so miserable. At the same time, Su Chen was driving the Bugatti and had already driven out of the community where Wang Ji lived. Suddenly, Wang Ji's phone rang. Gigi, have you arrived? Your mother and I have already gotten off the train. The voice of Wang Ji's father came from the other end of the phone. Dad, you and Mom wait in the waiting room for a while, I'll be there soon. Finished. Wang Ji hung up the phone. Su Chen increased the speed of the car in order to pick up Wang Ji's parents as soon as possible. However, things did not go as he wished. As soon as the Bugatti turned an intersection, he found a traffic jam ahead. When he got out of the car, he saw a young girl in her 20s standing next to her Honda Fit, seemingly waiting for someone. Miss, please make way, I have something urgent to do. My wife is about to give birth. Please be kind and move aside. If you don't get out of the way, don't blame me for bumping into you. The car owners around blamed the young girl for blocking the traffic. The young girl didn't take the accusations seriously at all. She glanced at everyone and said righteously, Today, I'm going to the Civil Affairs Bureau with my boyfriend to get a marriage certificate. I'm waiting for him now. Please be a little understanding. Thank you. Coming in front of the young girl, Su Chen said politely, Miss, even if you and your boyfriend are going to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get your marriage certificate, you shouldn't block everyone's way. Please get out of the way and give me some face. The young girl's name is Gu Wei, and she has a hot temper. Now. Hearing Su Chen's words, she first looked him up and down, and then said in a very contemptuous tone, You damn delivery man, give you face? You are nothing, listen carefully, even if I get hit by a car or struck by lightning today, I will never give way. If you have no shame, you are invincible. Su Chen was really helpless against someone like Gu Wei. Subconsciously, he took out a cigarette box from his pocket and planned to smoke a cigarette to calm himself down, but unexpectedly, the Bugatti car key suddenly fell to the ground. Gu Wei loves luxury cars the most, especially international supercars like Bugatti, for which she is crazy. At this moment, seeing Su Chen's Bugatti car keys fall to the ground, Gu Wei's anger subsided instantly. Instead, he was extremely excited and shocked. He looked at Su Chen with a look of awe and admiration that he had never seen before. He even spoke incoherently. Little brother, this Bugatti, is it your car? Chapter 42 Very annoying. Aha! Su Chen picked up the Bugatti car keys from the ground, lit a cigarette, blew a smoke ring towards Gu Wei, and said lightly, Miss, what did you say just now? Even if you are hit by a car or struck by lightning, you won't give way? That's fine. For the smooth opening of the road and for everyone to get their work done, I will run you over with my car. No. Gu Wei's expression changed immediately after hearing Su Chen's words. It was easy to imagine that if Su Chen rode a broken electric donkey, then Gu Wei's arrogant and domineering attitude would be impossible to extinguish. Now, seeing that Su Chen's car was a Bugatti, Gu Wei immediately nodded and said, Little brother, I will make way for everyone. Also, let me ask you, little brother, do you need a girlfriend? The kind that can act like a spoiled child and be cute? Suchen frowned and said helplessly, Sister, aren't you going to the Civil Affairs Bureau with your man to get the marriage certificate today? Why are you still thinking about being my girlfriend? Suchen felt very annoyed that he could meet crazy girls everywhere. No way. Is it a mistake to be handsome? Wei. At this moment, a young man in a suit and tie ran towards Gu Wei with joy. Judging from his appearance, he must have dressed up carefully in order to get a marriage certificate with Gu Wei. However, a woman's heart changes at any time. They were about to get a marriage certificate, but after meeting Su Chen, she instantly gave up the idea of getting married. In the TV series The Return of the Condor Heroes, Guo Xiang fell in love with Yang Guo at first sight. In real life, many beautiful women will ruin their lives once they see Su Chen. Su Chen was very distressed about this. When night fell, he would often stand alone in a dark corner, racking his brains to think about how to make his appearance lower and lower. However, unfortunately, although Su Chen has tried very hard to lower his appearance seems to be against him. The more Su Chen wants to lower his appearance, the more handsome he becomes. At this moment, standing in front of Gu Wei, the man in the suit said confidently, Let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get the marriage certificate now. Cut. Gu Wei rolled her eyes and said unhappily, Who wants to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau with you to get a marriage certificate? You're dreaming. The man in the suit was stunned at first. Then, he smiled in relief, thinking Gu Wei was teasing him. Wei, stop it. Let's get the marriage certificate quickly, post it on WeChat Moments, and then call both of our parents to tell them the good news. Gu Wei pulled a face and looked very impatient. I've decided that I will marry this delivery boy. You can drive the car back by yourself. I want to pursue my own happiness. The words fell. Gu Wei rushed towards Su Chen. Fuck. Seeing Gu Wei rushing towards him, Su Chen's eyes widened immediately, and then he ran towards his Bugatti. With a plop. The scene before him was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue for Gu Wei's fiancée. Unable to bear the blow, the man in the suit collapsed to the ground, beating his chest and stamping his feet, wailing, Why? Is my love just going away like this? Return. My love. Su Chen returned to the Bugatti, quickly closed the door, then stepped on the accelerator and sped towards the train station. Gu Wei followed behind the car, desperately chasing after him. Little brother, don't run. In order to pursue her own happiness, Gu Wei really gave it her all. Wang Ji glanced at the rearview mirror and exclaimed, Brother Chen, which woman seems to be pursuing you? Why? Su Chen sighed and said helplessly, I know she is pursuing me, but what can I do? If looks can be given as a gift, I will give them all to you, so that you will be pursued by women every day, and then you will know how annoying this kind of thing is. Wang Ji was speechless when he heard this. When Su Chen and Wang Ji arrived at Zhenghai railway station, they could not find Wang Ji's parents anywhere. They called them, but the phone was turned off. The two searched for them at the railway station for half an hour, and Wang Ji was sweating anxiously. Brother Chen, could it be that my parents were abducted by human traffickers? Chapter 43 something. Just when Su Chen and Wang Ji were in a panic, Ruhua called and said that she had taken Wang Ji's parents back to their residence. Wang Ji was very curious, how did his parents get in touch with Ruhua? Turn out to be. Wang Ji's parents came to Zhenghai this time not to see Wang Ji, but to see their future daughter-in-law, so they deliberately let Wang Ji go empty-handed, but took the initiative to contact Ruhua, and the three of them took a taxi back. This Wang Ji spread his hands, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and said, Brother Chen, look at what happened. I originally wanted to borrow your Bugatti to show off and let my parents see that their son has made it. But they actually took a taxi back? Su Chen patted Wang Ji on the shoulder and comforted him, if God doesn't give you this opportunity to show off, just be an ordinary person. Okay, I'll take you home. It's time to continue delivering food. On the way back, Wang Ji couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, Brother Chen, I want to interview you. You drive an international supercar worth tens of millions. Isn't it nice to eat, drink and have fun every day? Why? Why do you have to deliver food in this hot weather? Su Chen sighed and said earnestly, Gigi, you don't understand what I'm pursuing. Fame and fortune are like floating clouds to me. The prosperity of the world is what I love. Upon hearing this, Wang Ji quickly applauded. Brother Chen, what a great poem. After sending Wang Ji back to his community, Su Chen continued to deliver food. After a day's work, Su Chen returned home, took a nice cold shower, and stared at his absolutely perfect figure in the mirror. Well-defined facial features and powerful 8-pack abs. This is a very enchanting figure. Thinking of the girl who blocked his way during the day, who abandoned her fiancé and insisted on being his girlfriend, Su Chen felt a headache. God, why did you let me be so handsome? Anyway, give others some chance to survive? If I continue to be this handsome, how will men still have the confidence to be in front of me? All the beautiful girls in the world will be flocking to me. What a sin! If I were a single girl, it would be fine. What about those who are already married? Isn't this destroying other people's families? The more Su Chen thought about it, the more distressed he became. After taking a shower, Su Chen prepared to go to sleep. At this moment, Su Chen's phone beeped. It was a WeChat message. He swiped the screen and saw that it was a WeChat message from a netizen named Sister Shisher who took the initiative to add Su Chen. Su Chen has seen a lot of things like this. Su Chen didn't add any strangers. But when he clicked on the profile picture of Sister Shisher, Su Chen was stunned. Wasn't this girl Chui Han, the top of the 4 campus beauties in our high school? What does it mean that she added me on her own initiative? Could it be that she is getting married soon and notified me of the news so that I can give her a gift? Yes, that must be the case. Su Chen is not a stingy person, even though they haven't been in contact for so many years. If the other party informed him that she was getting married, Su Chen would naturally not be stingy with a few hundred yuan as a gift. After figuring this out, Su Chen clicked to agree. Soon, Chui Han took the initiative to send a message. Brother Su Chen, it's me, Chui Han. Brother Su Chen? Hearing this name, Su Chen felt a headache again. He remembered that Chui Han had been pursuing him when he was in high school. She followed Su Chen every day and shouted Brother Su Chen, so that Su Chen became the public enemy of all the boys in the school. Unexpectedly, after not seeing each other for a few years, Chui Han still calls him Brother Su Chen? Student Chu, is there something wrong? Su Chen asked indifferently. At first, Su Chen was fully focused on his studies, so he did not agree to Chui Han's confession. Now, Su Chen just wanted to happily deliver food every day, and he didn't want to think about his girlfriend for the time being. Brother Su Chen, let me tell you a secret. Chui Han sent another message. Chapter 44, Repairing the Light Bulb. You can imagine. If it were any other man, he would be so excited that the school beauty wanted to tell him her secret. You know, if a woman is willing to share her secrets, it must be because they are very close. However, Su Chen was not very interested in the secret that Chui Han was going to tell. After hesitating for a moment, Su Chen typed listlessly, "It's getting late, go to bed quickly, I have to go to work tomorrow." Su Chen dampened Chui Han's enthusiasm. Chui Han still told his secret. Brother Su Chen, I'm still single. After sending this message, Chui Han's beautiful face was instantly covered with blush, and her cheeks became obviously much hotter. And my heart was beating like a deer. Su Chen didn't reply to Chui Han's message, but he knew what Chui Han meant. She was hinting to him that she, Chui Han, was single and available for flirting. However, Su Chen had no intention of falling in love and just wanted to happily deliver food. Those who have different ideals cannot work together. In that case, there is no need to reply to her message. Soon, Su Chen fell asleep. On the other side, Chui Han stared at the phone screen with a pair of beautiful, expressive eyes, and kept muttering, "Brother Su Chen will definitely reply to my message." This night, Chui Han couldn't sleep. People say that if you live long, you can enjoy the beauty of the moon together even though you are thousands of miles apart. Looking at the bright moon outside the window, Chui Han's thoughts are like the surging Yangtze River, endless. 12 o'clock at night. Su Chen was having a sweet dream when someone knocked on his door. Boom! 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 As the door knocked, lightning and thunder suddenly appeared in the sky, and soon, heavy rain fell. Su Chen woke up from his sleep, put on his coat and went to open the door. Who is it? After opening the door, Su Chen saw the graceful woman outside with a frightened expression on her face. He asked in confusion, "Sister Hong?" The Sister Hong that Su Chen mentioned is actually named Mu Hong. She is 29 years old this year and looks extremely beautiful. However, since ancient times, beautiful women have been short-lived. Mu Hong got married 5 years ago, but her husband died unexpectedly on the wedding night. Over the years, the matchmaker has been asking Mu Hong to find a good man to marry. However, Mu Hong didn't know why, but she was unwilling to marry again. Now, Mu Hong was only wearing pajamas and standing in front of Su Chen. Their eyes met. For a moment, the atmosphere felt a little off. Su Chen was just about to ask Mu Hong if she had something to talk to him about. Unexpectedly, Mu Hong sobbed and rushed into Su Chen's arms. "I'm afraid of thunder," Mu Hong said pitifully. Seeing that Mu Hong was about to get into his arms, Su Chen quickly distanced himself from Mu Hong and said with a bitter smile, "Sister Hong, this is not appropriate." If he were to ask himself honestly, although many men were greedy for Mu Hong's body, Su Chen has always been a man of integrity. Even if there is just a little physical intimacy, Su Chen will stand firm. Seeing that Su Chen rejected her, Mu Hong suddenly felt embarrassed. She lowered her head and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, "The light bulb in my house is broken and the room is too dark. I want to stay in your room for one night. Is that okay?" Although Mu Hong is much older than Su Chen. At this moment, Yan Ran was staring at Su Chen's pitiful appearance, like a helpless little woman. Su Chen was a little at a loss. If he refused, it would be too much to bear. If he agreed, it would go against his own principles. After hesitating for a moment, Su Chen volunteered and said, "Sister Hong, let's forget about the overnight stay. I'll fix the light bulb for you right now." A look of disappointment flashed across Mu Hong's eyes. Then he said, "Okay." Next, Mu Hong and Su Chen walked towards Mu Hong's room, but no one knew what Mu Hong saw, and she suddenly screamed. "Sister Hong, what's wrong?" Out of concern, Su Chen hurriedly supported Mu Hong's arm. "Someone." Mu Hong curled up his head like a frightened deer. Following Mu Hong's gaze, he saw a middle-aged man in his 40s standing at the door of Mu Hong's room. It seemed that he had drunk a lot of alcohol. When he got closer, Su Chen exclaimed, "Uncle Wang?" Chapter 45. You can do it. The old man next door is called Wang Tiehu. He is an alcoholic who loves drinking. Every time he gets drunk, he runs to the door of Mu Hong's room. Today is no exception. Mu Hong was frightened and hid behind Su Chen with her head pressed tightly against Su Chen's back. Although the handsome and unruly young man in front of her is much younger than her. But it can give her a full sense of security. At this moment, Wang Tiehu stood at the door of Mu Hong's room, burped, and said drunkenly, "Hong Hong, do you know, I have always wanted to tell you 3 words. Today, I have to speak my mind." Su Chen was helpless, shook his head, came to Wang Tiehu, and urged him, "Uncle Wang, it's getting late, go back to your room and rest, otherwise, the neighbors will gossip about you. How are you going to survive in this slum area of ours?" Wang Tiehu's drunken eyes blurred. After recognizing Su Chen, he angrily said, "I was told to go and rest, but you wanted to go into Hong Hong's room? Xiao Chen, I didn't expect that at such a young age, you would actually want to do something bad to Hong Hong." After hearing this, Su Chen felt that he could not clear himself even if he jumped into the Yellow River. He spread his hands. Su Chen smiled bitterly. "Uncle Wang, the light bulb in Sister Hong's room is broken. I went to Sister Hong's room to fix it for her." "Fix the light bulb?" Wang Tiehu sneered, but had already stepped into Mu Hong's room. "Are you the only man in this world who can fix a light bulb? Is my neighbor, Lao Wang, just a decoration?" Su Chen and Mu Hong looked at each other, both helpless. "Sister Hong, do you have spare light bulbs at home?" After entering the room, Su Chen said to Mu Hong. "Have." Soon, Mu Hong took out an incandescent bulb and handed it to Su Chen. Su Chen came to Wang Tiehu and said unhappily, "Uncle Wang, you look so drunk, can you stand steadily?" As he spoke, Su Chen brought a chair. "Cut." Wang Tiehu said proudly, "You look down on your Uncle Wang, don't you? Tell you, little bastard. When your Uncle Wang was changing light bulbs, you were probably still playing with urine mud." Yes. Su Chen nodded and whispered, "You're awesome, okay." Wang Tiehu was standing on a chair, his body swaying, and the light bulb in his hand almost fell to the ground. Seeing this, Su Chen kindly said, "Uncle Wang, can I help you?" Wang Tiehu was not grateful for Su Chen's kindness at all. In order to leave a good impression in front of Mu Hong that he was omnipotent, Wang Tiehu boasted, "That's it, it's no problem at all, ah. Pity." Before Wang Tiehu could finish his words, he screamed and fell off his chair. "Uncle Wang, hold on." Su Chen stretched out his hands and caught the light bulb that was about to fall to the ground. Poor Wang Tiehu fell heavily to the ground, looking indescribably miserable. "Ouch, my old waist." Wang Tiehu grimaced in pain. Su Chen was secretly delighted. "Uncle Wang, if your waist isn't good, don't come to Sister Hong's room." Wang Tiehu angrily said, "You bastard, why didn't you catch me just now? Can't you see that I, your Uncle Wang, have had some alcohol?" Su Chen smiled playfully. "It's just a matter of changing a light bulb. Do you still need someone to catch you? If I catch you, wouldn't it ruin your reputation?" As he spoke, Su Chen pointed at the chair and said, "Uncle Wang, I believe you can do it. Come on, continue changing the light bulb." Chapter 46 I Can Fight 10,000. When Wang Tiehu heard Su Chen's words, his nose became crooked with anger. On the one hand, he was so drunk that he couldn't even stand steadily on the chair, let alone change the light bulb. On the other hand, Wang Tiehu was indeed hurt from the fall just now. He glared at Su Chen fiercely, then hugged his waist and walked out of Mu Hong's room in a very embarrassed manner. "Xiao Chen, thank you." Mu Hong expressed her gratitude sincerely. "Hey, little thing." Next, Su Chen stood on the chair to change the light bulb, which only took a few seconds. However, as soon as Su Chen stood on the chair, Mu Hong took the initiative to hug Su Chen's legs and said with a hurried breath, "I'll support you." Su Chen was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. "I'm not like Uncle Wang, who can change quickly without help." Clang! At this moment, another thunderclap sounded, frightening Mu Hong so much that her face turned pale. She held Su Chen's legs with even more strength. To be honest, it would have been better if Mu Hong hadn't held Su Chen's legs. Being held tightly by Mu Hong, Su Chen became more cautious when changing the light bulb. You know. Mu Hong was wearing pajamas, and her whole body was almost pressed against Su Chen's legs. Feeling Mu Hong's soft body and smelling the faint fragrance in the air, Su Chen suddenly felt dry in the mouth. "Sister Hong, the light bulb has been changed." Su Chen turned around. Since he was standing on a chair, he looked down at Mu Hong, who was wearing pajamas. Su Chen felt his heartbeat quicken. Mu Hong was an old hand after all, so she knew what she was wearing. She successfully caught Su Chen's attention. Without being noticed, Mu Hong gently pulled her pajamas down a little. Suddenly, the scenery is beautiful. Su Chen's eyes were wide open, and after he came to his senses, he almost fell off the chair. A flash of lightning streaked across the sky. Su Chen shook his head and hurriedly dispelled the evil thoughts in his heart. "Sister Hong, I have to deliver food tomorrow. Good night." Su Chen looked panicked and quickly fled from Mu Hong's room. "Hello?" Mu Hong wanted to call out to Su Chen, but Su Chen had already disappeared. Mu Hong felt very sad. She is a normal woman and has certain needs. Over the years, she has never met a man who makes her heart move. She finally met a handsome guy with a godlike appearance, but he is not nice to her? This night, Mu Hong tossed and turned, completely unable to sleep. The next day, when the first ray of sunlight in the early morning fell on Su Chen's face, Su Chen yawned sleepily. Suddenly, he sensed something. Su Chen frowned and hurriedly pulled back the quilt to take a look. Fuck, it's missing? Shaking his head, Su Chen hurried to wash his underwear. After going out for a morning run for half an hour, Su Chen started to eat breakfast. Drop. Is today's treasure chest opened? The system prompt sounded again in Su Chen's mind. Now, Su Chen is bound to the daily treasure chest system, and what he looks forward to most every day is opening the treasure chest. Without further hesitation, Su Chen replied directly with his mind, "Hurry up, I've been waiting for you for a long time." Drop. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the unrivaled divine arch pill. The next moment, a brown pill the size of a black bean appeared out of thin air in Su Chen's palm. Looking at the pill in his palm, Su Chen asked doubtfully, "Unrivaled magic pill? Does that mean that if I take this pill, I'll be like Superman in the TV series, able to flatten people with one punch and send them flying with one kick?" Drop. The host is indeed extremely intelligent, his comprehension is unmatched. Su Chen frowned and grumbled, "How can the word smart as ice and snow be used to describe handsome guy?" Next, Su Chen took the pill of peerless divine skill. In an instant, a surge of energy penetrated his whole body. In the blink of an eye, Su Chen felt refreshed. He clenched his fists and felt that he could fight 10,000 people. Ha, awesome. So, do I now possess unparalleled magical skills? Su Chen was ecstatic. Chapter 47 No way. After possessing the unparalleled magical skills, Su Chen's entire temperament has undergone a drastic change. If we say that the previous Su Chen was the kind of handsome and unruly man who had seen all the prosperity in the world. So, Su Chen is now above all rules, as if he is standing at the pinnacle of this world. No one can match him. He is a god high above. This feeling is really good. It's a pity that I, Su Chen, was born at the wrong time. If I were born in the era of the Three Kingdoms, I wouldn't even take super warriors like Guan Yu, Lu Bu, Su Chu, Zhao Yun, and Ma Chao seriously. Why? What a pity. If I had been born 1,000 years earlier, I, Su, could have unified the Three Kingdoms. Now, although I possess unparalleled magical skills, I don't have much use for them. Every day I can only happily work as a takeaway boy. After sighing for a while, Su Chen went to deliver the takeaway. At the same time, as Chui Han walked out of the high-end residential area of Shanshui Xingqing, he saw a man in sunglasses getting out of a Mercedes-Benz. After seeing Chui Han, he quickly chased after him. Miss Chu, where are you going? I'll take you there. The man in sunglasses was named Gao Li. When he was in high school, he was in the same class as Chui Han. Later, he did not finish high school and entered the society. Thanks to his family connections, he opened a taekwondo gym, with an annual income exceeding 5 million. Because he was decent looking and made a decent amount of money, Gao Li always considered himself a winner in life. And he has declared on countless occasions that his biggest dream in life is to sleep with all the beautiful women in the world, and Gao Li is naturally drooling over Chui Han, the former high school belle. Certainly. Gao Li's pursuit of Chui Han is definitely not sincere. He just wants to kick her away after he gets tired of her. Because Gao Li's dream is to sleep with all the beauties in the world. How could he let his enterprising spirit be hindered by a mere Chui Han? Now, after seeing Gao Li, Chui Han said with disgust, "Where I go is none of your business. Mr. Gao, please don't bother me anymore. There is no possibility between us." Gao Li smiled obscenely. Miss Chu, I really can't agree with what you said. What do you mean there's no possibility between us? You're not married, I'm not married, and we're both single now. I don't believe there's a woman in this world that I, Gao Li, can't catch up with. Oh. Hearing this, Chui Han couldn't help but sneer and said disdainfully, Gao Li, don't take yourself too seriously. There are many men in this world who are more powerful than you. Not to mention others, my brother Su Chen is 10 blocks away from you. Finished. Chui Han got into a taxi. Su Chen? Gao Li stood there in a daze, his eyes becoming more and more sinister. At this moment, a young man with long hair approached Gao Li and asked, Brother Gao, who is this Su Chen? Miss Chu seems to admire him very much. Call. Gao Li sighed deeply, a look of nostalgia on his face. Back in the day, Su Chen was a big shot in our high school. Almost every girl in the school liked him. Whenever I mention him, I hate him. I just wonder how he's doing now. Having said this, Gao Li turned to look at the long-haired young man and said without question, I'll give you 2 hours to thoroughly investigate Su Chen's current situation. I want to see whether the man that the Chu University beauty is obsessed with is a dragon or a worm. Chapter 48 Kneel. Time passes silently. Soon. 2 hours later, the long-haired young man followed Gao Li's instructions and finally investigated Su Chen's basic situation clearly. After reporting to Gao Li was stunned for a moment. Fuck. Gao Li's eyes widened as he fiercely threw the cigarette butt to the ground, spitting everywhere as he roared, I thought the man that the Chu University beauty idolized would have become very successful by now. Unexpectedly. He's just a delivery guy? The long-haired young man flattered, a damn delivery guy dares to compete with Brother Gao for a woman? He's simply asking for his own death. Brother Gao, should we get that damn delivery guy Su Chen? Gao Li narrowed his eyes and said violently, is there still any suspense in this? Ali. Kill him. Because Su Chen's whereabouts were clearly investigated, Gao Li took less than half an hour and led his men to block Su Chen at the intersection of an alley called Xingfu Harbor. Brothers, get out of the car. As Gao Li shouted, 3 burly men with tattoos stopped Su Chen. When they came to Su Chen, Gao Li looked him up and down. Immediately, he began to sneer with a look of contempt. "Handsome Su, you used to be a big shot on campus, but now you're delivering food? You're doing so badly, like a dog. How can you be worthy of being the man of Chuihan, the campus belle?" After hearing Gao Li's words, Su Chen understood everything instantly. Turn out to be. This Gao Li came for Chuihan. It is conceivable that if it were the previous Su Chen, he would really be at a loss when facing this situation. However, now he has obtained the peerless magic skills rewarded by the system and has become a god in this world. Why should he be afraid of Gao Li and others? In front of Su Chen, these people were just a bunch of clowns. But Su Chen was about to go deliver food, too lazy to bother with these people. What's wrong with delivering food? We all serve this society, it's just that the division of labor is different. There is no distinction between high and low in any profession. I have to go deliver food now, please move aside. Su Chen spoke politely. However, in the eyes of Gao Li and others, Su Chen was obviously giving in. What? Are you scared? Gao Li smiled playfully. The several burly men beside Gao Li also burst into laughter. Since you've admitted your defeat, kneel before our brother Gao. How dare you snatch the woman that brother Gao likes? Now, kneel down and kowtow 10 times in front of brother Gao. Maybe brother Gao will feel better and, after he gets tired of playing with Chuihan, he'll even let you play with him again. You bastard, kowtow now. Su Chen shook his head helplessly and said calmly, I don't want to do it. You know. Su Chen, now a peerless master, was invincible. Mountains and rivers crumbled in his single blow. His power was truly immense. How could these worthless creatures possibly withstand a single punch from Su Chen? Su Chen was worried that someone might be killed. So, just say he doesn't want to do it. Can. In Gao Li's opinion, Su Chen was cowardly. At that moment, the disdain on his face became even more intense. He shook his head and continued to taunt, how could the campus belle of Chu University be interested in a loser like you? With all due respect, you, a damned delivery guy, are not even worthy of carrying my shoes. Now, I'm going to show you the way. Kneel before me right now and call me master. Maybe when I'm in a better mood, I'll stop bothering with a piece of crap like you. Su Chen stared at Gao Li with a smile. Among us, someone must kneel down. But that person definitely can't be me. Chapter 49, Shocked. Now. After hearing Su Chen's words, Gao Li was stunned for a moment, then he sarcastically said, the person kneeling down can't be you? Ha, what are you talking about, you scumbag? Gao Li almost burst out laughing, his eyes sweeping over the burly men beside him. He pointed at himself and laughed heartily. The one kneeling down can't be that loser Su Chen. Could it be me, Gao Li? Ha ha. The burly man brought by Gao Li burst into laughter. The expression on Su Chen's face remained calm from beginning to end. Yes, the one kneeling down must be you. If it were in the past, Su Chen would definitely not have said such a domineering statement. However, the current Su Chen was completely different from the past. After receiving the peerless magic skills awarded by the system, Su Chen was invincible in the world. So, it was natural that he would not take Gao Li seriously. The long-haired young man's eyes widened as he hunched over Gao Li and said, Brother Gao, this damn delivery scumbag is so arrogant even when his death is imminent. He clearly doesn't take you seriously. Gao Li immediately clenched his fists, his body emitting a strong and extremely violent aura. He stared at Su Chen intently and scolded him, you piece of trash, why don't you kneel down quickly? Otherwise, I will kill you. I said, you are the one who should kneel down. Su Chen said confidently. If you don't accept my toast, I'll drink the wine for you. Gao Li instantly became furious and was about to teach Su Chen a lesson, but was stopped by the long-haired young man. Brother Gao, why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? I can take care of this piece of trash delivery man with one hand. Then, I will make him kneel in front of you and sing conquer. The long-haired young man was very confident in his own ability. And, with Gao Li backing him up, the long-haired young man felt confident. Gao Li warned, alright then, but don't kill him. Just break his arm, don't kill anyone. Otherwise, it would be bad to get yourself into trouble for such a scum. Although, Gao Li was very angry and wanted to kill Su Chen directly. But After calming down and thinking about it, it was not worth it. He could just teach him a lesson. If someone really died, he would get himself into trouble. Gao Li felt that this was not worth it. However, upon hearing this, the long-haired young man spread his hands and said helplessly, "Brother Gao, I can't guarantee that. You know, I can't even recognize my own family when I throw a punch. If anyone dies, it's just bad luck on my part." Listening to the conversation between Gao Li and the long-haired young man, Su Chen wanted to laugh. This is like two ants discussing how to eat an elephant. It is ridiculous. The next moment, the long-haired young man used all his strength and punched Su Chen fiercely. Su Chen just turned slightly and cleverly avoided the punch from the long-haired young man. Boom! Because of inertia, the long-haired young man failed to hit Su Chen with his punch and fell directly to the ground with a heavy blow. Immediately, a muffled sound was heard. "Fuck, my nose." The long-haired young man was crying in pain. Gao Li roared, "Damn it! Aim first before you shoot." The long-haired young man endured the severe pain and stood up. This time, he made sure that he had aimed at Su Chen and punched again. Unfortunately, to his great disappointment, the long-haired young man missed again. Su Chen, on the other hand, stood there unscathed. He shrugged and jokingly said to the long-haired young man, "I'm just standing here, letting you hit me, and you can't even hit me? What? Didn't you eat?" Gao Li saw that something was wrong, so he ordered the burly man beside him, "Come at me together, don't try to act fancy, just break that rubbish Su Chen's arm." The next moment, 3 burly men rushed towards Su Chen together. In an instant, Su Chen launched a thundering attack, knocking one away with his left fist, then another with his right fist, and finally kicked the last burly man. Su Chen showed mercy and did not kick the other person. Can. The strong athlete's foot messed up the burly man's hair. Plop. The burly man was so frightened that he knelt down in front of Su Chen. The scene before his eyes happened in a flash, and Gao Li was stunned in an instant. Chapter 50 Which? Right now. Seeing Su Chen knock down several burly men he brought with him in a flash, Gao Li was shocked and unbelievable, like a huge storm. You know, these burly men are his ace fighters. Normally, each of them can knock down 10 strong men. He didn't expect that today they would be beaten so badly by Su Chen, the delivery man. Gulyuan. Gao Li swallowed his saliva involuntarily with lingering fear, and looked at Su Chen again. There was no longer any contempt or disdain in his eyes, but it was filled with deep awe and timidity. Su Chen's gaze swept over everyone. Immediately, he said with a dejected look, "It's boring. There is no one who can fight." Puff. Hearing Su Chen's words, Gao Li almost vomited 3 liters of blood. Walking slowly in front of Gao Li, Su Chen said calmly, "I said, between the two of us, one of us must kneel down." Can. That person is definitely not me. Gao Li pointed at himself in disbelief, his eyes widening as he roared, "I earn millions a year, how could I kneel before a scumbag like you who just delivers food?" Su Chen, you're just wishful thinking. Oh. Su Chen smiled playfully. A few million a year is nothing. I can make 100 million in a matter of minutes. Am I proud? Am I proud? A 350 million imperial villa and 80 million Bugatti supercar, would I brag about these to everyone? As a person, you should be as low-key as me, understand? Damn it! Gao Li was completely doubting his life. You can make 100 million in a matter of minutes? Su Chen nodded nonchalantly. You live in a 350 million yuan imperial villa? Aha! You own a Bugatti International supercar worth 80 million? Gao Li's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Aha! Gao Li's mentality completely exploded. What the hell, you're just a piece of shit who's sending himself to die. Why are you talking like you're the richest man in the world? Su Chen spread his hands. I'm a food delivery guy, so why can't I be the richest man in the world? Now. Su Chen was too lazy to argue with Gao Li, and instead, he shouted in a cold tone, I didn't want to do it, but you forced me to do it? Now that it has come to this, are you happy? Are you satisfied? Kneel down. Gao Li sneered. A man's knees are made of gold. If you tell me to kneel, I'll kneel. But where would my dignity be? Are you sure you don't want to kneel? Su Chen stared at Gao Li with interest. Gao Li shook his head and said with great conviction, Listen carefully, scumbag. Even if I die here today, I will never kneel down to you. Hearing this, Su Chen raised his hand instantly. Can. Before Su Chen's palm landed, Gao Li was so frightened that he fell to his knees in front of Su Chen with a thud. Seeing this, Su Chen said in surprise, I haven't even made a move yet, and you're kneeling down? TSK, it smells so good. At this moment, Gao Li was really angry and embarrassed. But without strength, what good is anger? Gao Li rolled his eyes and said angrily, Su Zheja, you only know a little bit of martial arts, what's the big deal? At best, you are just a reckless man. You know. This is a civilized era. Men without money, status, or position will ultimately have no foothold in this society and will be trampled underfoot by everyone as trash. So, you have money, status, and position? Su Chen said with a smile. Snort. Gao Li snorted coldly and said with disdain, of course I have money, status, and position. Oh, right. Let me tell you something else. My father is a well-known figure in Zhonghai. If he knew his son had been beaten up, he would definitely not let you go. Su Chen smiled. Tell me, who is your father? Chapter 51 Why? If Su Chen's identity and status were always just that of a food delivery rider, he would still be a little wary of Gao Li's father. Can. The fact is, Su Chen today is no longer the same as before. By opening the daily treasure chest, he will surely reach the peak of his life and become the richest man in the world. Since this is the case, he naturally will not take Gao Li's father seriously. At this time, although Gao Li knelt in front of Su Chen, he had his father to rely on, so he said arrogantly, knowing a little bit of boxing and kicking will only make people think you are a reckless man. In this day and age, people value wealth, fame, and fortune. Su Zatsa, listen to me carefully. My father works for the Imgrand Group and is a senior manager of the Imgrand Group. A scumbag like you may not know what the Imgrand Group means. Snort. That's a huge company with a market capitalization of tens of billions. Of course, a poor idiot like you might never understand what a market capitalization of tens of billions actually means, huh? Gao Li was extremely proud when mentioning that his father was an executive of the Imgrand Group. Because he was extremely certain that Su Chen would be shocked when he revealed his father's identity. But to Gao Li's disappointment, he didn't see any panic or fear on Su Chen's face. On the contrary, Su Chen smiled playfully and asked in surprise, is your father a senior executive of the Dihao Group? Gao Li raised his chin and said with great pride, why, are you scared? Su Zheja, quickly help me up, then kneel in front of me and yell Dad 3 times. Maybe I can show some mercy on you. Otherwise, the consequences are not something you can afford. Su Chen nodded. Your father is a senior manager of the Dihao Group? Sorry, I really have nothing to be afraid of. Su Chen spread his hands, looking calm. Joke. Although Su Chen is a delivery rider. But as the chairman of the Dihao Group, how could he be afraid of his employees? How so? At this moment, seeing Su Chen looking fine, Gao Li panicked. At the same time, he was extremely confused. This Su scumbag was just a delivery rider. Why didn't he have any fear of his father, a senior manager of Dihao Group? On what basis? Not long. Gao Li felt relieved. This pretentious rubbish must be pretending to be calm. He must be panicking inside, but pretending to be indifferent on the surface? That's definitely the case. Thinking of this, Gao Li glared at Su Chen fiercely, took out his phone and threatened, Su Zheja, do you dare to let me call my father? Wait a minute, my father will come to you in person, and then you will know what kind of existence you are facing. Su Chen found it very funny. Immediately, he made a gesture of invitation to Gao Li, hurry up and fight. I want to see what expression your father will have when he sees me. Maybe he'll kneel before me like you did. Pooh. Gao Li spat fiercely at Su Chen, and said with an extremely annoyed look, I will tell my dad to bring all the security guards of Dihao Group. Su Chen, no matter how good you are at fighting, can you beat all the security guards of Dihao Group? Su Chen shook his head and said helplessly, okay, you are awesome, hurry up and call your father, otherwise I will go to deliver food. You piece of trash, just wait for me. He shouted angrily with his eyes bloodshot. Immediately, Gao Li called his father. Chapter 52 is finally here. Gao Li's father is named Gao Tianhu, who is well known for protecting his children. When Gao Li was a child, he played with the neighbor's child. Gao Tianhu rushed over and beat the neighbor's child up without asking any questions. Now, after listening to Gao Li's complaints, Gao Tianhu suddenly became furious. What the hell, which blind scum dares to hit my son, Gao Tianhu? Gao Tianhu's furious voice came from the other end of the phone. Gao Li continued to complain. Dad, he's a scumbag delivery guy. He might have practiced some martial arts. He knocked down all the thugs I brought with me. And I'm kneeling in front of him right now. What, you actually knelt in front of that grandson? Okay. You tell that grandson to wait, Dad will bring people over to smash the thing he wants to die with. Finished. Gao Tianhu hung up the phone. Drop. Gao Tianhu's cell phone rang. It was the location information sent by Gao Li. After looking at the message, Gao Tianhu rushed out of his office and ran all the way to the security room of Dihao Group. Glancing around the security room, Gao Tianhu shouted angrily, "How many security guards have come today?" The security captain saw that the visitor was Gao Tianhu, a senior executive of the Dihao Group. Now, he stood up and saluted Gao Tianhu. Boss Gao, there are 28 security guards here today. Okay, take your people and follow me. Gao Tianhu said without question. The security captain hunched over, his face full of confusion as he asked, "Excuse me, Mr. Gao, what exactly happened?" Gao Tianhu said angrily, "My son was beaten." The security captain was immediately filled with righteous indignation and said, "Fuck, they are simply asking for their own death. They even dare to mess with Mr. Gao's son?" After a pause, the security captain asked again, "Could it be that some rich young man from Shanghai beat up your son, Mr. Gao? If that was the case, he would never dare to step forward rashly. Otherwise, if he really provoked some big shot, he would not be able to bear the consequences. After all, the security captain is nothing in front of those real rich bosses." At this moment, after hearing what the security captain said, Gao Tianhu breathed a sigh of relief and said helplessly, "What a bullshit rich young man. A deadbeat delivery driver beat up my son." The security captain was stunned. Then, he rolled up his sleeves and said angrily, "Is there any justice left in the world? Mr. Gao, let's go now and beat that rubbish delivery driver to death." So, under the leadership of Gao Tianhu, all the security guards of the Dihao Group were dispatched and rushed towards the location of Su Chen and Gao Li. At the same time, Gao Li was leisurely, lighting a cigarette for himself, and said with disdain, "Wait a minute, when my father comes, I will let you understand why the flowers are so red." Su Chen touched his nose and said with a smile, "I'm a little curious, what kind of scene is it like when you and your father kneel in front of me together?" Gao Li was stunned. Immediately, they burst into laughter. "You're about to die, yet you still dare to speak so shamelessly? Well, let's wait and see." About 3 minutes later, Gao Tianhu was driving a black Mercedes-Benz, followed by 4 vans. After Gao Tianhu got out of the car, the 28 Dihao Group security guards in the vans quickly stood in 2 neat rows. "Follow me," Gao Tianhu ordered. "Da-da-day." The sound of orderly footsteps was heard. Now, after seeing his father and the 28 security guards he brought, Gao Li burst into tears. "Dad, you're finally here." Chapter 53, Insolent. Su Chen had already told Li Ruobing, the president of Dihao Group, that he did not want his identity as the chairman to be exposed. Therefore, Gao Tianhu did not know that the delivery rider Su Chen in front of him was the chairman of their Dihao Group. Now, arriving in front of Gao Li, Gao Tianhu said with a distressed look on his face, "Son, I'm sorry that you've suffered because I'm late." As he spoke, Gao Tianhu planned to help Gao Li up. Then, he would definitely teach Su Chen, the delivery rider, a lesson. Can. At this moment, Su Chen suddenly said, "Did I let him get up?" Su Chen's tone was very calm. However, Gao Tianhu's mentality suddenly exploded when he heard this. A mere delivery rider dared to shout in front of the senior leaders of his Emgrand Group? Such behavior is simply seeking death. "What did you say?" Gao Tianhu scolded with a ferocious look on his face, staring at Su Chen. Su Chen spread his hands and said calmly, "I said, he can't get up." Su Chen came to Gao Tianhu and said calmly, "I heard from your son that you are a senior manager of the Dihao Group." Snort. Gao Tianhu was arrogant and snorted coldly, "Since you know my identity, why don't you kneel down and apologize to my son?" Su Chen smiled leisurely. "You're asking me to apologize to your son without even asking the truth? Manager Gao, aren't you worried about affecting the reputation of the Emgrand Group by being so protective of him?" Excuse me, on what basis do you want me to apologize to your son? Why? Gao Tianhu's eyes turned sinister. Just because I'm a senior executive at the Imran Group and you're just a delivery boy, is that an acceptable excuse? Su Chen smiled. My son doesn't follow the rules, and you, as his father, don't follow the rules either? It seems that I have to keep a close eye on you on behalf of the Imran Group. Otherwise, the image of the Imran Group will be seriously damaged by you. Whoa, you rubbish! How dare you control me? Gao Tianhu roared. Seeing Su Chen about to attack again, Gao Li immediately shouted, Dad, this brute is very good at fighting, get out of the way quickly. It happened in the blink of an eye. Even before Gao Tianhu could think about anything, he saw Su Chen raised his foot and kicked Gao Tianhu's knee hard. With a thud, Gao Tianhu and Gao Li, father and son, knelt in front of Su Chen. Clapping his hands, Su Chen said in a playful tone, I said, you and your son must kneel before me. This moment, Gao Tianhu's mind went blank. From childhood to adulthood, when had he ever kneeled before anyone? Yet, at this moment, he was actually kneeling at the feet of a mere delivery boy? It's a great shame and humiliation. After a moment of stunned silence, Gao Tianhu yelled at the 28 security guards he had brought with him, assholes, did I bring you here just to watch the show? Hurry up and beat this piece of trash to death. Hearing Gao Tianhu's words, the 28 security guards of the Dihao group suddenly rushed towards Su Chen like a swarm of bees, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Su Chen shook his head and said helplessly, you guys, do you want to be fired collectively? How dare you be so presumptuous in front of the chairman of the Dihao group? Moment. The 28 security guards of the Dihao group stopped and stared at Su Chen with dull expressions. It was obvious that they were stunned by what Su Chen had just said. Gao Tianhu's forehead veins bulged as he roared hysterically, are you all idiots? This scumbag is just a garbage delivery driver. How could he be the chairman of our Grand Group? Chapter 54 People are stupid. After hearing what Gao Tianhu said, the 28 security guards of Dihao Group immediately became confused. Yes. The chairman of their Dihao Group was a powerful figure in the Shanghai business community. How could he be this delivery driver? He must have seen his own death coming. So, he invented an identity out of thin air to scare them. After figuring this out, the security captain waved his hand and said without question, brothers, this dead delivery guy is pretending to be the chairman of our Dihao Group. Now, let's go up there and beat the shit out of him. Just when the 28 security guards of the Dihao Group were about to rush towards Su Chen's phone rang. He took out his phone and saw that it was Li Ruobing, the president of the Dihao Group, calling. Su Chen turned on the hands-free function. Presently, the security guards of our Grand Group are planning to attack me. You can handle this matter. Finished. Su Chen hung up the phone. Grand Group. In the president's office, after hanging up the phone, Li Ruobing became extremely panicked. If the security guards of the Dihao Group beat Su Chen, it would be like poking a hole in the sky. There is no time to lose. He must deal with this matter immediately. Su Chen sent his location to Li Ruobing. About 3 minutes later, Li Ruobing rushed over in a panic. After seeing Su Chen standing unharmed and Gao Tianhu kneeling in front of Su Chen, Li Ruobing was dumbfounded. What is going on? No way. The boss of our Dihao Group is also a martial artist? At this moment, after seeing Li Ruobing arrive, Gao Tianhu, who was kneeling on the ground, started shouting. President Li, you've come at the perfect time. There's a damned delivery guy here pretending to be the chairman of our Dihao Group. You quickly give the order and have our company's security guards beat this scumbag up. Ignoring Gao Tianhu and his son, Li Ruobing walked straight up to Su Chen with an expression of utmost respect on his face. And he said timidly, Chairman. What? Chairman? Hearing Li Ruobing address Su Chen, Gao Tianhu and Gao Li, father and son, kneeling on the ground, couldn't help but look at each other, their faces filled with intense disbelief. How could this be possible? Su Chen. He is just a garbage delivery guy, how could he be the chairman of the Dihao Group with a market value of tens of billions? The 28 security guards of the Dihao Group all looked at each other in confusion. Fortunately, they didn't beat Su Chen up just now, otherwise, they would have made a big mess. Gao Tianhu, kneeling on the ground, was trembling all over and his face was pale. He was always protective of his people, but at this moment he wanted to slap Gao Li, the scoundrel, to death. Why did he offend Gao Li, the chairman of their Dihao group, when he could have offended anyone else? The most important thing is, the father and son tried to steal a chicken but ended up losing the rice. They mobilized a large number of security personnel from the Dihao group, but they never expected that Su Chen would be unharmed, while they and their son not only lost face, but Gao Tianhu's position as a senior management was also in danger of being lost. Thinking of this, Gao Tianhu almost fainted. Ru Wabing, you take care of this matter. I have to go deliver the takeaway. After saying that, Su Chen drove away in his electric car. Gao Tianhu and Gao Li, father and son, were suddenly filled with dismay. Damn it! As the chairman of the Imgrand Group, you should at least wear decent clothes and stay in the office of the chairman of the Imgrand Group. What's the point of delivering food on a broken electric scooter? Li Ruobing came up to the security captain and without saying anything, slapped him hard in the face. Who told you to bring people to beat up the chairman of our Dihao Group? Chapter 55 No Forgiveness. In order to keep his job, the security captain had to betray Gao Tianhu. At this moment, the security captain slowly looked at Gao Tianhu and said, President, Manager Gao asked me to bring some people to teach a delivery man a lesson. Then, I tried my best to persuade Manager Gao to calm down, to really calm down. However, I am powerless and cannot persuade him at all. Moreover, Manager Gao is a senior manager of our Dihao Group, and I am just a small security captain. How dare I disobey his orders? After arriving here, I saw that the other party had an extraordinary temperament, so I didn't make a move. I never thought that this takeaway gentleman with an unparalleled temperament would actually be the chairman of our Dihao Group. In front of Li Ruobing, the president of Dihao Group, the security captain spoke with great respect. And, adding fuel to the fire, all the criticism was directed at Gao Tianhu, who was kneeling on the ground. At this time, Gao Tianhu smiled bitterly and did not blame the security captain, who changed his attitude according to the situation. After all, it is human nature to seek benefits and avoid harm. Coming up to Gao Tianhu, Li Ruobing said with a look of disappointment, Manager Gao, you are also a veteran employee of the company. I even plan to send you abroad for further studies, and when you come back, you can directly join the board of directors. Unexpected. You actually teamed up with your son to offend the chairman of our Imgrand Group? Tell me, how should this matter be handled? Gao Tianhu pleaded with a sad face, President Li, I didn't know at the time that that delivery man was the chairman of our Dihao Group. It is said that those who do not know are not to be blamed. Considering that I've worked at the Imgrand Group for so many years, even if I haven't made any contributions, I've certainly put in a lot of hard work. Please, President, please don't fire me. I really don't want to lose this job. Joke. Being able to become a senior leader of the Dihao Group, he is also a well-known figure in the Shanghai business community. Losing this job is equivalent to Gao Tianhu being reduced to his original form, and he is naturally very unwilling to accept it. Oh. At this time, after hearing Gao Tianhu's words, Li Ruobing couldn't help but sneer. If you don't want to lose this job, I'm afraid it's not up to you. If you anger our chairman, I can't help you. Gao Tianhu's face was full of helplessness. President Li, please say a few good words for me in front of the chairman. As long as you don't fire me, I will accept any punishment. When saying this, Gao Tianhu's tone was extremely sincere. Hi. Li Ruobing hesitated for a moment, then heaved a long sigh, took out his phone, and said helplessly, Manager Gao, since you're a company veteran, I'll help you this once. Thank you, President Li. Thank you, President Li. Gao Tianhu's face was full of enthusiasm. Li Ruobing said in a cold tone, I will call the chairman now, but I can't guarantee that the chairman will not forgive you. After he finished speaking, Li Ruobing dialed Su Chen's number. At this time, Su Chen had just delivered a takeaway order when he heard the phone ringing. After answering the call, Su Chen said in a gentle tone, Ruobing, what's the matter? Su Chen was a very easygoing person. Although he and Li Ruobing were in a superior-subordinate relationship, in Su Chen's heart, he regarded Li Ruobing as a friend. Li Ruobing hesitated for a moment and then began to plead for Gao Tianhu. However, Su Chen's attitude was very firm. Ruobing, the actions of Gao Tianhu and his son have seriously affected the reputation and image of our Dihao Group. If you keep him, you should just take the blame and resign. After saying that, Su Chen hung up the phone. Gao Tianhu, kneeling on the ground, turned to look at Gao Li and said, this time, I risked my reputation to barely keep my job. From now on, if you dare to offend the chairman again, I will no longer have you as my son. Obviously. In Gao Tianhu's opinion, as a veteran of the Dihao group, and since President Li Ruobing personally pleaded for him, the chairman would definitely forgive him. What a pity. He still overestimated his position in the Emgrand group. Li Ruobing looked down at Gao Tianhu and said in a cold tone, "The chairman said that you must leave the Dihao group." Finished. Li Ruobing was no longer merciful and just left. Gao Tianhu had no place to vent his anger, so he clenched his fists and turned his gaze to Gao Li. Chapter 56. Lend it to me. Right now. Gao Tianhu's heart was boiling with rage, and Gao Li saw an unprecedented ferocity and fury on his father's face, shaking with fear. Dad, we're father and son. We can talk it out. Don't use violence. Boom. Gao Tianhu, who always protected his own people, completely vented his anger at this moment. He punched Gao Li's nose with a solid punch, causing Gao Li to grimace in pain. You are my father. I don't have a mentally retarded son like you. Gao Tianhu slapped Gao Li's face hard one after another. In the blink of an eye, Gao Li's face looked like a pig's head. After being beaten up, Gao Li was completely furious. Gao Tianhu, if you hit me again, I will fight back. Gao Li roared hysterically in a hoarse voice. No way. A son doted on by his father was so disrespectful. Gao Tianhu's mentality exploded when he heard Gao Li's words. He kept wailing in his heart, what a sin. His own son scolded him, such a rebellious act. Who could he blame? Wasn't it Gao Tianhu who brought this upon himself? Next, a funny and ironic scene appeared. Gao Li has always been showing off his power by relying on his father's reputation and status, and Gao Tianhu has always been the most protective of his people. However, at this moment, this father and son are fighting each other like mortal enemies, and it seems that they will not stop until one of them dies. The other side. Su Chen continued to deliver his takeout, and the leisurely day passed quickly. At 7 in the evening, Su Chen's phone rang. He took out his phone and saw that it was Chui Han calling. After hesitating for a moment, Su Chen answered Chui Han's call. The campus beauty wants to see me. What's going on? Chui Han on the other end of the phone had a blush on her beautiful face. She didn't know how to express her feelings. After hesitating for a while, she stammered, Brother Su Chen, where are you? I want to see you. Although Su Chen is just an inconspicuous food delivery rider. But she just couldn't forget Su Chen, and in Chui Han's opinion, even those handsome rich young men could not compare with Brother Su Chen. Su Chen shook his head helplessly. I just delivered the takeaway and am on my way home. Hello, what's going on? The signal is bad here. Let's talk another day. After making an excuse, Su Chen quickly hung up the phone. Actually, how could Su Chen not know what Chui Han was thinking? Only Su Chen really doesn't have much interest in the things between men and women. Isn't it nice to deliver takeout happily every day? Before going to bed at night, Li Ruobing, president of Dihao Group, called and said that he wanted to hang a calligraphy and painting in Su Chen's office and asked for Su Chen's opinion. Su Chen didn't care and let Li Ruobing do it. The next morning, Su Chen woke up from a sweet dream, washed up with vigor, went for an energetic morning jog facing the morning light, and finally ate breakfast happily. Well, such a life is simple but very down to earth. Drop. Is the big treasure chest open today? A system prompt sounded in Su Chen's mind. Without any hesitation, Su Chen said with his mind, turn on. Drop. Congratulations to the host for receiving a copy of the calligraphy and painting Kuaishue Shirqing Tai. As the system prompt sounded, a small treasure chest shining with golden light suddenly opened in front of Su Chen. Then, a painting exuding the fragrance of books appeared in front of Su Chen. Nice drawing. After admiring it for a while, Su Chen decided to hang the painting in his office. So, Su Chen found a worn-out woven bag and put the Kuaishue Shirqing Tai in it. Then, driving a broken electric scooter, he headed towards the Emgrand Group. Su Chen thought about it, hung the Kuaishue Shirqing Tai in his office, and then went to deliver the takeaway. At the same time, an elderly man in a tang suit was walking down the street with a pretty girl in her early 20s. The girl was holding a calligraphy and painting. As they walked, she said with admiration, Grandpa, you are the most famous calligrapher and painter in Shanghai. This landscape painting will be auctioned the day after tomorrow and it will definitely fetch $1 million. The old man in tang suit smiled heartily. I hope so. At this moment, something strange happened. Su Chen was driving his broken electric scooter on the road in an orderly manner, while the pretty girl was jumping around, as lively as a butterfly, spreading her arms and suddenly jumping to the side. Su Chen, who was behind him, was startled and slammed on the brakes. Crash! The woven bag containing Kuaishue Shirqing Tai fell to the ground in an instant, and the pretty girl saw it, turned around and scolded Su Chen. You damned delivery guy, can you please be more careful when riding your bike? As she spoke, the pretty girl shook the landscape painting in her hand and said as if it were a treasure, "This is my grandfather's calligraphy, worth over 1 million yuan. If you damage it, I can't afford the compensation even if I sell you off." Su Chen shrugged helplessly. Miss, you are the one who doesn't obey the traffic rules, right? After saying this, Su Chen was too lazy to pay attention to the old man in tang suit and the pretty girl. Instead, he bent down to pick up his woven bag. As luck would have it, the Kuaishue Shirqing Tai in the woven bag was revealed. Moment. The old man in the tang suit's expression changed drastically. He rushed towards Su Chen and squatted down. His face was filled with unprecedented excitement and disbelief. His face flushed red and his breathing became rapid. Little brother, can you lend me your calligraphy and painting? Chapter 57, Taking the Initiative to Get to Know. The pretty girl was stunned by the scene in front of her. As far as she could remember, she had never seen her grandfather so excited and enthusiastic. You know. Her grandfather was the most famous calligrapher and painter in Shanghai. He was highly respected and well known. Even the richest man in Shanghai would speak politely and respectfully to her grandfather. At this time, Grandpa actually squatted in front of that dead delivery driver? And he seemed extremely curious about what was inside the dead delivery driver's woven bag? What was going on? The pretty girl is named Du Ruoyun, a doctor from Shanghai Medical University, while the old man in tang suit is named Du Si. In the Shanghai calligraphy and painting circles, Du Si is definitely a leading figure. He has studied all the famous calligraphy and paintings from ancient times to the present, both at home and abroad. Grandpa, you are of noble status, how can you squat with a delivery guy? And look at the dirty woven bag in his hand. It must have been picked up from the garbage dump. Let's go and don't let the stench of it contaminate us. As Du Ruoyun spoke, she was about to pull Du Si away. But how far-sighted was Du Si? He could tell at a glance that the calligraphy and paintings in Su Chen's woven bag were absolutely priceless. Thinking of this, Du Si said without a doubt, Yun, don't be rude. Apologize to this little brother quickly. On weekdays, Du Si dotes on Du Ruoyun very much. Only the situation today is different. This delivery boy must not be offended, otherwise he will not be able to see the calligraphy of ancient sages. Moreover, Du Si is very sure that the calligraphy and paintings in the woven bag of this delivery boy are definitely better than all the celebrity calligraphy and paintings he has seen in most of his life. Apologize? Hearing this, Du Ruoyun's beautiful eyes widened immediately, and she pointed at herself with her slender fingers, saying in disbelief, Grandpa, I am the apple of your eye, the daughter of our Du family. Why should I apologize to this stinky delivery driver? Now. Su Chen had already put the exposed Kuaishue Shirqing Tai back into the woven bag, stood up, glanced at Du Ruoyun lightly, and said in a calm tone, It doesn't matter if you don't apologize to me. Only I want to remind you that I was lucky I braked in time, otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. From now on, you should be more careful when walking. After kindly reminding Du Ruoyun, Su Chen prepared to leave. But Du Si quickly grabbed Su Chen's hand and said excitedly, Little brother, you can't leave? Su Chen frowned slightly, his eyes swept over Du Ruoyun and Du Si, grandfather and grandson, and asked with some doubt, Are you grandsons and grandfather teaming up to hit you? But I really didn't bump into you. We must be conscientious and not lie with our eyes open. Du Si heard this and was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Little brother, you misunderstood what I meant. I absolutely did not mean to scam you. Oh. Du Ruoyun sneered sarcastically and said unhappily, My grandfather is highly respected in Shanghai and worth over 100 million. Would he lower himself to try to scam people? You delivery guy, don't judge my grandfather's noble character with your mean mind. If that's the case, what's the point of stopping me? Su Chen asked doubtfully. Yun, if you continue to be so rude, don't call me grandpa anymore. Du Si was obviously angry. Grandpa. Du Ruoyun pouted and stomped her feet in anger. Du Si held Su Chen's hand and said sincerely, "Little brother, don't be afraid. I didn't mean to stop you. I just wanted to get to know you. Is that okay?" Hearing this, Du Ruoyun got angry again. "Grandpa, why would a prominent figure like you want to meet a poor delivery guy like this? There are so many wealthy businessmen in Shanghai who are worth over 100 million yuan lining up to meet you, but you have never been interested in paying attention to them." Chapter 58 Extraordinary. A poor guy who delivers takeout? Hearing his granddaughter Du Ruoyun's insulting words to Su Chen, Du Si flew into a rage. "I command you to apologize to my little brother immediately, or you will no longer be the eldest daughter of our Du family." As he spoke to Du Ruoyun, veins bulged on Du Si's forehead, and he practically roared. Moment. Du Ruoyun was frightened and burst into tears. From childhood to adulthood, Du Si had never said a harsh word to Du Ruoyun. But now, for a mere delivery driver, not only was he being mean to her, but he was also severing his relationship with him? For a while, Du Ruoyun felt extremely aggrieved. But she had to listen to her grandfather's words. Coming in front of Su Chen, Du Ruoyun said very reluctantly, "I was wrong." Su Chen shrugged and said calmly, "I don't mean to blame you. I just want to remind you to be careful when you walk in the future. Otherwise, you will be the one who suffers." Who is Su Chen? He was destined to become the world's richest man. How grand was his vision! Therefore, he wouldn't bother with a little girl like Du Ruoyun. As they were about to leave, Du Si, still unwilling to give up, pointed at the woven bag in Su Chen's hand and asked cautiously, "Little brother, can I take a look at the calligraphy and painting in your hand?" Although Du Si is a leading figure in the calligraphy and painting circles of Shanghai. However, in front of Su Chen, a young junior, he was extremely respectful. Su Chen's character was that if others respect him 1 foot, he would respect them 10 feet. Therefore, he was not stingy at all and handed the woven bag to Du Si's hand as if nothing had happened. "Old man, take your time and read it. There's no rush." Su Chen smiled leisurely, and his temperament gave people an extremely comfortable feeling, like being bathed in spring breeze. At this time, although Du Ruoyun was angry, she could not deny that the delivery boy in front of her was more handsome than any other handsome guy she had ever seen. Moreover, there seemed to be an indescribable temperament in his eyes. It was as if he had seen all the prosperity in the world and was above all rules. It was so mysterious that Du Ruoyun was extremely curious. Logically speaking, shouldn't the delivery guy give people the impression that he is struggling for life and looks depressed and sad? Now, when Du Si took the Kuaishueshi Qing letter from Su Chen, the expression on his face became extremely sacred and awe-inspiring, as if he was paying homage to the relics of a saint. Every move he made was filled with piety, and he did not dare to show any disrespect or blasphemy. Good calligraphy, good calligraphy. The expression on Du Si's face became extremely fanatical, as if his spirit had been attracted by the artistic conception of Kuaishueshi Qing Tai, and what happened in the outside world had nothing to do with him. Du Ruoyun was, after all, just an amateur in calligraphy and painting. At this moment, he curled his lips and shook his head, saying with disdain, "Why can't I see what's so special about this calligraphy and painting? Compared to Grandpa's landscape paintings, this calligraphy is far inferior. Don't talk nonsense." Du Si stared at Du Ruoyun deeply and shouted coldly, "Grandpa's landscape painting can't even be compared with this calligraphy. Yun Yun, do you know which sage wrote this calligraphy?" Seeing Du Ruoyun shook his head, Du Si said with great piety and respect, "This is the Kuaishueshi Qing Tai written by Wang Shiji, a calligrapher from the Eastern Jin dynasty. It has 28 characters in 4 lines and is said to be collected in the National Museum. The calligraphy of sages is truly extraordinary. Look at the text, some are running script, some are regular script, some flow and then stop, some stop and then flow. It is full of unique rhythm and rhyme, the brushwork is round, vigorous and elegant, no stroke is taken lightly, and every word expresses a leisurely and comfortable intention. Even if the center of gravity occasionally moves left and right, the overall picture remains even and stable, without losing the beauty of balance. And Kuaishueshi Qing Tai is praised as one of the 28 pearls and is considered the best calligraphy in the world. Together with Wang Xianji's Zhongqiu Tai and Wang Sun's Buiyuan Tai, they were collectively called 3 rare calligraphy works by Emperor Qianlong, with Kuaishueshi Qing Tai being ranked first. Hearing this, Du Ruoyun changed his previous contempt and disdain and asked cautiously, "Grandpa, if this painting is auctioned, how much can it be sold for?" Du Si showed 5 fingers. Du Ruoyun exclaimed, 50 million? Du Si shook his head and said solemnly, "It's 500 million. How much?" 500 million? At this moment, Du Ruoyun was completely confused. Chapter 59 without blinking an eyelid. Even if she exhausted her imagination, she still couldn't understand why a food delivery rider on a broken electric scooter could carry calligraphy and paintings in a woven bag, which turned out to be the Kuaishue Shirqing type telegram on a clear sky worth 500 million yuan, a precious masterpiece handed down from generation to generation by the calligrapher Wang Shiji. Gulong. Du Ruoyun swallowed her saliva involuntarily. At this moment, there was no longer any contempt or disdain in Du Ruoyun's eyes when she looked at Su Chen. Instead, there was a strong curiosity and disbelief. Who is it? If he is really just an inconspicuous food delivery rider, then with the Kuaishue Shirqing Tai in his hand, he can become a billionaire overnight. Little brother, I apologize for my previous rudeness. I hope you won't bother with a little girl like me. Du Ruoyun's cold and beautiful face was now filled with shame and embarrassment. Standing in front of Su Chen, she looked like a primary school student who had made a big mistake. Fine. Su Chen waved his hand calmly, his eyes swept over Du Ruoyun and Du Si, and said politely, have you finished reading it? If you have, I still have to go deliver food. I've finished reading it. Du Si handed the Kuaishue Shirqing Tai to Su Chen with both hands, extremely respectfully. Su Chen casually put the Kuaishue Shirqing Tai into the woven bag, then rode on his broken electric scooter and left. Seeing this, Du Si and Du Ruoyun looked at each other, their mouths twitching violently. Damn it. Are you going to put the Kuaishue Shirqing Tai worth 500 million yuan into a tattered woven bag so nonchalantly? In fact, Su Chen had no intention of blaspheming Kuaishue Shirqing Tai. In his heart, he was full of awe for the calligraphy masterpiece of the saint of calligraphy. However, the figure of 500 million did not cause any ripples in Su Chen's mind. Note: Su Chen is now on the road to becoming the richest man in the world. He drives a Bugatti worth 80 million, and his villa is an emperor villa worth 350 million. Moreover, he is the chairman of the Emgrand Group with a market value of 10 billion. The balance in his bank account exceeds 1 billion, and he possesses unparalleled martial arts. That's the case. So, even if Kuaishue Shirqing Tai is worth 500 million, it is not a big deal for Su Chen. After Su Chen's figure completely disappeared from his sight, Du Si frowned and sighed seriously. Yun, do you know what shocked Grandpa the most? When I told you that Kuaishue Shirqing Tai was worth 500 million, you looked very shocked, because this was beyond your understanding. And what about the delivery boy? He didn't even blink. Such a person is definitely not just a food delivery rider. According to my grandfather's many years of experience, this person will spread his wings and soar into the sky in the future. Let me tell you this. My grandfather has lived for most of his life and can be said to have seen countless people. No genius can compare to him. Looking at his eyes, it seems that he doesn't care about the rules of the whole world and is above any power. Yet he is willing to deliver food and is full of the breath of life. Such a person is simply unfathomable. If you have the chance, you should make friends with him at all costs. If we can make that young man your future husband, then our Zhanghaidu family will also benefit from it. Du Ruoyun's heart was beating like a deer at this moment. After a moment, she quickly took out her phone. Du Si asked in confusion, what do you want to do? I want to order takeout. Maybe that young man will come and deliver it to me. Du Ruoyun said with a silly look on her face. Chapter 60 Get Together. Poor Du Ruoyun, after ordering takeout for the entire day, still didn't meet Su Chen. Staying in her room, Du Ruoyun was dejected. Du Si came over to comfort her. Yun, where there's a will, there's a way. No matter what, you must never give up. Happiness is in your own hands. Moreover, for a girl, finding a husband worthy of entrusting your life to is your life's work. If you find a man as outstanding as the delivery guy, it is undoubtedly a second life. Do you understand? Du Ruoyun clenched his fists and said confidently, Grandpa, I am also here to express my attitude. This life. If I can't marry that delivery guy, I'll never marry. What a great ambition. Du Si praised. 6:30 in the evening. Emgrand Group, Chairman's office. After delivering the takeaway, Su Chen came to his office. His secretary, Zhang Yanran, brought him a cup of tea. Su Chen took a sip leisurely and pointed at the Kuaishue Shirqing Tai hanging on the wall. He asked Li Ruobing, what do you think of this calligraphy and painting I brought? Now, Li Ruobing was holding his phone, seemingly looking up something. After a moment, he said with an expression of great excitement, "Boss, I looked it up online, and this painting, Kuaishue Qing Tai, was originally collected in the National Museum. Later, bought by a mysterious wealthy businessman. I didn't expect that the mysterious wealthy businessman mentioned on the internet is actually you, boss." Zhang Yanran frowned slightly and asked doubtfully, "President Li, I'd like to ask, is this painting Kuaishue Qing Tai worth over $1 million? Million? Ha! Li Ruobing sneered, his face solemn, "You spent $1 million, and maybe you can only see the Kuaishue Qing Tai from afar. This masterpiece by the calligrapher Wang Shiji is worth 500 million. 500 million? Zhang Yanran felt like she was about to suffocate. Su Chen smiled brightly. How about 1 million? How about 500 million? This painting is hanging in my office. Ruobing, Yanran, you two can enjoy it whenever you have time. It's free. Now. Zhang Yanran once again felt personally that being able to become Su Chen's secretary was simply a great honor for her, while Li Ruobing was wondering in her heart whether the boss of their Dihao group could be the heir of a super wealthy family? Otherwise, how is it possible to buy the Kuaishue Qing Tai worth 500 million yuan from the National Museum? At this moment, Su Chen's phone rang. He took out his phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. After hesitating for a moment, Su Chen answered the call. Who is this? Who is this? I'm Lao Zhang. Why can't you recognize my voice? An eager voice came from the other end of the phone. Su Chen frowned slightly and asked in confusion, which Lao Zhang? Still pretending? What happened to that old Zhang you always beat up in basketball in high school? You have no memory of him? Fine, if you don't recognize me, I'm hanging up now. Su Chen smiled brightly. So it's Zhang Weili. What's going on? Are you planning to make an appointment to play basketball together? Look, a few of my high school buddies are getting together at the Grand International Hotel tonight. You absolutely have to come, or else it'll be a real nuisance. Su Chen hesitated for a moment and said, "Okay, I'll see if I have time in the evening. If I am free, I will come over." Zhang Weili said enthusiastically, "Anyone doesn't have to come. But you, Su De, the male god, must come. Otherwise, there's no point in us getting together. It's a deal. We'll be waiting for you in the Byungshuan private room of Shangshur International Hotel." After saying that, Zhang Weili hung up the phone. Zhang Weili spoke politely in front of Su Chen. But after hanging up the phone, he immediately changed his expression and swept his eyes over the people at the table. Zhang Weili said jokingly, "Tonight, when Su Chen, that damned delivery guy, comes, I'll show you how I humiliate him." Once. Wasn't he so awesome, known as the most influential person in the school's 50-year history? How come he's so miserable now, becoming a delivery driver? Ha ha. On Su Chen's side. His eyes swept over Li Ruobing and Zhang Yanran, and Su Chen asked doubtfully, "Do you know Shangshur International Hotel?" Li Ruobing hurriedly asked, "Boss, why are you asking this?" "A few of us high school classmates are planning to get together at Shangshur International." Su Chen answered truthfully. Li Ruobing was stunned. Immediately, he said with a puzzled look on his face, "Boss, Shangshur International Hotel is a subsidiary of our Dihao Group. How come you don't know?" Chapter 61 Get Out. Shangshur International Hotel turns out to be a subsidiary of Dihao Group? Su Chen was stunned. He thought to himself that as the chairman of the Dihao Group, he seemed a little incompetent. He didn't even remember his own branches. However, this was not Su Chen's fault. After all, the Dihao Group had so many branches. After Su Chen left his chairman's office, President Li Ruobing called Yao Yiba, chairman of Shangshur International, and told him that Su Chen would go to their hotel in the evening to reunite with his high school classmates. Hearing that the chairman of the head office was going to visit their Grand International Hotel, Yao Yibo was immediately flattered and said that he would definitely entertain the chairman of their Dihao Group tonight. Otherwise, bring the head to see me. Well, okay, I've explained what I need to say. Xiao Yao, it's up to you to decide how to do it. In a nutshell, as long as you treat the big boss well, getting a promotion and a raise in the future won't be a problem at all. But I'll be frank with you. If you cause the boss even the slightest bit of displeasure, you will take the blame and resign. Do you understand? Li Ruobing said in a cold tone. I understand. Yao Yibo said respectfully. Su Chen originally wanted to drive Bugatti and go to Shangshur International Hotel. But just as he walked out of the office building of Dihao Group, he received a takeout order. There was no way, work was the priority. After Su Chen delivered the order, Zhang Weili called him, urging him. Hey, handsome Su, what's going on? There are more than 10 of us here, all waiting for you. Why don't you come despite our repeated calls? Do you look down on us? Zhang Weili said with some ill intention. Su Chen told the truth, I just finished delivering the takeaway. That's fine. Please wait a moment, we'll be there soon. After saying that, Su Chen hung up the phone without washing up properly or changing out of his delivery uniform. He drove his broken electric scooter at lightning speed towards Shangshur International Hotel. Byungshuan Private Hall. Now. Zhang Weili poured Shuihan a glass of wine with a very attentive look on his face. Then, unable to resist his curiosity, he asked doubtfully, Shu, the campus beauty, I heard that you are pursuing Su Chen? I wonder if that's true. I don't drink. Shuihan pushed the wine glass towards Zhang Weili, then gathered the hair beside her ears. Her beautiful face suddenly flushed red. She lowered her head and did not answer Zhang Weili's question. Can. Her silence said it all. Good. She was just pursuing Su Chen. Ah. Zhang Weili sighed, his eyes sweeping over the people at the table. Excuse me, but who here isn't doing better than that poor bastard Su Chen? He's in his 20s, and he's still delivering food? How much money can you earn in a month after working so hard? Let's talk about something realistic. Considering the housing and car prices in Shanghai, even if Su Chen works hard for 20 years, can he afford a house or a car? Campus belle of Chu University, you are the perfect goddess in all of our minds. How many female classmates are not as pretty as you, do not have as perfect a figure as you, do not have as good a temperament as you, and are not as good as you in studying, but they can all find husbands with an annual salary of 1 million. Why do you like that poor bastard Su Chen? The young people at the table all echoed each other. What Lao Zhang said is right. Chu University's campus beauty, you should stop thinking about Su Chen. Choosing Lao Zhang is 1,000 times better than Su Chen. We are all very optimistic about you and Lao Zhang. How about you agree to Lao Zhang today? Hearing everyone's jeers at the table, Zhang Weili knelt down in front of Chuihan. Immediately, he took out an exquisite box from his pocket. When he opened it, there was a diamond ring inside. Hanin, you should know how I feel about you. As long as we are together, I promise to make sure you have delicious food and drinks every day and make you the happiest woman in the world. As Zhang Weili finished speaking, everyone started to make a fuss. Together. 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 Shuihan only had her brother Su Chen in her heart. She didn't take other people's confessions seriously at all. She stood up from her seat and said in a cold tone, First, I don't allow you to say bad things about brother Su Chen. Second, there will never be a possibility for the two of us. Zhang Weili wanted to say something else, but Shuihan said firmly, Zhang Weili, if you say one more word, I'll leave immediately. Okay, I won't say any more. Zhang Weili quickly raised his hand to admit defeat. At the same time, Su Chen had already driven his broken electric scooter to the front of Shangshur International Hotel. He parked the scooter and was about to go in when he was stopped by the security guard at the door. When Zhang Weili arrived, he gave the security guard a 500 yuan tip, saying that if he saw any delivery people trying to enter the hotel, they must be stopped. It was his job responsibility, but he also accepted the tip. So, the security guard of Shangshur International Hotel, at this moment, stood in front of Su Chen and said in an extremely sarcastic tone, Don't you see what kind of trash you are? How can you be worthy of coming to our Shangshur International Hotel? Get out of here, you bastard. Su Chen found it funny. He came to his own company and was stopped by a mere security guard? But Su Chen did not get angry. As the saying goes, ignorance is not blame. Su Chen said calmly, Security brother, I am the owner of your Shangshur International Hotel. Let me in. My classmates are having a party inside. Oh. The security guard sneered when he heard this. What the hell, are you the boss of our Grand International Hotel? The security guard looked Su Chen up and down, and the contempt on his face became even stronger. Did I hear correctly? You're wearing a delivery uniform and look like a poor, down-and-out bastard, and you're so shameless as to say, Are you the owner of our Shangshur International Hotel? Get out of here right now, or I'll take action. As he spoke, the security guard rolled up his sleeves and threatened Su Chen. At the same time, Yao Yibao, the chairman of Shangshur International Hotel, and 10 senior managers of their hotel rushed to the hotel entrance in a hurry. They wanted to greet the big boss of their head office with the warmest and most grand welcome ceremony. Chapter 62 I am the richest man in the world. Su Chen thought to himself that he was destined to become the richest man in the world, so he didn't want to argue with the security guard in front of him. He said in a calm tone, "Security brother, I advise you to be more careful with your words, because you never know the true identity of the delivery rider who looks ordinary on the surface. If I told you that the food delivery driver you thought you could easily humiliate is actually the richest man in the world, would you deeply regret your ignorant behavior?" The security guard was stunned at first. Immediately, he completely lost his patience, raised his fist and hit Su Chen. "Nima, a delivery guy is such a jerk, you dare to teach me a lesson? Today, if I don't beat the shit out of you, I'll take your last name. Can." Just as the security guard took action, Yao Yibo and 10 senior leaders of Shangshur International had already arrived at the door of the hotel. After seeing the scene clearly, Yao Yibo rushed towards Su Chen like crazy. At the same time, he shouted, "Stop it! Right now!" The scene before him frightened Yao Yibo to death. Li Ruobing, the president of Dihao Group, had already told him that he had to entertain the chairman of Dihao Group well, otherwise he would have to pack up and leave. You know. Being able to become the chairman of Shangshur International was due to the injuries of the senior leaders of Dihao Group. Moreover, Yao Yibo was extremely satisfied with his current identity and status. If he lost this job, he would definitely lose the desire to live. The security guards at their Grand International Hotel had actually stopped the chairman of their parent company? And it looked like a fight was about to break out? In an instant, cold sweat streamed down Yao Yibo's forehead. Now, seeing Yao Yibo and more than 10 senior leaders coming to him, the security guard said with pride, "Chairman, there is a dead delivery man here, and he still wants to set foot in the door of our Shangshur International? Oh. It's hilarious. A dead delivery guy?" In Yao Yibo's opinion, the chairman of their Dihao Group is simply a god who was high above everyone else. However, the security guard in front of him was so confused that he cursed the boss of their head office, calling him a garbage delivery man. Bang! Without further ado, Yao Yibo slapped the security guard in the face. Under the security guard's incredulous gaze, veins popped on his forehead as he hysterically yelled, "Go to hell! Do you want to kill me?" The security guard was slapped in the face by the chairman of Shangshur International and was stunned. Just as his mind went blank, he saw Yao Yibo kneel down in front of Su Chen with a thud, apologizing with a look of extreme fear. "Chairman, I failed to discipline my subordinates well, and you have been wronged. Don't worry, I will make this employee pay a heavy price." Su Chen helped Yao Yibo up with both hands. However, he stared at the security guard and everyone calmly. Under everyone's stunned gaze, Su Chen walked straight into the Shangshur International Hotel without saying a word. There was no other way. Zhang Weili had urged him twice. If he was late, it would inevitably be impolite. So, Su Chen was too lazy to teach the security guard of Shangshur International Hotel a lesson and planned to go to the Byungshuan private hall to attend the party as soon as possible. When Su Chen's figure completely disappeared from everyone's sight, Yao Yibo couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He was really confused by Su Chen's silence. What does that even mean? Yao Yibo frowned and muttered to himself, while the Grand International Hotel security guard seemed to be ecstatic after surviving a disaster. Looking at Yao Yibo, the security guard groveled and said, "Chairman, I won't be fired, will I? Get out of here. I won't even pay you this month's salary." Shouted angrily. Yao Yibo led the senior leaders of Shangshur International Hotel to the door of Byungshuan's private hall. After hesitating for a moment, Yao Yibo said to everyone, "We shouldn't disturb the big boss's class reunion. Withdraw." Byungshuan private hall. Seeing Su Chen arrive, Zhang Weili, who was sitting at the table, exclaimed, "Oh, isn't this the handsome Su Chen who was so famous back then? Why is he wearing a delivery uniform now? Handsome Su, you are not going to tell me that you are really delivering food, are you? Ha ha." As Zhang Weili's joking voice sounded, everyone in the private room burst into laughter. Su Chen is very visionary. So, he wasn't angry at all. He glanced at everyone and said half-jokingly, "I wanted to get along with everyone as an ordinary person, but all I got was alienation. I won't pretend anymore. I'm telling you, I'm the richest man in the world. As Su Chen said this, everyone in the Baiyunshan private hall looked at each other in surprise. And the entire hall was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Chapter 63 Ordering Wine. Su Chen had no intention of showing off, he was just being a little naughty in front of his old classmates. Shui Han was amused by Su Chen's words, and then she covered her mouth with her hands and laughed secretly. That look was really stunning and beautiful beyond words. Can. After a brief silence, Zhang Weili and others burst into extremely contemptuous ridicule. Su Chen, I really didn't expect that a delivery guy like you would be so shameless as to say, you are the richest man in the world? Oh. It's just funny. If a scumbag like you can become the richest man in the world, then wouldn't I become the leader of the Earth Federation? Ha ha. Everyone used humiliating words to insult him. Su Chen spread his hands, not taking it seriously. Instead, he walked over to the table, picked up a glass of wine, and said, I'm late. I'm sorry, old classmates. I'll drink a glass as a punishment. Seeing Su Chen holding up a glass of wine, Zhang Weili shook his head with a mocking look on his face. After all, I'm a poor guy, and I can't usually afford to drink this kind of fine wine that costs thousands of yuan a bottle. Today. It's a rare opportunity like this, so I really need to eat and drink to my heart's content. Up to this point, Su Chen hadn't lost his temper. He wore a gentle, elegant smile. However, Shui Han couldn't stand it any longer. He stood up from his seat and angrily said, Zhang Weili, if you mock brother Su Chen again, we'll leave immediately. Okay. Seeing that the campus beauty Shui Han was furious, Zhang Weili quickly begged for mercy. Actually, we were just joking among our basketball buddies. Since the Chu University campus doesn't want to listen to our jokes, let's talk about something else. As he spoke, Zhang Weili glanced at Su Chen with a playful look and said, Old Su, I heard that you broke up? Tell me, what's going on? Gurgle. Su Chen drank the wine in the bottle in one gulp, then smiled heartily. Let's not talk about unhappy things. We are having a party today, shouldn't we eat and drink well? You know. Shengshire International is a branch of the Dihao Group, and Su Chen is the big boss of the head office. His classmates are gathering at his hotel, so all expenses are naturally free. His eyes swept over the wine table and Su Chen said without question, how about we go to the red wine bar? Wine. Zhang Weili sneered. Su Chen, you're not here to drink for free, are you? Su Chen half-jokingly said, as old classmates, if I really come here to drink for free, are you willing to let me drink? Zhang Weili was stunned. He really didn't expect that Su Chen was so shameless? After a moment, Zhang Weili waved his hand, glanced at Shui Han, and said with great generosity, since the great male god Su has spoken, let's order a bottle of 1982 Lafite today. What do you think, brothers? Good. Brother Zhang is awesome. Boss, this is a 1982 Lafite. This is my first time drinking it. Su Chen blinked and asked doubtfully, Old Zhang, I only opened a bottle of 1982 Lafite. Is that enough? Zhang Weili and others looked at each other in surprise. Then, Zhang Weili sneered and said with disdain, who drinks red wine with the intention of having as much as they want? When we spend money here, isn't it about quality and taste? If you want as much as you want, why not just drink beer? Speaking of this, Zhang Weili's eyes rolled. In Zhang Weili's opinion, Su Chen was just a country bumpkin who delivered takeout and must not know many brands of red wine. He planned to severely humiliate Su Chen in front of the campus belle Shui Han. Thinking of this, Zhang Weili said with a sly look, how about this, when the waiter comes, you order us a few bottles of red wine, how about that? Chapter 64 Dilemma. Obviously. When Zhang Weili said this, it was obvious that he intended to humiliate Su Chen, thinking that he was just a scumbag who delivered takeout and must not know many red wine brands. When the time comes, he will be embarrassed in front of the school beauty Shui Han. Will Su Chen still have the face to stay in the Baiyunshan private room? And what about Zhang Weili? But he will show himself well in front of the campus belle Shui Han, and believe that it is no problem to embrace the beauty. Su Chen could see that Zhang Weili was deliberately making things difficult for him. But he didn't point it out, but smiled calmly. Lao Zhang, are you sure you want me to order? Zhang Weili gave a smile that he thought was very handsome. Whatever you want. Shui Han clenched her fists, pouted and said to Su Chen, Brother Su Chen, just order the most expensive wine and drink Zhang Weili into bankruptcy. Shu Yihan's silly and adorable expression was so charming. Ha ha. Zhang Weili smiled. Shu University's campus beauty, this grand international hotel may be a 5-star hotel, but if you think you can bankrupt me by drinking me to death, you're underestimating my financial resources. As Zhang Weili finished speaking, everyone at the table began to compliment him. Shu University campus belle, I'm afraid you don't know how much brother Zhang is worth now, right? Millionaire, super boss, you deserve it. Su Chen smiled but said nothing. A mere $1 million can be called a tycoon? Or a super tycoon? If that's the case, then with $1 billion in his account, an $80 million Bugatti, and a $350 million Imperial Bay villa, wouldn't he be the ancestor of the rich? Not long. 3 tall, beautiful waitresses wearing printed cheongsams walked into the Byungshuan private dining room. Zhang Weili pretended to be domineering and said, "Handsome Su, order whatever you want. The last thing I lack is money." Su Chen smiled calmly. Immediately. Facing the 3 beautiful waitresses in cheongsams, he said, 2 bottles of 1999 Romanée Conti, 2 bottles of 1975 Latour, and 1982 Lafite. 10 bottles first. If it's not enough, I'll order more. Okay, please wait. After saying this politely, the 3 beautiful waitresses in cheongsams respectfully left the Byungshuan private room. Only. Zhang Weili and others at the table were completely stunned at this moment. 2 bottles of 1999 Romanée Conti? 2 bottles of 1975 Latour? 10 bottles of 1982 Lafite? If it's not enough, do you want more? The corners of Zhang Weili's mouth twitched fiercely. After a long time, he widened his eyes and said in shock, "Su Chen, how much do these red wines you ordered cost?" At this time, Zhang Weili was obviously lacking in confidence when he spoke. Because he had heard that the Romanée Conti bottles bought at auctions were priced at least 1 million, while Zhang Weili's net worth was barely a few million. Coming to the Grand International Hotel tonight to spend money was simply a pretense. In his opinion, a maximum spending of over 100,000 was already the limit he could afford. If he could win the beauty, it wouldn't be too much of a loss. Su Chen ordered so many drinks, I'm afraid it would cost more than 100,000 yuan, right? Su Chen was once a top student, and now, his IQ is even more outstanding. He went through it in his mind and figured out the price of these red wines. Glancing at Zhang Weili, Su Chen said nonchalantly, "It's not expensive. The total cost is less than 9.8 million. How much? 9,800,000. At this moment, Zhang Weili's mentality completely exploded. With a thud, Zhang Weili lost his balance and fell directly under the chair. Su Chen was stunned and asked doubtfully, "Lao Zhang, you look down on me, Su Chen, for delivering food. You should be an absolute wealthy man, right? Why, this small amount of 9.8 million makes you embarrassed?" Chapter 65 Can't Pay. In Su Chen's eyes, 9,800,000 is just a drop in the bucket. But in the eyes of Zhang Weili, who was trying to be rich, that was an astronomical figure. At this moment, Zhang Weili slumped on the ground, his face was pale, and he looked dispirited. Su Chen looked down at Zhang Weili and asked in confusion, "Old Zhang, with your net worth, can you really not afford 9.8 million? Zhang Weili could no longer pretend, shook his head, and said bitterly, "To be honest, let alone 9.8 million, even if it's just 98,000, it's still a considerable expense for me." Su Chen smiled brightly. "Lao Zhang, how come you are in such a miserable state? Even worse than me, a delivery man?" Zhang Weili felt ashamed when he heard this. Tonight, the reason why he set up the trap at Shengshire International Hotel was to humiliate Su Chen. If the price of humiliating Su Chen was to pay 9.8 million for wine, then Zhang Weili would rather admit defeat. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Weili hurriedly said, "Handsome Su, please return the wine immediately." He glanced at everyone. Even if everyone chipped in now, we wouldn't be able to come up with 9.8 million. Hearing Zhang Weili's words, everyone at the table was immediately shocked. "Zhang, are you kidding us? You were all so arrogant when you came here, telling us to drink as much as we wanted. Now, Handsome Su ordered a few bottles of red wine, and you can't afford it? If you don't have money, just be low-key. Or, wouldn't it be better to eat skewers at a roadside stall? Why do you have to show off in a 5-star hotel? Now, are you satisfied? Zhang Weili, you're just trying to be rich. When you have money, you are like a boss, and everyone compliments you and respects you. If you bring no benefits to others, I'm sorry, but you are nothing. Shui Han came up to Su Chen, frowned, and said, Brother Su Chen, Zhang Weili has learned his lesson. You should return the wine. Otherwise, when the bill comes, we won't be able to afford the exorbitant price. That would be bad. Su Chen smiled elegantly. Don't worry, I'll treat you all to this dinner. Su Chen said casually. Boom. Su Chen's nonchalant words were like a thunderclap, exploding in everyone's mind. In an instant, the Byungshuan private hall was dead silent, and everyone's breathing seemed to have almost stopped. Before, except for Chui Han, everyone looked down on Su Chen, humiliated Su Chen, and despised Su Chen, because they felt that it was very fulfilling to laugh at the former pride of the country. But right now, what was this delivery driver, whom they despised, saying? He was going to pay for 9.8 million yuan worth of wine? Everyone suddenly felt extremely ashamed. Of course, after calming down and thinking about it, Su Chen's words were completely arrogant. You know, Zhang Weili, who is worth millions, has just given up and collapsed on the ground. How could Su Chen, a mere delivery driver, afford such a high price for wine? Oh! Suddenly, Zhang Weili sneered. Su Chen, are you making fun of me? You don't have to. I know I looked down on you before and said some things that made you feel uncomfortable. Even if I, Zhang Weili, can't afford the 9.8 million yuan for the wine, you, Su Chen, will never be able to afford it either. In my eyes, worth millions, you are still just a delivery driver who has worked hard for 20 years to barely reach my current annual salary. Just ask. What qualifications do you have to say such things? Su Chen was helpless. Please don't mention delivery again, okay? Can I tell everyone that this Grand International Hotel is actually my company? As Su Chen said this, everyone in the Byungshuan private room was stunned. They looked at Su Chen with unprecedented awe and disbelief. Especially, Zhang Weili's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. A turbulent wave of emotion surged within him. Chapter 66 His Identity. Zhang Weili and others, including Chui Han, all did not believe that Su Chen could afford 9.8 million for the wine, and they did not believe that Shangshur International Hotel was Su Chen's company. Su Chen was helpless. He swept his eyes over the crowd and asked doubtfully, Do you always only believe what you see with your own eyes? Haven't you heard the saying, seeing is not believing? On the surface, I'm a food delivery writer. In fact, I am the richest man in the world who likes to deliver food. Bang bang. At this moment, there was a knock on the door of the Byungshuan private room. Su Chen called out, Come in, and saw 6 tall, beautiful waitresses wearing printed cheongsams. Each of them came in respectfully with a tray in their hands. They placed the red wine on the table and bowed in unison, saying, Enjoy your meal, everyone. After he finished speaking, he left the Byungshuan private room. Zhang Weili and the others had never drunk a bottle of wine worth millions before. Each of them looked at the wine on the table with a look of reverence and awe. Of course, they were more worried about how they would pay the bill if they drank millions of dollars worth of wine. Su Chen saw through everyone's thoughts, called the waiter, and said lightly, Call your boss over. The waiter said respectfully, Sir, can we ask the lobby manager to come? Su Chen emphasized his tone and said without question, Tell Yao Yibo to get in front of me within 1 minute. Otherwise, you will no longer be the chairman of Shangshur International. Hearing Su Chen's words, Zhang Weili, Chui Han, the waiter, and everyone at the table were all silent. They looked at Su Chen with complicated expressions. Before, they looked down on Su Chen. Unexpectedly. How could Su Chen, a food delivery driver, actually yell at the chairman of Shangshur International Hotel? So the question is, who is Su Chen, exactly? No way. Is he really the richest man in the world? Not long after, Yao Yibo came running to the Byungshuan private room, sweating profusely. Seeing that the chairman of Shangshur International Hotel had come in person, Zhang Weili and others quickly stood up, while Su Chen sat on the sofa, leisurely sipping a sip of red wine. Boss, what do you want me to do? Yao Yibo asked tremblingly. Boss? Zhang Weili, Chui Han, and everyone else all turned their gazes towards Su Chen. At this moment, they were finally certain that Su Chen was definitely no ordinary person. However, judging by the way the chairman of the Grand International Hotel addressed Su Chen, it seemed that this guy Su Chen had a very important background. Note: the chairman of the Grand International Hotel was a well-known figure in the entire Zhanghai business community. And how could such a big shot actually address Su Chen as boss? Doesn't that mean Su Chen was the boss of the big shots? Su Chen casually pointed his finger at the wine table in front of him. Xiao Yao, I'm having a party with my friends here and spent 9.8 million. How do you think we should settle the bill? Upon hearing this, Yao Yibo replied tremblingly, Boss, this Shangshur International Hotel is your own company. It's completely free for you to spend, let alone 9.8 million. Even if it's 98 million. Do you believe it now? Come on, drink. Su Chen raised the red wine glass first. Actually, Su Chen didn't want to be high profile. But if Yao Yibo had not been called over to prove his identity, Zhang Weili and others would definitely not have drunk the red wine. 1 o'clock in the morning. Then everyone left the Byungshuan private hall and walked out of the Shangshur International Hotel. Su Chen took out the key to his broken electric scooter, and then, under the stunned gaze of everyone, he drove away. Seeing this scene, Zhang Weili and others were completely devastated. Damn it. Even the chairman of the Grand International Hotel has to kowtow before you, yet you're riding a shabby electric donkey? Are you being low-key, or are you deliberately playing dumb? Chapter 67 Buying a House in a School District. For Su Chen, tonight's party at Shangshur International Hotel was just a simple gathering for a drink and a chat, nothing more. For Zhang Weili and Zhu Yihan, this was an opportunity that would change their lives. After returning home, Zhang Weili was so excited that he couldn't calm down for a long time. In the past, he thought that his net worth of 1 million was already considered a success. What a pity. In front of Su Chen, he is complete trash. Just a drink and it cost 9.8 million. Even the Shangshur International Hotel, with a market capitalization exceeding 1 billion, was owned by Su Chen. So, if he could establish a good relationship with Su Chen, perhaps Zhang Weili would only need a word from Su Chen to soar to success. Even becoming a multi-millionaire or even a billionaire was not impossible. Thinking of this, Zhang Weili secretly swore in his heart. I must arrange a drinking or dinner party to keep in touch with Su Chen. As for Zhu Yihan, she was destined to suffer from insomnia tonight. When Su Chen was just a food delivery rider, Zhu Yihan did not despise him. She even thought that making money to support Su Chen in the future would be her happiness. Now, Su Chen became a wealthy tycoon, which made him more like the Prince Charming that Zhu Yihan had imagined. If she, Zhu Yihan, did not marry Su Chen in this life, then her life would have been in vain. Brother Su Chen, no matter what, I will become your wife. Looking at the bright moonlight outside the window, Zhu Yihan's beautiful face was filled with a sweet smile. And from time to time, he started to smile foolishly. The next morning, after Su Chen finished his morning run and had breakfast, he heard a system prompt sound in his mind. Drop. Is the big treasure chest open today? The thing that Su Chen was happiest and looked forward to the most every day was opening the big treasure chest. At this moment, without the slightest hesitation, he said directly, Open it. Drop. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 sets of school district housing in Longfeng Imperial Garden. Longfeng Dun, 1,000 school district houses? After opening the treasure chest reward, Su Chen's heart was suddenly filled with turmoil. As far as he knew, the Dragon and Phoenix Imperial Garden was the most upscale luxury community in Zhonghai, and the system was quite generous, directly rewarding him with 1,000 sets of school district housing? That being said, will I, Su Chen, become a happy landlord from now on? I deliver food and collect rent every day. Then, looking forward to opening the big treasure chest on the second day, this kind of life is so wonderful. Just when Su Chen was extremely ecstatic, his phone rang. Hello, is this Mr. Su Chen Su? A respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. Su Chen answered truthfully, Yes, I am Su Chen, and you are? Hello, Mr. Su. I'm the account manager at Dragon Phoenix Garden. My name is Zhou Shuai. You can call me Xiao Zhou. The payment for the 1,000 units of school district housing you purchased at Dragon Phoenix Garden has been successfully made. I'd like to personally deliver the property ownership certificate to you whenever you're free. Su Chen's style of doing things is that he would rather trouble himself than trouble others. It is based on this principle that Su Chen said politely, No need to trouble you, I will come to your company to get the property certificate. Okay then. I'll immediately arrange for staff to prepare a ceremony to welcome you. Joke. He bought 1,000 school district houses from their company. He is a super big client, so Zhou Shuai naturally had to arrange a grand welcome ceremony. After hanging up the phone, Su Chen called his secretary Zhang Yanran. Yanran, please prepare a van for me. Zhang Yanran subconsciously asked, Boss, what do you want the van for? Su Chen had no secrets from Zhang Yanran, so he said matter-of-factly, I bought 1,000 school district houses. I went to pick up the property ownership certificates today. I don't know if a van can hold so many property ownership certificates. At this time. After hearing Su Chen's words, Zhang Yanran's legs went weak and she almost fell to the ground. Immediately, she asked in disbelief, Boss, you bought 1,000 school district houses? Chapter 68 Mistress. You know. Many people rack their brains to buy a school district house, which is extremely difficult. But Su Chen bought 1,000 school district houses with ease? What kind of big shot is this? 20 minutes later. Zhang Yanran rented a van and took Su Chen to the Dragon in Phoenix Imperial Garden. On the way, Zhang Yanran, who was sitting in the driving seat, could not help but admire and marvel at him from the bottom of her heart. So, she complimented him with a face full of infatuation. Boss, you are so handsome, aren't you? As far as I know. The school district housing in Longfeng Diyuan costs nearly 100,000 yuan per square meter. If a house is calculated as 100 square meters, then a single house is worth 10 million yuan. You have directly bought 1,000 school district houses. My goodness, how much is this going to cost? 10 billion? Su Chen sat in the passenger seat, looking at Zhang Yanran's surprised expression, smiled calmly and said, 10 billion, is that a lot? Su Chen really had no idea about 10 billion. After all, these 1,000 school district houses were not purchased by him with real money, but were rewards from the treasure chests that were opened every day. That's why he acted so nonchalant. Hiss. Hearing Su Chen's words, Zhang Yanran couldn't help but take a breath, and then flattered him again. Many people can't even save $1 million in their entire lives, and you, boss, just bought 1,000 school district houses in one go? And Dragon in Phoenix Imperial Garden is a well-known high-end residential complex in Shanghai. Such a large sum of money is even more than that of the richest man in Shanghai. Compared with the richest man in China overseas? Su Chen smiled. Since he has obtained the daily treasure chest system, he is destined to become the richest man in the world. As a mere richest man in Shanghai, he is naturally not qualified to be compared with him, Su Chen. Seeing Su Chen leaning against the car window and smiling without saying anything, Zhang Yanran asked again in confusion, Boss, you bought these 1,000 school district houses in Longfeng Imperial Garden for investment, right? I believe in your vision and you will definitely make a lot of money. Not really. Su Chen shook his head and said half-jokingly, I just thought it was fun, so I bought it without hesitation. Hearing this, Zhang Yanran suffered 10,000 times the critical damage in an instant and was completely dumbfounded. Not long. The van driven by Zhang Yanran stopped at the gate of Longfeng Imperial Garden, and Zhou Shuai also brought people to hold an extremely grand welcome ceremony for Su Chen. Walking on the red carpet, Su Chen exuded dazzling light with every step he took. Seem. Just one look can bring you a spring breeze. With his eyes fixed on Su Chen, Zhou Shuai was filled with doubts, like a raging sea. In his opinion, a big man who could buy 1,000 school district houses in a short time must drive an international supercar. But the fact is, the other party was just driving a van worth 100,000 yuan? What shocked Zhou Shuai the most was that Su Chen, who looked only in his early 20s, had actually lavished himself with money to buy 1,000 school district apartments in Longfeng Imperial Garden. Such audacity was rare in the entire Shanghai. When he arrived at the Dragon in Phoenix Imperial Garden, Su Chen didn't want to stay too long. Because he always remembered that his identity was a food delivery writer. In the process of delivering food, Su Chen could experience life leisurely. Therefore, Su Chen did not waste too much time and said directly, Manager Zhou, let's start the formalities and follow the process? Okay. Zhou Shuai said enthusiastically. Next. Zhou Shuai clapped his hands, and 20 beautiful saleswomen in red cheongsams, each holding a bundle of property certificates, walked towards him. Zhou Shuai swept his eyes over them and said without question, Call someone. Hello, boss. 20 tall, beautiful sales clerks in red cheongsams all bowed and greeted Su Chen. Zhang Yanran, standing next to Su Chen, once again felt that being Su Chen's secretary was truly a blessing. Put the property certificate in the car. Su Chen said in a gentle tone. Hurry up and do as Mr. Su said. Zhou Shuai ordered. After signing, Su Chen and Zhang Yanran left the Dragon in Phoenix Imperial Garden and drove a van to the Emperor's Bay Villa. After getting out of the car, Su Chen said to Zhang Yanran, "Here are the keys to the villa. After you move the property certificate up, take a rest in the room. I have to go deliver the food." When Su Chen was about to leave, Zhang Yanran couldn't help but feel extremely ecstatic and excited. She said with admiration, "Boss, is this imperial villa of yours worth 350 million? Su Chen handed her the key to such a luxurious villa. How kind of a gift was this to her? For a while, Zhang Yanran couldn't help but have an illusion in her heart, as if she had become the mistress of the emperor. Chapter 69, Renting a House. Su Chen smiled and said to Zhang Yanran, "Whether it's 350 million or 35,000, you now have the temporary right to reside there." Finished. Su Chen left Emperor Linsher and continued to deliver his takeaway. When Zhang Yanran looked at the emperor coming to the world, her heart instantly blossomed with joy, as if in an instant, countless rays of light shone into her heart, as if in an instant, she became the happiest princess in the world. 2:30 in the afternoon. After delivering a takeaway, Su Chen began to think. He owned 1,000 school district houses, and he couldn't just leave them empty. Wouldn't that be a waste of resources? Well, rent it out. After. I'll just be a happy landlord. Just do it. Su Chen posted a rental information online, and soon someone called to inquire. "Hello, is this Mr. Su Chen?" A sweet voice came from the other end of the phone. Compared to experiencing life as a food delivery worker, renting a school district apartment is also an excellent way to experience life. At this moment, Su Chen said politely, "Yes, I am Su Chen. It's like this." The girl told Su Chen about her rental business and agreed to meet and talk with him. Su Chen had no objection to this. Certainly. He could also let his secretary Zhang Yanran handle all matters related to renting a house. Since it is an experience of life, then it is necessary to meet more people and go through more things. When I arrived at the gate of Longfeng Imperial Garden on a broken electric scooter, I saw a young couple who had been waiting for a long time. Are you Mr. Su Chen Su? When the young girl saw Su Chen parked his electric bike, she took the initiative to approach him and start a conversation. The girl's name is Wei Siyu, a freshman at Zhonghai University of Communication. The boy next to her is her boyfriend, Zhu Liang, a genuine second-generation rich kid. His words and deeds all exude a rebellious attitude and a sense of playing games with life. "Yes, it's me." As he spoke, Su Chen dialed Zhang Yanran's number. "Yanran, get the keys to the 20 houses and send them to Longfeng Imperial Garden immediately." After saying that, Su Chen hung up the phone. At this moment, Wei Siyu's eyes were fixed on Su Chen, and she felt extremely unbelievable. In her opinion, the owner of Longfeng Diyuan must be a successful person in a suit and tie. The man in front of her was riding a shabby electric donkey and wearing a delivery uniform. Wei Siyu couldn't help but sigh in her heart, are all the super rich nowadays so low-key? Unlike her boyfriend Zhu Liang, whose family has a few stinky bucks, he doesn't even know his last name. In the past, Zhu Liang was the perfect man in Wei Siyu's mind. However, when she saw Su Chen, Wei Siyu suddenly realized how ignorant she was before. Compared with the little brother Su Chen in front of him, Zhu Liang is a complete scum. "Mr. Su, do you have a girlfriend?" Wei Siyu was very interested in Su Chen and asked this question subconsciously. Zhu Liang, who was standing by, was obviously jealous. He leaned over to Wei Siyu's ear and said angrily, "Siyu, you're my wife. How can you ask other men such questions? Where can I put my face?" Wei Siyu rolled her eyes and said unhappily, "Don't call me wife. Are we married? From now on, please call me by my full name, Wei Siyu." "Thank you." Zhu Liang was very angry. Facing Wei Siyu's question, Su Chen just smiled calmly. Single. Wei Siyu was shocked again. This wealthy man in front of me is obviously a fairy-like beauty, and he is so rich and has such a good temperament, but he is still single? I really don't know what kind of fairy sister can be worthy of Mr. Su. Not long. Zhang Yanran drove the Bugatti to the Dragon and Phoenix Imperial Garden. Of course, she had Su Chen's authorization to drive the Bugatti. At this moment, seeing Zhang Yanran get out of the Bugatti, Zhu Liang's eyes widened and he said in disbelief, "Mr. Su, this lady is your secretary?" "Yes," Su Chen said. Hearing this, Zhu Liang's mentality suddenly exploded. Damn it. The secretary drives a Bugatti supercar worth tens of millions, while the boss wears a delivery uniform and rides a shabby electric bike? Is this world crazy? Chapter 70, Renting a House Based on Mood. Su Chen and Zhang Yanran took Wei Siyu and Zhu Liang to look at 20 houses in Longfeng Diyuan. After the look, Su Chen's eyes swept over Zhu Siyu and Zhu Liang. What do you two think of our houses in Longfeng Diyuan? Su Chen's smile always makes people feel warm, even though he is a big boss who owns 1,000 school district houses. He is extremely respectful and polite in front of everyone. Without waiting for Wei Siyu to express his opinion, Zhu Liang hurriedly said, I'm very satisfied with the house. What's the monthly rent? Zhang Yanran hurriedly said, Mr. Zhu, our house in Longfeng Imperial Garden is the most luxurious school district house in Zhanghai. 20,000 yuan a month is already very cheap, okay? If you still think it's expensive, please look elsewhere. Zhu Liang smiled proudly. You misunderstood me. What I meant was that a house costing 20,000 yuan a month is simply not suitable for my status. How about this, 25,000 yuan a month, and we sign the contract now? Zhang Yanran was stunned. I thought, is there anyone who bargains like this? I've learned something new. Su Chen has always been a principled person. Is Zhu Liang trying to act like a big shot in front of him? Sorry, you've definitely found the wrong person, Su Chen said in a slightly indifferent tone, frowning slightly. Sorry, the house in our Dragon and Phoenix Imperial Garden has been rented out. Please leave. What? Zhu Liang was also confused. After a moment, he said angrily, we just looked at 20 houses, but they were all empty. How come they are all rented out? Mr. Su, what do you mean? What do you mean? Su Chen shrugged. Sorry, I don't want to rent my house to you anymore, is that okay? I want to know why. Zhu Liang asked in confusion. Why? Su Chen's eyes swept over Wei Siyu and Zhu Liang, and he said indignantly, I want to ask, are you two students of Zhanghai University of Communication? Yes. Zhu Liang and Wei Siyu answered in unison. Since you're students at Zhanghai Media University, you should focus all your energy on your studies instead of renting an apartment. Don't think I don't know why you're renting an apartment. When you arrive at school as a freshman, find a partner and live together. When you graduate, will you graduate together as a family of 3, or even 4? Zhu Liang was at a loss for words. Mr. Su, when you rent a house, isn't the monthly rent the most important thing? No. Su Chen quickly shook his head. Monthly rent is really insignificant to me. Let me put it this way, I own 1,000 school district apartments in Longfeng Imperial Garden, but it's just a drop in the bucket compared to my entire wealth. What does it mean? Who I rent my house to depends entirely on my mood. You two young lovers, if you want to rent a house in our Dragon and Phoenix Imperial Garden, unless you can provide your marriage certificate, otherwise, you can leave without saying goodbye. Su Chen was so domineering in his actions. Wei Siyu and Zhu Liang looked at each other. Zhang Yanran covered her mouth and laughed secretly. She knew of course that collecting rent was just the boss's hobby and not for making money. Who he wanted to rent the house to really depended on his mood. Can't help it. Zhang Yanran gave Su Chen a thumbs up. Su Chen winked at Zhang Yanran inconspicuously. Suddenly, Zhang Yanran's whole body felt like it was electrocuted. Let's go. Staring deeply at Su Chen, Zhu Liang said viciously. After walking a few steps, Wei Siyu suddenly stopped. Then, with a serious face, he said, Zhu Liang, let's break up. Why? Zhu Liang's forehead suddenly bulged with veins when he heard this. Chapter 71, Stealing Jobs. Zhu Liang has always felt good about himself. In his opinion, Wei Siyu would not marry anyone else in her life. In the past, she always called him a male god. He never expected that Wei Siyu would break up with him at this time? We are not suitable. Wei Siyu said expressionlessly. Once you have seen the sea, all other puddles will seem dull to you. Once you meet Su Chen, you will regret your whole life. Really? If Zhu Liang had not met Su Chen, Wei Siyu would have been the male god of her life. However, compared with Su Chen, Zhu Liang was a complete scum. No matter his appearance, temperament, conversation, wealth, etc., Zhu Liang was not even worthy of carrying Su Chen's shoes. Furthermore, Wei Siyu is not stupid. Of course she knew what Zhu Liang's intention was in bringing her to Longfeng Diyuan to rent a house. Perhaps, after he got tired of her, he would kick her away. By then, she would no longer be a virgin, and how could she get married again in the future? Even if she accidentally gets pregnant with Zhu Liang's child, How will she be able to face her husband in the future? This moment. Wei Siyu thought it through and decided to break up with Zhu Liang, the scumbag. When Zhu Liang was pursuing her, he spoke so romantically and said that their relationship was a platonic love. What's the result? Aren't you just greedy for your own body? Not suitable? Zhu Liang suddenly smiled bitterly and said in disbelief, "You are a student, and so am I. You are beautiful, and I am handsome. We are a match made in heaven. How could we not be suitable? Wei Siyu, do you think I am not as good as Su Chen?" Right. Wei Siyu raised her chin and confronted Zhu Liang. Zhu Liang clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and was about to defend himself. Reason told him. No matter in which aspect, he and Su Chen are completely incomparable. After a moment of hesitation, Zhu Liang said with a lack of confidence, "I admit that I am not as good as Mr. Su Chen. However, there are many men in this world who are not as good as Mr. Su Chen. No way. Are they not qualified to fall in love, get married, and have children? I don't care. You and I must break up anyway." Wei Siyu was very determined. Oh. Zhu Liang smiled bitterly and shook his head. Wei Siyu, I'm not trying to discourage you. Even after breaking up with me, Mr. Su still doesn't like you. You don't need to worry about this for me. It is said that a woman's expression changes faster than turning the pages of a book. In Wei Siyu's case, this can be said to be reflected vividly. Yan Ran, you made a wasted trip. Su Chen said apologetically. Boss, you are too polite. As your secretary, I must be available at any time. Zheng Yanran said with bright eyes and white teeth. Su Chen nodded, and said with satisfaction, this awareness is very good. After restarting the broken donkey and about to leave Longfeng Imperial Garden, Wei Siyu grabbed the back seat of Su Chen's electric scooter, looking quite a scoundrel, puffing out her cheeks, and said as if a little aggrieved, Mr. Su, I have broken up with Zhu Liang. Su Chen turned around and said helplessly, so? I want to be your secretary. Is that possible? Wei Siyu's pretty and tender face was filled with anticipation. Why? Hearing this, Su Chen sighed and said in confusion, Classmate Wei Siyu, you are a student of Shanghai University of Communication and a future pillar of the motherland, and I am just a delivery man. It is inevitable that you are wasting your talents as my secretary. Let us talk about it later. I already have a secretary. Zheng Yanran walked over quickly, looked at Wei Siyu provocatively, and said in a cold tone, Why, do you want to steal my job? Chapter 72 50% off. Wei Siyu felt insecure and let go of the back seat of Su Chen's electric car. She said pitifully, I just want to stay by Mr. Su's side. I don't mean anything else. I'm sorry, Mr. Su can only be accompanied by his secretary. And me. She is Mr. Su's only secretary. Su Chen shook his head helplessly. You two can chat first. I have to go deliver food. After that, Su Chen drove away on his broken electric bike without taking a single cloud with him. But stayed. A handsome and unruly back. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Su Chen was delivering food when he ran into a familiar person. He wanted to pretend he didn't see him and continued delivering food on his old electric bike, but unexpectedly, the other person stopped him. Cousin. Tang Yu shouted excitedly the moment he saw Su Chen. However, when she saw clearly that Su Chen was wearing a delivery uniform and riding a worn-out electric bike, the expression on her face instantly dimmed. In the eyes, there was also a flash of disgust. Su Chen's electric car stopped in front of Tang Yu, and he said politely, It's yeah, who are these two? Su Chen looked at the two people beside Tang Yu. This is my cousin, Su Chen. Tang Yu first introduced Su Chen, and then said to Su Chen, This is my best friend, Meng Meng. While speaking, Tang Yu said to Li Meng, Who is this handsome guy? Introduce yourself. Li Meng held the handsome man's wrist and said happily, This is my boyfriend, Yang Kai. Hello. Su Chen stretched out his hand and wanted to shake hands with Li Meng. But Li Meng immediately avoided Su Chen, and Yang Kai said with disdain, Meng Meng is the daughter of a wealthy family. She has been exposed to the upper class since she was a child. Mr. Su, I'm so sorry. Meng Meng doesn't want to know you, and I don't have much interest in you either. Yeah, you know I'm a straightforward person. I say what I think. Don't mind it. Yang Kai's face was full of disdain. In his opinion, there is no need to get to know a mere delivery rider. Tang Yu also felt ashamed. It was conceivable that if Su Chen was a multi-millionaire, Tang Yu would definitely try to please him in every way, calling him cousin. Can. Just a food delivery driver? Not calling Su Chen by his first name was already very polite. Su Chen didn't take the contemptuous looks from Tang Yu, Yang Kai, and Li Meng seriously at all. At this moment, Su Chen asked politely, "Yeah, uncle, aunt, grandpa, grandma, are they all okay?" "I'm fine." Tang Yu didn't want to pay attention to Su Chen and spoke weakly. "That's good." Immediately, Su Chen changed the subject. "Oh, by the way, I haven't asked yet, are you guys shopping, or are you doing something else?" Tang Yu glanced at Li Meng and Yang Kai, and said listlessly, Meng and her boyfriend are planning to buy a school district house in Zhanghai. I'll go with them to look around. "Oh, so that's the case. Do you have any house you like?" Su Chen asked kindly. After all, she was his cousin, and Su Chen would definitely not be stingy in helping her if he could. "Why?" Tang Yu sighed and said weakly, "We really like the school district housing in Longfeng Imperial Garden, but unfortunately, the houses there are too expensive. 1 square meter costs a whopping 100,000 yuan. We really can't afford it." A school district apartment in Longfeng Imperial Garden? Su Chen thought, this is too much of a coincidence. He then kindly and enthusiastically said, "If you really want to buy a house in the Dragon and Phoenix Imperial Garden School District, I can give you a discount." "Well, since we know each other, I'll give you a 50% discount. How about that?" "What?" Hearing Su Chen's words, Tang Yu, Li Meng and Yang Kai were immediately stunned. Chapter 73. Do you know each other? Tang Yu, Li Meng, and Yang Kai all saw Su Chen's kindness and enthusiasm as she was being completely arrogant. Li Meng looked at Tang Yu, pointed at her head, and asked in a low voice, "Yeah, is there something wrong with your cousin's head?" Li Meng's words undoubtedly meant that Su Chen was a psychopath. Yang Kai was stunned at first. Then, he burst out laughing. "Mr. Su Chen, aren't you just dreaming? You're giving us a 50% discount? What do you mean? From what you're saying, you're the chairman of Dragon and Phoenix Imperial Garden?" Ha ha. Yang Kai's gaze swept over Li Meng and Tang Yu, a look of deep sarcasm and ridicule on his face. "I can't help it, this is killing me. Yeah, your cousin is really quite interesting. Let me put it this way, if your cousin were the chairman of Dragon Phoenix Garden, wouldn't I, Yang Kai, be the richest man in the world?" Tang Yu stared at Su Chen with anger on her face and raised her voice and shouted, "Su Chen, who do you think you are? Let me ask you, what is your job?" "Delivering takeout." Su Chen said matter-of-factly. "Since you are engaged in the delivery job, why do you give us a 50% discount? Do you know how expensive the school district housing in Longfeng Diyuan is?" Su Chen wanted to explain and said that he owned 1,000 school district housing in Longfeng Diyuan. But Tang Yu didn't listen at all. "Forget it, I'll just take it as a joke." Yang Kai sarcastically said, "Mr. Su, have you ever heard the saying, a summer insect cannot talk about ice? Perhaps, for you delivery guys, it's simply impossible to understand what a school district house in Longfeng Imperial Garden is." After hearing these words, what else could Su Chen say? But after all, Su Chen is a man who wants to become the richest man in the world. His vision is simply beyond the understanding of Tang Yu and others. For the sake of his uncle, aunt, grandma and grandpa, Su Chen decided to help Tang Yu. Taking out his cell phone, Su Chen called his secretary Zhang Yanran. "Yanran, I have to trouble you again. Get the keys to 50 sets of school district housing in Longfeng Diyuan and come to Longfeng Diyuan immediately." After saying that, Su Chen hung up the phone. "Oh." Yang Kai sneered and said to Tang Yu, Yeah, your cousin, is he a graduate of the acting department? How come he's so into his acting now?" Tang Yu said angrily, "Su Chen, it doesn't matter if you are poor. But why would you lie? Aren't we supposed to be honest?" Su Chen didn't know how to explain it. "Since you don't believe me, let's go to the Dragon and Phoenix Imperial Garden. Then, everything will become clear." Upon hearing this, Tang Yu, Li Meng, and Yang Kai couldn't help but look at each other. Immediately, Tang Yu said, "We're looking at houses everywhere anyway, so why not go to Longfeng Imperial Garden?" After hesitating for a moment, Tang Yu continued, "Then the three of us can take a taxi, and you can ride your rickety electric bike, and we can go to Longfeng Imperial Garden together." Good. When Su Chen arrived at Longfeng Imperial Garden on his broken electric scooter, Tang Yu, Li Meng and Yang Kai happened to get off a taxi. Not far away, a tall young girl with a beautiful face, wearing an expensive burgundy uniform, walked towards Su Chen with a smile on her face. Tang Yu and Li Meng call themselves beauties. But in front of this powerful and charming career woman, they are completely trash, just like fireflies that cannot compete with the sun and the moon. Who is this beauty? Do you know her? Tang Yu looked at Li Meng and Yang Kai and asked. Li Meng and Tang Kai both shook their heads. Su Chen said calmly, her name is Zhang Yanran, and she is my secretary. Secretary? Tang Yu, Yang Kai, and Li Meng were all extremely unbelievable and asked in unison. Hello, boss. Zhang Yanran came in front of Su Chen with a sweet smile and bowed very respectfully. For a while, Yang Kai, Li Meng, and Tang Yu felt like they were about to suffocate. How could a mere delivery driver have such a beautiful secretary? And that secretary still drives a Bugatti supercar worth tens of millions? Who can tell me what is going on? Chapter 74 Compliments. Ashamed. Remorse. Ashamed. I feel so ashamed and angry. For a moment, countless emotions filled the hearts of Yang Kai, Li Meng, and Tang Yu. They had previously said extremely humiliating words to Su Chen. They never expected that Su Chen, a delivery rider, was not an ordinary person. In front of this beautiful woman with a strong aura, Tang Yu, Li Meng, and Yang Kai all felt ashamed of themselves, but they did not expect that the other party was the secretary of Su Chen, whom they looked down upon. Come, let me introduce it to you. Next. Su Chen gave a brief introduction. Gulon. Tang Yu swallowed hard and involuntarily, staring at Zhang Yanran, and asked cautiously, Ms. Zhang, did you just call my cousin the boss? Excuse me, what kind of boss is my cousin? You know. The identity of boss covers a very wide range. The auntie selling green onions in the vegetable market, the uncle selling cold noodles at the roadside stall, and even the old man collecting waste can be called a boss. Zhang Yanran's eyes swept over Tang Yu, Yang Kai, and Li Meng, and she asked in confusion, don't you know that my boss, Mr. Su Chen, is the chairman of the Dihao Group? He owns 1,000 school district houses in Longfeng Diyuan and lives in a 350 million yuan imperial villa. Oh, right. The 80 million Bugatti sports car I just drove here also belongs to my boss. Boom. Zhang Yanran's words were like a thunderclap, exploding in everyone's mind. The expressions on Yang Kai, Li Meng, and Tang Yu's faces were all dumbfounded. Of course, Yang Kai had heard of the Dihao Group, which was a huge company with a market value of tens of billions. Unexpectedly, the boss of such a super company was actually Tang Yu's cousin? Only. Mr. Su Chen, why are you wearing a delivery uniform and riding a worn-out electric bike to deliver food? Besides, owning 1,000 school district houses in Longfeng Diyuan? Oh my goodness, any school district house here is beyond Yang Kai's reach. The starting price of each house is in the tens of millions. Wouldn't the value of 1,000 school district houses be more than 10 billion? Living in a villa worth 350 million and driving a supercar worth 80 million? Oh my god. What kind of super boss is this? Even the richest man in Shanghai would probably pale in comparison to such a person. Yang Kai's Adam's apple moved, and he smacked his lips. He was shocked, as if the sea was turning upside down. Li Meng stared at Su Chen with a stupid look. Before, she didn't even bother to look at Su Chen. The look he gave Su Chen at this moment was full of awe. Tang Yu was completely dumbfounded. Su Chen had grown up in poverty, so how could he possibly afford a 350 million yuan villa and an 80 million yuan Bugatti? Moreover, he was the chairman of the Emgrand Group and owned 1,000 units in the school district of Longfeng Imperial Garden? Could it be that? Did her cousin Su Chen succeed in starting his own business? This is impossible. Cousin Su Chen is only in his early 20s. Even if he has outstanding business talent, it is impossible for him to achieve such incredible achievements in just a few years, right? Cousin, who are you? Tang Yu asked blankly. Su Chen was at a loss for words. My silly sister, I'm your cousin, Su Chen. As he spoke, he turned to look at his secretary, Zhang Yanran, and said gently, Yanran, take us all to see the house. Okay, boss. After Yang Kai was shocked, he immediately changed his attitude and said, Mr. Su, forgive me for being frank, but the moment I saw you, I felt that you were a rare talent, so radiant and brilliant. Su Chen half-jokingly said, just because you see me riding a shabby electric donkey and wearing a delivery uniform, you think I'm a rare talent, shining like a phoenix among men? Yes, if others are wearing delivery uniforms, they must be poor. But you are different, Mr. Su. Even if you are carrying a tattered woven bag and picking up garbage, you are like the sun in the sky, emitting brilliant light. Why? Temperament, mainly temperament. Yang Kai's eyes swept over Li Meng and Tang Yu, and he complimented Su Chen vigorously. Look at Mr. Su, that extraordinary hairstyle, the face that turns everyone upside down, and this delivery uniform, everything is different. It's a real pleasure to be with a big guy like this. When a guy is in a good mood, he can live a few more years, don't you think, Mr. Su? Chapter 75. I'll give you a 50% discount. Yang Kai did not hesitate to praise Su Chen. In a word, he said whatever sounded nice. Along the way, he used all the compliments he had accumulated since elementary school on Su Chen. To this, Su Chen just smiled. As Yang Kai's girlfriend, Li Meng had always held Yang Kai's wrist before, but at this moment, she kept a distance from Yang Kai, intentionally or unintentionally. In front of Su Chen, Li Meng acted lively and energetic, and those who didn't know her would think that Li Meng was Su Chen's woman. Brother Su Chen, you are so handsome. You own 1,000 school district houses in Longfeng Imperial Garden? From now on, you can live a worry-free life just by collecting rent, and reach the peak of your life. Tang Yu said with admiration on his face. You can imagine. If Su Chen was really just a food delivery rider, then Tang Yu would definitely ignore him. But after figuring out Su Chen's identity, Tang Yu directly addressed him as Brother Su Chen. This is like a pretty girl on the street asking for help. If you're not handsome, she'll call you big brother, but if you're handsome, she'll simply call you little brother in a coquettish manner. Calling him big brother is out of courtesy. But calling him little brother is very intriguing. Su Chen and Zhang Yanran took Tang Yu and others to look at houses. Along the way, listening to the praises of Tang Yu, Yang Kai, and Li Meng, Su Chen felt a little embarrassed. Shaking his head, Su Chen said humbly, "Stop flattering me. I, Su Chen, am just an ordinary food delivery rider." An ordinary food delivery rider? Yang Kai, Li Meng, and Tang Yu looked at each other. Immediately, Yang Kai said righteously, "Mr. Su, you are too modest. If a super boss like you is just an ordinary delivery rider, then the other delivery riders will become beggars picking up scraps." Everyone was looking at the house and joking around, and the atmosphere was very enjoyable. Certainly. Everyone's focus was on Su Chen. Half an hour later, Su Chen's eyes swept over Yang Kai and Li Meng, and he said in a gentle tone, "We have already looked at 10 houses. Are you satisfied with any of them? If you are still not satisfied, just keep watching." Yang Kai and Li Meng exchanged a glance, and said with a lack of confidence, "Mr. Su, every school district house in Longfeng Diyuan is finely decorated and luxurious, but what about the price?" When he looked down on Su Chen before, Yang Kai felt that he was so awesome that he could reach the sky. But right now, standing in front of Su Chen, he looked like a poor ghost who had lost his soul. Su Chen smiled brightly. "You're Yeya's friend, so we're all acquaintances now. As I said before, I'll give you a 50% discount. How about that?" Yang Kai pondered for a moment, then said, "Mr. Su, even with a 50% discount, it would still be several million. To be honest, the money I can currently afford is really limited." Tang Yu shook Su Chen's arm and said coquettishly, "My dear cousin, you are the most handsome man in the world, so just give Yang Kai a discount." You may not know that Yang Kai bought the school district house in Longfeng Diyuan because he actually planned to use this house as his and Meng Ming's wedding house. Oh, so that's the case. Then let's give you a 40% discount. Su Chen said nonchalantly. Can. Li Meng said shyly, "What wedding house? I haven't agreed to marry Yang Kai yet." Yang Kai suddenly panicked. Meng, please don't go back on your word. We agreed before that you would marry me for the rest of your life, so why are you changing your mind now? Moreover, you always called me Brother Kai before, but now you call me Yang Kai? Chapter 76 Breakup. Li Meng lowered his head and remained silent. Tang Yu jokingly said, "Yang Kai, if you can buy a school district house in Longfeng Imperial Garden, Meng will definitely marry you." When Yang Kai heard this, he felt relieved. Immediately, she turned to look at Su Chen, her face full of pleading. "Mr. Su, even if it's 60% off, I can't afford it." Su Chen sighed helplessly and was too lazy to complain about Yang Kai. "How dare you laugh at me when you're so poor? What's wrong with me delivering food? You can still own 1,000 apartments in school districts. You feel good about yourself, but you don't even have the most basic respect for others. What's the result? Can't even afford a school district house in Longfeng Dun? Since you are Yeye's friend, I'll give you a 10% discount. That should be fine now, right? Su Chen said generously. My cousin is the most handsome. Tang Yu excitedly praised him upon hearing this. Deep down, I was extremely ecstatic. It was such an honor to have such a super rich relative. Later, I would post on WeChat moments in Weibo to announce in a high-profile manner that I have a wealthy cousin. Even at a 10% discount, I still can't afford it. Yang Kai lowered his head, looking very timid. Su Chen was completely speechless. You can't give Yang Kai a school district house for free, right? Although Su Chen did not expect to get rich by collecting rent, but as for things like giving houses to others, it depended on his mood. If the other party was someone Su Chen respected, such as his parents, second uncle, or third aunt, then he would give them a school district house in Longfeng Dun without any hesitation. But what about Yang Kai? They were just casual acquaintances. Why would Su Chen give him a school district apartment in Longfeng Imperial Garden? Shaking his head, Su Chen said to Zhang Yanran, accompany them for a while, and then take them to Shanghai for a stroll. All expenses can be reimbursed to me later. I just received a few orders and have to go deliver food. Excuse me, Su Chen said with a slightly apologetic tone. Immediately, he drove away on his broken electric scooter. Looking at Su Chen's handsome and unruly back, a trace of loneliness flashed on Li Meng's pretty face. Why is such a handsome boy not my Li Meng's man? Meng. Yang Kai wanted to hold Li Meng's hand. But Li Meng dodged immediately, then angrily complained, You can't even afford a school district apartment in Longfeng Imperial Garden, and you still want to marry me? Yang Kai, how can you be so shameless? Meng, what do you mean by that? Separate. What? Yang Kai couldn't bear the blow, his face turned pale, his legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. He really couldn't accept this fact. Li Meng, who loved him so much before, actually broke up with him? This. Why on earth is that? Yang Kai felt bitter in his heart. Just because he wasn't as handsome or rich as Su Chen, would he be abandoned by his girlfriend? Miss Tang, Ms. Li, shall we continue looking at houses? Zhang Yanran's gaze swept over Tang Yu and Li Meng. Su Chen had instructed her to accompany Tang Yu and the others. So, Zhang Yanran didn't dare to be careless at all. Tang Yu sighed and said, We two girls don't have the money to buy a school district house in Longfeng Imperial Garden. There's no point in looking at it anymore. Miss Shang, if you're busy, go do your thing first. Zhang Yanran said hurriedly, My job is to take good care of Miss Tang and Miss Li. How about this? I'll take you to Shanghai and have a good time. Tang Yu and Li Meng looked at each other and said in unison, Okay. Next, Zhang Yanran drove the Bugatti, carrying Tang Yu and Li Meng, towards the most prosperous commercial pedestrian street in Shanghai. Along the way, Li Meng and Tang Yu, sitting in the Bugatti supercar, seemed extremely excited. And the two of them sat in the back row and kept taking selfies and photos together. Drop. At this moment, Zhang Yanran's phone rang. It was a text message alert. When she took out her phone and looked at it, Zhang Yanran was stunned. Chapter 77 Spending 5 million. Before, Su Chen told Zhang Yanran that all the expenses of taking Li Meng and Tang Yu to play in Shanghai would be charged to his account. At that time, Zhang Yanran was still muttering in her heart that she could ask the boss for reimbursement even if it was over. But the key point is that she doesn't have that much money in her account. Now, Su Chen directly transferred 5 million to her and told her that if she couldn't spend the 5 million tonight, she would not have to be his secretary tomorrow. After seeing this news, Zhang Yanran was stunned for a moment. Turn out to be. Is it really so cool to be a secretary to a super rich boss? At this time, seeing Zhang Yanran's dazed expression, Tang Yu, who was sitting in the back row, said with a puzzled look on her face, Miss Zhang, what's wrong? Li Meng also stared at Zhang Yanran in confusion. Zhang Yanran hesitated for a moment. Immediately, with a look of confusion, he said, Just now the boss sent a message saying that if the three of us don't spend the 5 million today, I'll be fired tomorrow. So, Miss Tang, Ms. Li, you have to help me spend the 5 million today, no matter what. Spend 5 million? Hearing this, Tang Yu and Li Meng looked at each other in shock, and a huge wave of turmoil instantly rose in their hearts. How could such a good thing exist in the world? Normally, they would think that even if they spent 5,000 yuan, it was a huge sum of money. Today, Miss Zhang told them that they must spend the full 5 million? Ms. Zhang, is what you said true? Tang Yu asked in disbelief. Li Meng also stared at Zhang Yanran eagerly. It's no wonder that Tang Yu and Li Meng were so confused. Anyone who heard such news would definitely think that the other party was lying to her. I also find it a bit unbelievable, but the fact is, the boss did send me this message, and the 5 million has been transferred to my account. As she spoke, Zhang Yanran drove the Bugatti with one hand. The other hand. He handed the phone to Tang Yu in the back seat. Tang Yu quickly took Zhang Yanran's phone and exclaimed in surprise after seeing the text message from Su Chen. My cousin is so handsome. After saying this, a look of dejection suddenly crossed Tang Yu's beautiful face. Why? Is Su Chen my cousin? If not, I can pursue him. Next. Zhang Yanran brought Li Meng and Tang Yu to Tianjin International Mall. They bought Prada limited edition bags, Armani lipsticks, and Dior cosmetics. In a word, they only bought expensive things and not the right ones. The three of them shopped for 2 hours and only managed to spend 1 million. Now. Zhang Yanran's eyes swept over Li Meng and Tang Yu, and she said anxiously, Ms. Li, Ms. Tang, time is short and the task is heavy. Let's keep shopping, don't stop. Otherwise, I'll be fired tomorrow. Zhang Yanran, Tang Yu, and Li Meng, 3 girls, never dreamed that one day they would be troubled by spending money? Why? So life is really ironic sometimes. When you have no money, even a bottle of mineral water seems expensive. But when you are worried about spending money, a Prada bag worth 30,000 yuan seems ridiculously cheap. The other side. After delivering the takeaway, Su Chen leisurely rode his broken electric scooter towards the slum where he lived. When passing by a supermarket, Su Chen suddenly felt a little thirsty. It would be so refreshing to have a bottle of ice-cold beer in this hot weather. After parking the broken electric scooter in front of the supermarket, Su Chen went to buy 2 bottles of ice-cold beer. Just as he walked out of the supermarket and was about to get on the broken electric scooter, a screaming voice stopped Su Chen. Su Chen, is this really you? Chapter 78 continue. Hearing someone calling him, Su Chen subconsciously turned his head. After seeing the other person's face clearly, Su Chen was also shocked. Zhang Yan? Zhang Yang was Su Chen's deskmate when he was in junior high school. At that time, Su Chen was ranked first in the class, while Zhang Yang was ranked last. Every time Su Chen went on stage to receive an award, Zhang Yang would be criticized in front of all the teachers and students in the school. Now, Zhang Yang was very excited after seeing his junior high school classmate, especially when he saw Su Chen wearing a delivery uniform and riding a worn electric bike. Zhang Yang's sense of superiority suddenly exploded. Damn it! You used to be the top student in the school, but now you're reduced to delivering food? As someone who used to be last in the class, I can really mock you. Is there anything more exciting in life than this? What are you doing here, delivering food? Zhang Yang asked knowingly. Su Chen spread his hands and smiled calmly. I have nothing to do anyway, so I'll just deliver takeout every day and consider it a way to experience life. Hearing this, a look of deep contempt suddenly appeared on Zhang Yang's face. Shaking his head, Zhang Yang said in a very contemptuous tone, after all, you were once a top student. You can call delivering food a way to experience life. You are really quite artistic. I just wonder how much money you can make from delivering food all day? Su Chen did not take Zhang Yang's attack seriously. Taking out a cigarette from his pocket and handing it to Zhang Yang, Su Chen said calmly, it doesn't matter whether I make money or not. The main thing is that I feel that delivering food can give me a taste of a different life. Certainly. If you have to talk about how much you can earn, it actually depends on how hard you work. If you run actively, you can earn 200 or 300 yuan a day. If you're like me and do food delivery as a hobby, you can only earn a hard-earned 100 or 80 yuan a day. No, I'm not used to smoking cigarettes of this quality. Zhang Yang refused the cigarette Su Chen offered him, then pouted and shook his head. Hey, in this day and age, everyone's escaped poverty and is now well off. I really can't understand how you, Su Chen, once a prominent figure in our school, could have fallen to such a miserable end. Not bad. Su Chen smiled without saying anything. Am I miserable? He lives in an imperial villa worth 350 million yuan, serves as the chairman of the Emgrand Group, drives an 80 million yuan Bugatti, and owns 1,000 school district houses in Longfeng Diyuan. That's right. Compared with the richest man in the world, my assets are indeed pitiful. After sizing up Su Chen again, Zhang Yang suddenly changed the subject. Handsome Su's girlfriend must be very beautiful, right? By asking this question, Zhang Yang clearly intended to humiliate Su Chen. Su Chen told the truth, I am single now. Oh, that's right. Zhang Yang nodded, a look of understanding. No girl would like a poor delivery guy like you. But I'm different. Once upon a time, everyone looked down on me. My parents called me a loser, and my teacher chased me around the campus with a pointer. At that time, I also thought that this might be the way my life would be, and I would never be able to make a name for myself. But how does the saying go, things change over time? I'm lucky now. 3 years ago, I opened an online store, and now, my monthly income has reached more than 30,000 yuan. And I got married 6 months ago, to the campus beauty from our junior high school. Last month, I bought a house. Do you know how much the down payment was? 300,000 yuan. My family gave me 100,000 yuan, and the rest was all earned by me. So, before Zhang Yang could finish his words, Su Chen heard the phone ringing. Wait a minute, I'm going to take a call. After Su Chen answered the phone, he said, Yes, I'm Su Chen. Do you want to buy a school district house in Longfeng Diyuan? Sure, let's come and see the house tomorrow. The price is 100,000 yuan per square meter. What, you want to buy 3 houses? Don't worry, I have 1,000 school district apartments in Longfeng Diyuan. You can take your pick. Okay, by the way, see you tomorrow. Finished. Su Chen hung up the phone, looked at Zhang Yang, and made a gesture of invitation. So what? Go on. Chapter 79 What Rhythm? At the same time, after Yang Kai was broken up with again, he was extremely unwilling to accept it. He had invested so much in Li Meng, how could he just break up with her just because she said so? No, I have to find a way to save this relationship. After making up his mind, Yang Kai went to a nearby jewelry store and bought a jade bracelet worth 8,000 yuan. In Yang Kai's opinion, after giving this gift to Li Meng, she would definitely change her mind. Now, Yang Kai called Li Meng, but Li Meng on the other end of the phone said in a very cold tone, Yang Kai, are you done yet? We have broken up. Please don't bother me anymore. I'm very busy. Yang Kai asked curiously, what are you busy with? Is there a problem with spending 5 million? Li Meng said impatiently. In Yang Kai's opinion, Li Meng's words were just angry words, so he didn't take them seriously at all. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Kai pleaded like a dog, Meng, can you please stop making trouble? I bought you a jade bracelet worth 8,000 yuan. Wherever you are, I will send it to you right away. In the past, whenever Li Meng heard that Yang Kai bought her a gift, she would jump for joy. But at this moment, Li Meng said with disdain, you have the nerve to buy a bracelet worth only 8,000 yuan. That's it. I don't want to waste my time talking to you, I have 5 million to spend. After saying that, Li Meng hung up the phone. And delete all contact information of Yang Kai. Meng, do you still have time to make a phone call? Wouldn't it be nice to just buy it? Tang Yu advised. On Su Chen's side. After listening to the phone call Su Chen just made, Zhang Yang's heart collapsed instantly. He thought that since he bought a house, he could brag about it in front of Su Chen. Unexpectedly, the other party actually owns 1,000 school district houses in Longfeng Diyuan? How is that possible? The corners of his mouth twitched fiercely, and Zhang Yang looked at Su Chen again, then said in disbelief, Su Chen, I heard you say on the phone just now that you have 1,000 school district houses in Longfeng Diyuan? Is it true or not? Su Chen was stunned. He had originally wanted to be a low-key rich man. Just now, he really didn't pay attention and exposed his strength. With a wry smile, Su Chen spread his hands and said, I originally wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person. But did you accidentally expose it just now? Stop pretending, I'm a billionaire, I'm telling you my truth. Puff. Su Chen's words made Zhang Yang laugh. Covering his mouth, Zhang Yang said with an exaggerated expression, Su Chen, when did you become so funny? Do you find it fun to imitate other people's movie lines? Su Chen was too lazy to explain, and changed the subject and said, Is your home far from here? How about I give you a ride on the way back? Su Chen said kindly. Only Zhang Yang said with a look of disgust. I can't afford to lose face sitting on your broken electric bike. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you that when we got married, I bought a Toyota Prado worth 800,000 yuan. Certainly. For delivery people like you, you may not be able to understand what 800,000 yuan means. Let me do the math for you. You work hard delivering food every day, but you can barely earn 4,000 yuan a month. At the end of the year, after deducting various expenses, you can only save 40,000 yuan at most. So to speak. If you want to buy a car like this, you have to work hard for 20 years. Just at this moment, Zheng Yanran was driving a Bugatti, passing by here with Li Meng and Tang Yu. After seeing Su Chen, she hurriedly stopped the car. Boss. After getting out of the car, Zhang Yanran came to Su Chen and said respectfully, Boss? Looking at the Bugatti beside Zhang Yanran, Zhang Yang was stunned. After a long moment, he stammered, Su Chen, what do you do for a living? Now. Zhang Yang's mentality completely exploded. A beautiful woman driving a supercar worth tens of millions actually called Su Chen boss? In this case, didn't Su Chen become a super rich man? I'm just a delivery man. Su Chen shrugged lightly. What about this car? Zhang Yang looked at Bugatti. Oh, that's my car. However, I don't need it on weekdays because I'm delivering food, so I let my secretary drive it around. As for me, I love riding electric bikes the most. I especially enjoy the feeling of the breeze on my face while sitting on an electric bike. Puff. At this moment, Zhang Yang's heart suddenly suffered a critical damage of 10,000 times, and he almost vomited 3 liters of blood. Damn it. Your secretary drives a supercar worth tens of millions, but you are delivering food on a broken electric scooter? What the fuck? What is the rhythm? Chapter 80 Spending money is a burden. Before, when Zhang Yang saw Su Chen wearing a delivery uniform and riding a worn-out electric bike, he felt very proud and thought that he could finally humiliate the former celebrity. But right now, when he realized that the other party was a super boss, Zhang Yang felt that he was a huge joke. Toyota Prado was nothing compared to Bugatti. And Su Chen didn't even bother to drive a Bugatti. What kind of gap was there? Also, Zhang Yang thought that getting married and buying a house was the pinnacle of his life. Little did they know. Su Chen owns Dragon and Phoenix Imperial Garden and 1,000 units of school district housing. What makes Zhang Yang most envious is that Su Chen also has a beautiful and bubbly secretary, which is simply the envy of others. Although Zhang Yang didn't want to admit that he was not even qualified to carry Su Chen's shoes, this was the fact. Gul. Zhang Yang swallowed hard, unable to help himself. At that moment, he looked at Su Chen with awe and admiration. Su Chen, what exactly do you do for a living? Su Chen spread his hands. Immediately. He said calmly, as you can see, I am really just an ordinary food delivery rider. Zhang Yang covered his heart, feeling like he was about to collapse. Damn it. If such a super boss were just an ordinary food delivery rider, then wouldn't his publicity make him even worse than the bedbugs on the ground? Without arguing with Zhang Yang about this matter, Su Chen looked at Zhang Yanran and asked, I asked you to spend 5 million. Is your mission accomplished? Zhang Yanran looked at Tang Yu and Li Meng beside her with considerable pride. Boss, Miss Tang and Miss Li are now both wearing limited edition designer brands. Furthermore, I've ordered $1 million Porsche for each of them. Yeah, well done. Su Chen came in front of Tang Yu and Li Meng. Seeing the two women staring at him with admiration, Su Chen asked calmly, Do you know why I asked you to spend the 5 million? Tang Yu said with bright eyes and white teeth, Because we are relatives. What about you? Su Chen looked at Li Meng. Li Meng lowered her head, her beautiful face suddenly flushed. Her voice was even softer than a mosquito's, Mr. Su, maybe he likes me. When Su Chen heard this, he immediately frowned. Immediately. He said solemnly, I don't mean anything else. I just want to tell you that the life of rich people is so simple and unpretentious. For me, money is too much and has become a burden to me. Day by day, money has slowly devoured my soul, leaving me with only a handsome appearance. So, from now on, the laborious and tiring task of spending money will be left to you girls, and I just want to happily deliver food every day. Hearing Su Chen's words, Zhang Yang suddenly said excitedly, Su Chen, if money is a burden for you, then I am very willing to help you share this burden. You? Su Chen looked Zhang Yang up and down. Yes, as an old classmate, I am happy to help you, Zhang Yang said with a smile on his face. Of course you can, but you have to do one thing. Su Chen held his chin with a cunning look in his eyes. Hearing this, Zhang Yang became even more excited. Go ahead. Chapter 81 Mom Calls. Let me ask you, who in this world doesn't like to spend money? Didn't Su Chen just say that spending money bothered him and had become a burden to him? So, in Zhang Yang's view, his chance had finally arrived. Since he knew Su Chen, he was very willing to help him. Can. Su Chen's next words made Zhang Yang fall to the ground instantly. Su Chen glanced at Zhang Yang leisurely, then said with a suppressed smile, if you want to share some of the burden for me, that's fine. But you need to have a minor surgery. What kind of surgery is that? Su Chen deliberately kept it a secret, but his eyes shifted slightly downwards. Zhang Yang understood what Su Chen meant in an instant, and he fell to the ground without even standing still. Ha ha. Su Chen smiled indifferently. Joking around with old classmates, well, it's just fun. After standing up with a dusty face, Zhang Yang stared at the Bugatti beside him with envy, and then said in a pleading tone, Su Chen, I also know that I am not qualified to spend your money. Well, what? I have to go home too, can you give me a ride? Zhang Yang's biggest characteristic is that he loves to show off. After learning that Su Chen's car is a Bugatti, he decided to shamelessly ask Su Chen to give him a ride. Then, in front of his neighbors, Zhang Yang could brag about it for several years. Sure. Su Chen patted the seat of the broken e-scooter and said sincerely, come on, get in. Hearing this, Zhang Yang held his forehead with one hand and said helplessly, what I mean is, can you give me a ride in your Bugatti? Then you have to ask my secretary what he thinks. Su Chen looked at Zhang Yanran beside him. How smart is Zhang Yanran? She instantly understood what Su Chen meant, and at this moment, she said in a cold tone, sorry, only one man is allowed to sit in the Bugatti, and that is my boss, Mr. Su Chen. Didn't Su Chen say that before? If Zhang Yang wants to share the cost for him, he has to undergo an operation to change his gender. In this case, Bugatti will only allow Su Chen, a man, to ride in it if Zhang Yang becomes a woman. Then you can sit in a Bugatti. Su Chen turned his head and blinked at Zhang Yanran with a smile, as if praising her intelligence and wisdom. Can. Su Chen's eyes were so electric that they almost knocked Zhang Yanran unconscious. After separating from Zhang Yang, Su Chen drove his broken electric scooter back to his house, while Zhang Yanran was responsible for sending Li Meng and Tang Yu home. Wash up. Watch TV series. Play games. It was not until 1 o'clock in the morning that Su Chen fell asleep. No words were spoken that night. Time passed quickly and it was the next day. Because Su Chen slept very late last night, he got up late in the morning. Suddenly, the phone rang, waking Su Chen from his sweet dream. Now. After hearing the phone ring, Su Chen dazedly picked up the phone from beside his pillow. After checking the caller ID, Su Chen suddenly regained consciousness. He quickly sat up and pretended to be awake, saying, Mom, why are you calling? Liang Xiui scolded, why, can't you call your own son even if there's nothing wrong? No, Mom, you can call me anytime, that's fine. Little guy, you are getting better at talking. After praising Su Chen, Liang Xiui changed the subject and said, Chen, your uncle is bringing his daughter to Shanghai today. Go to the high-speed rail station to pick her up. Also, I asked your uncle to bring you some things. Okay Mom, I got it. After chatting with his mother for a few minutes, Su Chen hung up the phone. The next moment, a system prompt sounded in Su Chen's mind. Drop. Is the big treasure chest open today? Chapter 82 Renting a Store. The happiest thing every day is opening the treasure chest. Now. Su Chen said without hesitation, open. Drop. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the permanent ownership of Fuqiang Commercial Street. Fuqiang Commercial Street description. In Shanghai, there are 10 famous commercial streets, with Fuqiang Commercial Street ranking 5th, with a market value of 50 billion. After listening to the introduction of the system, Su Chen became nervous. Oh my god, this system is way too generous. Just because we disagreed, it gave me a commercial street worth 50 billion? So, wouldn't I be even more awesome than the richest man in Shanghai? You know. The richest man in China overseas is busy as a dog with all kinds of affairs every day. As for Su Chen, he happily delivers takeout every day, and he can also open the big treasure chest for free. Such a life is simply too great. 9 o'clock in the morning. Su Chen planned to go to the high-speed rail station to pick up his uncle and cousin. However, as luck would have it, he just received 2 takeout orders. He had no choice but to focus on work. Just as Su Chen had delivered the takeout, his phone rang. "Aiken, you little bastard, what are you busy with? Your uncle has been waiting for you at the high-speed rail station for more than half an hour." The anxious and urging voice of his mother Liang Xiaoyi came from the other end of the phone. "Mom, I just finished delivering the takeaway and will be going to the high-speed rail station soon." "Finished?" Su Chen hung up the phone, then drove towards the Shanghai high-speed railway station at full speed. About 20 minutes later, Su Chen drove his broken electric scooter to the exit of the high-speed railway station. After a quick glance at the crowd, Su Chen quickly sought his uncle Su Ding and cousin Su Chanqian. "Uncle, sister Chanqian." Seeing his relatives, Su Chen greeted them warmly. However, Su Ding and Su Chanqian, father and daughter, had always despised the poor and loved the rich. Su Chen's family was not wealthy, so Su Ding always looked down on Su Chen's family. But Su Chen's parents are kind-hearted. Even though they know that Su Ding always looks down on their family, they always repay evil with kindness. Like his parents, Su Chen does not take his uncle and Su Chanqian's contempt seriously. Now, seeing Su Chen wearing a delivery uniform and riding a worn-out electric bike, Su Ding immediately said with disgust, "Su Chen, your parents asked you to pick up Chanqian and me, and you came to pick us up on an electric bike?" Su Chanqian also shook her head in disgust, feeling ashamed to have such a cousin. Su Chen scratched his head and said with a simple face, "I just finished delivering food, so I came here in a hurry and didn't have time to change clothes." Su Chanqian complained angrily, "When you were in school, you were the most promising young man in our village. How come you've become such a jerk now? Maybe you don't know? Erden, the most pathetic boy in our village, is now worth millions, and look at you, you're actually delivering food? Okay Chanqian, let's not waste time. Give Su Chen the things your aunt brought, and let's go quickly." Su Chanqian handed a large backpack to Su Chen and said impatiently, "Hurry up and continue delivering your takeaway. My dad and I still have to go to Fucheng Commercial Street." Hearing Su Chanqian's words, Su Chen was stunned. Immediately, with a look of surprise, he asked, "Chanqian, what are you and your uncle doing at Fucheng Commercial Street? You know, today, Su Chen is the big boss of Fucheng Commercial Street. Chanqian wants to rent a store in Fucheng Commercial Street to sell clothes. Forget it, you won't understand even if I tell you." After all, Fucheng Commercial Street is one of the most prosperous commercial streets in Shanghai. "A delivery man like you will never go to such a place to consume in your life," Su Ding said with contempt. "Why?" Su Chanqian sighed and said with a melancholy look on her face, "I heard that it's very difficult to rent a store on Fucheng Commercial Street. Even if you have money, you may not be able to buy one. This time, my dad and I came here just to try our luck. It's very likely that this trip will be in vain." Su Chen was immediately delighted. "I can help with this matter." "What, you can help?" Su Ding's eyes widened when he heard Su Chen's words. Chapter 83 Commercial Street Boss. Because he was worried about scaring Su Ding and Su Chanqian, Su Chen did not tell them that he was the boss of Fucheng Commercial Street. Instead, he said very tactfully, "I have a friend who works in Fucheng Commercial Street. Perhaps I can ask him for help." "Oh." Hearing this, Su Ding was stunned for a moment, then he said in a very joking tone, "Ah Chen, although your uncle is not very educated, I also know that birds of a feather flock together. You're just a food delivery driver, how great can your friend be? Could it be that your friend is a cleaner on Fucheng Commercial Street?" Su Chanqian had completely lost her patience and pulled Su Ding's arm and left. "Dad, we have important things to do. Don't waste your time here with a delivery guy. It's embarrassing." Finished. Su Chanqian and Su Dingyang left. Su Chen glanced at the delivery uniform he was wearing, then at the broken e-donkey next to him, and suddenly said with a feeling of not knowing whether to laugh or cry, "Does my outfit look so unpresentable? But I'm not pretending to be poor, I just came here after delivering a takeaway, and I'm being treated like this?" Sudden. Su Chen's phone rang. He took out his phone and saw that it was his mother Liang Xiaoyi calling, asking if he had picked up his uncle and Chanqian. Su Chen told his mother the truth. Uncle and Chanqian came to Shanghai, apparently to rent a store to sell clothes. They have already gone to work. Liang Xiaoyi never felt any dislike for her own son. Liang Xiaoyi was naturally very happy that Su Chen was rich and powerful. If Su Chen was just a delivery rider for his whole life, Liang Xiu's love for him would not diminish at all. As long as Su Chen was happy and healthy, that was better than anything else. After hanging up the phone with his mother, Su Chen continued to deliver food. But his phone rang again. "Hello, is this Mr. Su Chen Su?" A very respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. "I'm Su Chen, may I ask who you are?" The person who called Su Chen was named Fan Xiangdong, the general manager of Fucheng Commercial Street. Fan Xiangdong asked Su Chen when he would be free, saying that he wanted to visit him in person and sign the property transfer contract of Fucheng Commercial Street. Su Chen said that Fan Xiangdong did not need to come in person. He would come to Fan Xiangdong's office in half an hour and then discuss the signing of the property transfer contract. At the same time, after Su Ding and Su Chanxian arrived at Fucheng Commercial Street, they were instantly stunned by the prosperity here. They were considered a wealthy family in the countryside, otherwise they would not have come back to Fucheng Commercial Street to rent a store. After arriving here, they were surprised to find that the prosperity here had exceeded the limits of their imagination. There were high-rise buildings everywhere, luxury brands everywhere, and most of the cars passing by were worth millions. It was not comparable to the BMWs in their village that cost only 300,000 or 400,000 and could attract crowds of onlookers. Gulong. Su Chanxian swallowed her saliva involuntarily and said weakly, "Dad, I think renting a store here will definitely make a lot of money in the future. But the question is, will manager Fan Xiangdong of Fucheng Commercial Street rent the store to us?" Su Ding took out a business card and started calling Fan Xiangdong. But the phone kept ringing, but no one answered. Su Chanxian said dejectedly, "I think we must have come here for nothing." At this moment, Su Chanxian suddenly saw a familiar figure out of the corner of her eye. Su Chen was driving his broken electric scooter and came to the building in Fucheng Commercial Street. "Su Chen, why are you still following us?" "My dad and I came to Fucheng Commercial Street to discuss renting a store." This kind of conversation between rich people is not something a poor delivery guy like you can understand. Get out of here now and don't affect the image of Fucheng Commercial Street. Seeing Su Chen stop his broken electric scooter, Su Chanxian started to scold him. Chapter 84 Grand Welcome. Su Chen is famous for his good temper. Furthermore, the other party was his uncle and cousin, so facing the humiliation and ridicule of Su Ding and Su Chanxian, Su Chen did not get angry. Instead, he said calmly, "Uncle, Sister Chanxian, I didn't come here for you, I came to sign a contract." Su Ding and Su Chanxian would never have dreamed that they would try their best to rent a store here, but unfortunately, the manager of Fucheng Commercial Street would not even see them. And what about Su Chen? He is actually the owner of this commercial street with a market value of 50 billion? What a huge gap. Sign a contract? Su Chanxian and Su Ding looked at each other, and then said with a tone full of contempt, "Why, sign a contract for delivery?" Su Chen wanted to explain, but saw Su Chanxian waving her hand impatiently. "Okay, I don't have time to waste here with you. My dad and I have to go meet manager Fan Xiangdong." Su Chanxian felt that it was really embarrassing to have a cousin like Su Chen. If her best friend who always mentions Prada was here, Su Chanxian would never admit that Su Chen was her cousin. He didn't even have the interest to say a word to Su Chen. "If you need my help, I can ask Fan Xiangdong to come and meet you and your uncle," Su Chen said kindly. After all, Su Ding is his uncle and Su Chanxian is his cousin, so Su Chen thought that he would help as much as he could. For him, asking Fan Xiangdong to come to the door to meet his uncle was just a matter of a word. Su Ding became angry instantly when he heard this. "Su Chen, you're just a poor delivery guy. You haven't learned any other skills in all these years, but you've learned to brag? Do you know how busy manager Fan Xiangdong is? Hundreds of thousands a minute, how could I possibly care about you? Next time you say something like that, please take a piss and look at yourself to see what kind of person you are." Su Chen was helpless. "I wanted to help my uncle and cousin, but they didn't appreciate it. If that's the case, then forget it. As a man destined to become the richest man in the world, why should I let others trample on my dignity?" But just at this moment, Fan Xiangdong called. "Hello, Manager Fan, yes, I'm at the entrance of Fucheng Commercial Street. There's no need to greet you. I can just come in by myself." After saying that, Su Chen hung up the phone. Just as he was about to enter the office building on Fucheng Commercial Street, Su Chanxian stopped him, frowning slightly. Su Chanshan asked with a puzzled look on her face. Who is the manager fan you just mentioned? Fan Xiangdong. Su Chen said nonchalantly. Hearing this, Su Ding and Su Chanshan's expressions suddenly changed. The two looked at each other, and Su Chanshan said in disbelief, manager fan from Fuchang Commercial Street makes hundreds of thousands of dollars a minute. How could he have time to call you? If you don't believe it, just look for yourself. Su Chen showed the information on the mobile phone screen to Su Ding and Su Chanshan. You know. Su Ding had just called Fan Xiangdong using this number. Unfortunately, Fan Xiangdong didn't answer his call at all, but instead called Su Chen on his own initiative. However, Su Ding quickly figured out what was going on. I understand. Manager Fan must have asked you to deliver food, right? Su Chen shook his head helplessly, really not knowing how to explain it. At the same time, Fan Xiangdong walked out of his office and anxiously instructed his assistant, notify all senior leaders immediately and have them appear at the entrance of Fuchang Commercial Street within 3 minutes. Then ask all the receptionists at the front desk to put on their latest uniforms and come with me to welcome the boss. Remember. Inform everyone to be on high alert. Anyone who shows any carelessness or disrespect will be kicked out. Yes, Manager Fan. The assistant looked at Fan Xiangdong dully. To be honest, he had never seen Fan Xiangdong welcome someone in such a grand manner. Chapter 85 Revealing Your Identity. At the entrance of the office building on Fuchang Commercial Street. Now, Su Ding said with disdain, Su Chen, if you were not my nephew, I would not bother to criticize you. In the past, you were the pride and glory of our Su family. I thought that you could bring honor to our family. What's the result? You're actually delivering food here? If your parents saw you like this, they would definitely be disappointed in you. Su Chen spread his hands. There's nothing wrong with delivering food. At least, I'm happy every day. Happy? Su Ding looked as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world, with a look of deep contempt and disdain on his face. You're a man in your 20s, and you're still talking to me about happiness? Today, your uncle will educate you on behalf of your father. Man. Life in this world is definitely not for pleasure. In the past, when the economy was bad, all men worked in the fields, facing the sun backs to the sky, barely able to support their families. Now, even if the economy is prosperous, men still have to rely on their own hands and work hard to get rich. I want to ask you, do your parents know that you are delivering food here? Su Chen smiled calmly. I know. Were they heartbroken after they found out? Su Chen shook his head. My parents said that as long as I'm happy and healthy, that's all that matters in this life. Making money and being successful are secondary. Su Ding pointed at Su Chen and said to Su Chanshan, see? This loser is now completely useless. You must never learn from him in the future. Don't worry, Dad. I came to Shanghai to make my own career. Su Chanshan vowed. At this moment, Fan Xiangdong, along with the senior leaders of Fuchang Commercial Street, trotted towards Su Chen. However, in Su Ding's opinion, Fan Xiangdong was definitely not here to welcome Su Chen, the delivery man, but to discuss cooperation with him. Now, Su Ding turned to look at Su Chanshan, his face filled with excitement as he said, I didn't expect Manager Fan from Fuchang Commercial Street to be so welcoming. He personally brought people to greet us, father and daughter? Aha! Su Chanshan nodded in ecstasy, flattered, and said, it's such an honor to be picked up personally by Manager Fan. Dad, I think we should record this historic moment on video. What are you waiting for? Take out your phone and record the video. Su Ding urged. Good. Just as Su Chanshan was recording the video, Su Ding stretched out his hands, with an enthusiastic look on his face, and ran towards Fan Xiangdong. Manager Fan, I finally meet you. Su Ding stood in front of Fan Xiangdong, nodding and bowing like a dog. Seeing Su Ding running towards him, Fan Xiangdong was furious and shouted at the security guard beside him, where did this country bumpkin come from? Get him out right away. What, redneck? Boom. After hearing Fan Xiangdong's words, Su Ding's mind went blank. Damn it. I agreed to welcome you in person. Just as the security guards at Fuchang Commercial Street were about to kick Su Ding out, they heard Su Chen say, he's my uncle. Who dares to kick him out? Hello, Chairman. The more than 10 senior leaders of Fuchang Commercial Street brought by Fan Xiangdong all bowed to Su Chen and greeted him. Su Chen nodded nonchalantly and pressed his hand. Keep a low profile. Fan Xiangdong looked at Su Ding, who was dumbfounded, and asked doubtfully, "Is this gentleman the chairman's uncle?" "Right now." When Su Ding heard Fan Xiangdong calling Su Chen the chairman, he felt like he was about to suffocate. In his opinion, Su Chen was just a poor delivery guy who was not worthy of being on the stage. Who would have thought? He's actually the chairman of Fuchang Commercial Street, a company with a market capitalization of 50 billion? Isn't that incredible? For a while, Su Ding and Su Chanqian, father and daughter, no longer looked at Su Chen with contempt or disdain. Instead, they were filled with awe and admiration. Their old Su family had finally risen. Chapter 86 Rent-Free. Fan Xiangdong was extremely respectful in front of Su Chen. You know, he was just a manager. To put it bluntly, wasn't he working for Su Chen? If Su Chen was unhappy, he could kick him out of Fuchang Commercial Street with just one word. So, at this moment, standing in front of Su Chen, Fan Xiangdong groveled and said, "Chairman, when do you think we can sign the property transfer contract?" Wait a moment. As he spoke, Su Chen's eyes fixed on Su Ding and Su Chanqian. This is my uncle and my cousin Su Chanqian. They want to buy a store on our commercial street. You can handle this matter. Hey. Fan Xiangdong nodded respectfully. Immediately, he said to Su Ding, "The chairman's uncle is my uncle." In order to please Su Chen, Fan Xiangdong also nodded and bowed in front of Su Ding. "Uncle, you can choose any store in our Fuchang Commercial Street. As for the rent." Turning his head to look at Su Chen, Fan Xiangdong said in a heroic tone, "Since we are all family, the rent of the store is naturally waived." Free rent? Hearing this, Su Ding and Su Chanqian looked at each other, feeling indescribably excited and ecstatic. Before coming, they had prepared a full 500,000 yuan in rent. Moreover, they were very nervous, fearing that this money would not be enough to rent a store in Fuchang Commercial Street. Unexpectedly, what did Fan Xiangdong say directly? All rent is free? Manager Fan, I'm really. However, before Su Ding could finish his words, Su Chen interrupted him and gave Fan Xiangdong a cold look, acting in a businesslike manner. Favors are favors, and work is work. Give my uncle the lowest rent. Hearing Su Chen's words, Su Ding couldn't help but feel lonely, and at the same time, he was very regretful. He really shouldn't have humiliated and ridiculed Su Chen before, otherwise, he could have taken the store on Fuchang Commercial Street for free. Certainly. The other party charging the lowest rent was also a good thing for Su Ding. After all, he had been worried about whether he could get the store on Fuchang Commercial Street. After expressing his gratitude to Fan Xiangdong and Su Chen, Su Ding followed Fan Xiangdong to handle the relevant procedures. Su Chanqian stood in front of Su Chen, behaving very respectfully. Can't help it. Her face flushed red, and it was obvious that she felt extremely regretful for humiliating Su Chen before. After hesitating for a moment, Su Chanqian stammered, "Aiken, I always blamed me for looking down on you. I never thought that you would be so successful now and become the chairman of Fuchang Commercial Street. I apologize to you on behalf of myself and my father. I hope you can be magnanimous and not take it personally. Su Chen is such a man of great character, how could he possibly argue with a little girl like Su Chanqian?" With a hearty smile, Su Chen said nonchalantly, "I'm not angry. After all, you and uncle are my relatives. You can imagine. If Su Chen was just a food delivery rider, Su Chanqian would definitely feel disgusted when she heard the word relatives from his mouth. She would even never admit in front of others that she had any connection with Su Chen. At this moment, when he heard the word relatives coming from Su Chen's mouth, he was immediately flattered. After hesitating for a moment, Su Chanqian said cautiously, "Aiken, there is something I want to discuss with you. Is it okay?" Su Chen shrugged and said calmly, "You say." Chapter 87 Street Interview. If Su Chen was always just a food delivery rider, then Su Chanqian would never say a word to Su Chen. Even when walking on the street, she would just treat Su Chen as a stranger. Because Su Chanqian felt that having a cousin who delivered food was a very embarrassing thing. At this moment, a blush appeared on Su Chanqian's slightly sarcastic face. She gathered the hair beside her ears and then hesitantly said, "Aiken, I have a college classmate who is currently doing jewelry business in Shanghai. Tomorrow night is her birthday party. I want you to come with me." While speaking, Su Chanqian stared at Su Chen eagerly, full of anticipation. In Su Chanxian's opinion, Su Chen was very easy to talk to and would definitely respond to her requests, because in the past, no matter how she bullied Su Chen would never fight back or retaliate. But what Su Chanxian didn't expect was that after hearing her words, Su Chen only smiled leisurely, but refused. Sister Chanxian, I have to continue delivering food tomorrow night, I'm afraid I don't have time. Ah, takeout? Su Chanxian was completely confused. Hart said. You own a Fucheng commercial street with a market value of 50 billion, and you're still thinking about delivering food? I really don't know what's going on in the hearts of you rich people. After Su Ding signed the lease contract and Su Chen and Fan Xiangdong signed the equity transfer agreement, Su Chen left Fucheng Commercial Street. Su Ding told Su Chanxian that he would treat Su Chen to a meal. Pity. Su Chen always refused on the grounds that he was delivering food. Time passed silently, and in the blink of an eye, it was already 5:30 in the afternoon. Su Chen was about to continue delivering the takeaway when his phone rang. He took out his phone and saw that it was the school beauty Chui Han calling. To this, Su Chen was very helpless. If he were to be honest, Su Chen actually had some feelings for the silly girl Chui Han. However, he was now against the idea of falling in love. Wouldn't it be nice to happily deliver food every day? After a little hesitation, Su Chen answered Chui Han's call. Hey, campus beauty, are you bored every day? If you have time, why don't you go on a date with your boyfriend? Su Chen joked with a smile. I don't have a boyfriend, brother Su Chen, why don't you be my boyfriend? Chui Han's clear voice like a silver bell came from the other end of the phone. Su Chen's face was suddenly filled with black lines. I'm busy delivering food every day and don't have time for a relationship. So, what do you want to talk to me about? Chui Han told Su Chen that she wanted to buy a set of cosmetics and hoped that Su Chen could accompany her. After Su Chen refused, Chui Han didn't know why, but she just burst into tears. Su Chen hated to see girls cry the most, so he reluctantly agreed. Okay, I'm scared of you. I'm on Xingfu Street now. Come over here. Su Chen said helplessly. Hee, brother Su Chen, wait for me, I'll be there soon. People say that a girl's expression changes like turning pages of a book, and this is true for me. I was crying sadly in the last second, but in the next second, she was smiling happily. So to speak. Women are truly more difficult to study than the mysteries of the universe. 10 minutes later. Chui Han, wearing a light blue dress, exuded a youthful and lively aura. She came to Su Chen, skipping and dancing. Su Chen parked his broken electric donkey on the side of the road, locked it, and said nonchalantly, Classmate Chui Han, you delayed my delivery. Do you know how much money I lost? Tonight, I'll go shopping for cosmetics with you. You have to compensate me for my loss. Hee. Chui Han's face was filled with a sweet smile. She stuck out her cute little tongue and said with a sweet smile, how much did brother Su Chen lose? I will make up for it all to brother Su Chen. How about that? Su Chen half-jokingly said, my losses are calculated by the second. 1 second is estimated to be around 100,000 yuan. Ah. So many. Chui Han was stunned. Seeing that Chui Han took it seriously, Su Chen hurriedly explained, I was just kidding you, look how scared you are. At the same time, there is an internet celebrity anchor named Rongrong who is known as the goddess of the slightly plump world. She is broadcasting live on the roadside. The content of her live broadcast is divided into 2 parts. One is talent show, such as singing, dancing and crosstalk, and the other is selling goods. Her monthly income can reach 500,000. Her target groups are either couples or lovers. Whenever she meets a man and a woman walking together on the street, she will rush up to them for a street interview and then try to sell them goods in various ways. Rongrong's live streaming method of selling goods has brought her huge profits. Fans in the live broadcast room all like to be curious, and Rongrong's street interviews just satisfy the fans' curiosity. Therefore, whenever Rongrong starts broadcasting, the popularity value of her live broadcast room often starts at 1 million. In addition, men all like to act like they are wealthy in front of women, and Rongrong has studied this psychology thoroughly, so her method of conducting street interviews and then tricking women into selling goods has always been effective. At this time, Rongrong's sharp eyes were scanning the street. When she saw Su Chen and Chui Han, a handsome man and beautiful woman, appear in her sight, she was immediately excited. My friends, did you see that? This young couple is truly beautiful. Let's interview them now. My friends, seeing the anchor working so hard, give them some gifts. While interacting with fans in the live broadcast room, Rongrong jogged all the way and blocked the way of Su-Chen and Shuihan. Chapter 88 1 Billion. As Su-Chen and Shuihan entered Rongrong's live broadcast screen, the live broadcast room instantly became lively. The original popularity of 120 people in the live broadcast room soared to 1.8 million in an instant. And barrages of comments began to flood the screen, and gifts of reward continued. Oh my god, there's actually such a handsome delivery guy in the world? Love it. A handsome guy like this, I beg you to give me a dozen. The girl next to him is also a goddess-level beauty. But she doesn't seem to be worthy of this delivery boy. This guy's amazing looks have completely changed my perception of food delivery people. In the past, I always thought that food delivery people were all forced by life and looked very embarrassed. But look at this delivery guy, his eyes are clear, his eyebrows are handsome, and his every move seems to exude an aura of nobility and elegance. It's as if he has seen the prosperity of the world. At this moment, Shuihan was like a little woman in love, holding Su-Chen's arms tightly with both hands. And the little head also leaned gently on Su-Chen's shoulder. Seeing this, Su-Chen felt helpless, thinking that this was a big misunderstanding. People who didn't know would think that he and Shuihan were a couple. Now, when she arrived in front of Su-Chen and Shuihan, Rongrong pointed the microphone at Su-Chen, and then asked curiously, "Brother, I'm doing a street interview now. Can you take a few minutes of your time to help me complete this live broadcast?" On the surface, Rongrong is a live streaming anchor who sells goods. In the world, she is also an excellent actress. At this moment, her pitiful and pleading look is so pitiful that no man would be able to refuse her. Su-Chen considers himself a man with a vision, and he is destined to become the richest man in the world, so he did not ruthlessly reject Rongrong. "I'll give you 3 minutes." Su-Chen put his hands in his pockets and said lightly, "Thank you, little brother." After planning her words for a moment, Rongrong spoke expectantly, "Brother, from your uniform, I can tell you're a food delivery guy. So, I'm really curious. The girl next to you is so beautiful. How did you manage to win her over?" Following Rongrong's question, the comments in her live broadcast room were flooding the screen again. Fuck, this is awesome. A food delivery driver can actually chase such a beautiful goddess? Damn, I'm so jealous. Without further ado, I'm going to quit my $1 million job tomorrow and switch to delivering food. If I had known I could get such a beautiful girlfriend by delivering food, why would I have started a business in the first place? Now, I have 7 or 8 million in my bank account, but unfortunately, all I'm surrounded by are some vulgar, gold-digging women. Sigh, it seems that only a down-to-earth job like delivering food can bring me the purest love. Now, facing Rongrong's question, Su-Chen was about to explain that he and Shuihan were not in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Unexpectedly, before he could say anything, Shuihan hurriedly said, "You are wrong. I was the one who took the initiative to pursue brother Su-Chen." Moment. Rongrong was so confused that she almost dropped the microphone in her hand. And after a brief silence, the fans in her live broadcast room were completely furious. Nah, this is too exciting. A goddess is chasing after the delivery guy? It's sour. I've finally figured it out. If a man wants to meet his true love, he needs a stunning face. In other words, pretty boys are what women love most. Allow me to say the grapes are sour. After recovering from her shock, Rongrong continued, "My little brother is truly an extraordinary person. I want to ask you another question. People say that where a man's money is, there his heart is also. If you had 1 million in your account, how much would you give to your girlfriend?" Hearing this question, Su-Chen was stunned. He didn't care how much he gave to Shuihan. What he was worried about was whether the 1 billion in his bank account would disappear out of thin air. Thinking of this, Su-Chen quickly took out his mobile phone to check his account balance. When he saw that his 1 billion balance was still there, Su-Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, my 1 billion is still in the account." Su-Chen patted his chest. The next moment, Rongrong's mouth twitched violently, and her expression was as if she had gone mad. She swallowed hard and said in disbelief, "Little brother, what did you just say? You have 1 billion in your bank account?" Chapter 89, 800,000 worth of cosmetics. Who can understand how devastated Rongrong is at this moment? In her opinion, Su-Chen, a food delivery writer, only earns about 5,000 yuan a month at most, so she made the assumption that if the other party has 1 million yuan in his account, how much would he take out to spend on his girlfriend? Unexpectedly, What did the other party actually say? That he has 1 billion in his bank account. What does 10 billion mean? That's what a wealthy man would earn. For a while, the popularity of Rongrong's live broadcast room soared again, and the barrage of comments was also flooding the screen like crazy. I feel like my brain is stuck. I used to feel superior when I walked in front of the food delivery writers. But what this guy said made me question my life completely. Do you believe it? Anyway, I won't believe it even if you kill me. He brags without thinking. Is the delivery guy worried about wasting paper? He's just a delivery driver. Where did he get 1 billion yuan in his account? Yes, words are not enough, and without pictures, there is no truth. If I say I am the richest man in the world, and I say I have 100 billion in my bank account, would you believe it? So, if you can't provide evidence, don't brag. Adhering to the principle of being honest, Suchen spoke frankly. Yes, I do have 1 billion in my bank account. In addition, I have a company, a commercial street, and 1,000 school district houses. Oh, and I drive an 80 million Bugatti. As soon as Suchen said this, all the fans in Rongrong's live broadcast room laughed. It seems that this delivery boy is seriously ill. You even lied to yourself? How did you do that? Daydreaming. How do I cultivate this skill? I beg for your guidance. Rongrong stared at Suchen in amazement, having already decided that he was a psychopath. After swallowing hard, Rongrong said weakly, "Little brother, can I see your account balance?" How can this be? Suchen was about to put his phone back into his pocket. Unexpectedly, Shuihan, who was standing by, leaned over to look at Suchen's phone screen. Suchen dodged to the side and accidentally dropped his phone to the ground with a bang. Fortunately, Suchen's domestically produced phone was of excellent quality and was completely undamaged. The next moment, the camera was aimed at the screen of Suchen's mobile phone that fell to the ground. At this moment, it seemed as if the whole world was quiet and there was dead silence all around. The only thing displayed on the screen of Suchen's mobile phone was a balance of 1 billion yuan. Rongrong was dumbfounded. All 800,000 fans in her live broadcast room began to doubt their lives. Shuihan, who was standing next to her, widened her eyes, covered her mouth with her hands, and the expression on her face was so shocked that it could be said that she was shocked beyond words. Nima, I'm torn. It's crazy, it's crazy. My thinking can no longer keep up with this crazy world. A delivery guy actually has 1 billion in his bank account? No wonder he was able to get such a beautiful girlfriend. Turns out he spent money on it? The fans in Rongrong's live broadcast room all started to post comments with a sour tone. Gulong. After swallowing involuntarily, Rongrong said in disbelief, "Little brother, what I want to know is, are you really just a delivery writer?" Suchen shrugged and said nonchalantly, "Yes, I'm just a food delivery writer." Okay, if there's nothing else, I'll leave. When Suchen and Shuihan were about to leave, Rongrong quickly stopped them. Joke. This local tycoon has 1 billion in his bank account. Meeting him today is a great success. She must make a killing from him. Is there anything else? Suchen asked in confusion. Rongrong glanced at Shuihan and raised an eyebrow at Suchen. Brother, your girlfriend is so beautiful, why don't you buy her some makeup? I have limited edition Watson's makeup here, 800,000 yuan a set. For you, this mere 800,000 yuan is just a drop in the bucket. Brother, do you want to pay by credit card or transfer? In Rongrong's opinion, it was too casual for a wealthy man with 1 billion yuan to buy 800,000 yuan worth of cosmetics for his girlfriend. Unexpectedly, Suchen glanced at the Watson's cosmetics Rongrong had brought out and sneered. Miss, you're selling fake goods you bought wholesale for 8 yuan, passing them off as Watson's? And you're selling them to me for 800,000 yuan? What do you mean? Do you think I don't know the value of goods? Hearing this, Rongrong was stunned for a moment. Chapter 90, Exposing the Scam. When Rongrong, the live streaming host, first started fooling around with Suchen, Shuihan was even wondering in her mind whether Suchen would take the initiative to buy cosmetics for her. At this moment, hearing Suchen say that this live streamer in front of him was actually selling fake goods that he bought for 8 yuan wholesale, passing them off as Watson's brand, and then selling them to Suchen for 800,000 yuan? Even if brother Suchen was the richest man in the world, he wouldn't be deceived by you like this. Brother Suchen, let's go and ignore this person. Shuihan took Suchen's arm and was about to leave. Although Suchen doesn't like to meddle in other people's affairs. But Deep down, he hated evil. This live streamer, for her own benefit, was actually cheating and deceiving people. She was taking advantage of men's pride. Moreover, she saw that Su Chen had a huge balance of 1 billion in his bank account, so why did she commit such a fraud? Let alone 1 billion, even if they have 100 billion, it is not a reason for you to cheat. Thinking of this, Su Chen waved his hand at Shuihan and said, "No rush." Looking at the Watson's Cosmetics in Rongrong's hand, Su Chen said indifferently, "Miss, it's not easy for you to work so hard to cheat. How about this, you bought the goods for 8 yuan, and I will buy them for 10 yuan. Hearing this, before Rongrong could say anything, Shuihan leaned close to Su Chen's ear and whispered in a low voice, "Brother Su Chen, since you know that she's selling fakes, why do you still buy her cosmetics?" Su Chen smiled calmly. "She's gone to such great lengths to commit fraud, how could we not encourage her? To prevent others from getting scammed, I'll buy all her fake goods at once and throw them in the trash. Wouldn't that solve the problem? Brother Su Chen, you are so kind," Shuihan said with admiration on his face. Now, Su Chen's words completely infuriated Rongrong. "You know nothing. My Watson's Cosmetics are genuine. You want to buy my merchandise for 10 bucks? Why the hell don't you just go and rob me? Are you sure your goods are authentic?" Su Chen said with a smile. Snort. Rongrong was furious and snorted coldly, "Of course my goods are genuine. Well, since you're willing to be a miser and don't want to spend money on your girlfriend, then I'm leaving." After her scam was exposed, how could Rongrong continue to stay here? How could Su Chen let her go so easily? Such a black sheep must be punished by everyone. Now that you've failed to deceive people, you want to leave? If the other victims can't see through your trick, won't they be in trouble? At this time, there were already more than 10 people around who came to watch the fun. When they saw Rongrong was about to leave, the enthusiastic crowd stopped her. "Girl, your cosmetics must be verified to be genuine, otherwise you can't leave here. I hate scammers the most in my life. 3 years ago, my wife was defrauded of 500,000 yuan. Our family savings of many years were gone overnight. My wife eventually committed suicide. I still can't get over it. I swore to myself at that time that if I ever encounter a scammer again, I would kill her at all costs. Whether it's genuine or fake, you don't have the final say. You have to let an expert come and authenticate it." At this time, the fans in Rongrong's live broadcast room were also completely furious. Fuck. The streamer I'm following is actually a scammer? This is such an insult to my intelligence. Brothers, without further ado, unfollow him immediately. From now on, anyone who gives tips to such a rubbish streamer will be an enemy of justice in the world. We strongly recommend that all platforms ban this kind of negative energy and garbage anchor. After being blocked by the crowd, Rongrong's pig face, which was covered with a thick layer of foundation, suddenly turned black and blue with anger. She stared at Su Chen intently and said with gritted teeth, "What do you want to do?" "I want a professional to verify how fake your cosmetics are." As he spoke, Su Chen took out his mobile phone and called Fan Xiangdong, the manager of Fuchang Commercial Street. "Hello, is this Xiangdong? This is Su Chen. Is there any store selling Watson's Cosmetics in our commercial street?" "Okay, I'm here on Xingfu Street. Please ask him to come quickly." After saying that, Su Chen hung up the phone. You can see it. Rongrong was already a little panicked, her face pale, and she subconsciously took half a step back. After calming down, she comforted herself in her heart that the other party must be bluffing. "Stay calm. You must stay calm and not lose your composure. I told you that your cosmetics are fake, and you don't find it convincing? Fine, I'll ask professionals to verify it. Then we'll see how you can argue." Su Chen folded his arms and waited patiently for the Watson's manager to arrive. Chapter 91 Punishment. Rongrong was feeling insecure, with a guilty look on her face. She wanted to slip away while no one was paying attention, but the sharp-eyed, kind-hearted people were keeping a close eye on her. There was no way Rongrong could escape. It never rains but it pours. The popularity of Rongrong's livestream plummeted, and the number of subscribers also plummeted within a short period of time. At this moment, Rongrong's heart was bleeding, and at the same time, she was filled with immense regret. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have done this street interview. Normally, she was selling goods live, and a set of fake Watson's products only sold for about 800 yuan. However, after meeting Su Chen, she asked for a huge amount of money. After all, the other party had a huge balance of 1 billion yuan in his bank account. And Rong also deeply understands a truth. For those truly wealthy tycoons, they only buy expensive things, not the right ones. Sometimes, there is not much difference between fakes and real things. It is just a psychological effect. With this mentality, Rong often plays according to this routine and is always successful. Unexpectedly, the boat capsized today? About 3 minutes later, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie, sweating profusely, ran towards Su Chen. After seeing Su Chen's face, the man in the suit pushed through the crowd and ran directly to Su Chen. "Hello, boss." This person was none other than Qin Yi, the store manager of Watson's on Fucheng Commercial Street. Ignoring the stunned gazes of the crowd, Qin Yi behaved extremely respectfully in front of Su Chen. "Now." Su Chen just nodded slightly, then said to Qin Yi, "Are you the manager of Watson's?" Yes, it's me," Qin Yi said cautiously. "Since you are the manager of Watson's, you should be able to distinguish between genuine and fake products, right?" Su Chen said nonchalantly. "Of course. If I can't even identify fakes, then I might as well quit being a store manager." Su Chen pointed at Rong and said indifferently, "This internet celebrity is selling fake Watson's products in her livestream. Can you tolerate such behavior? Anyway, as a consumer, I can't tolerate it. How could such a thing happen?" Qin Yi was immediately furious. Rong clutched her bag tightly, looking quite like a scoundrel. "My cosmetics are absolutely genuine. Since it's the real thing, why not take it out and let us see it?" Qin Yi said in a cold tone. "Why should I show you my things?" Rong pouted and started to throw a tantrum. "Oh." Seeing Rong's indifferent look, Qin Yi immediately became angry. "Miss, if you sell other brands of cosmetics, it naturally has nothing to do with me. But you sell cosmetics from Watson's, so that has a lot to do with me. If you don't show me the cosmetics you have, I will have no choice but to take legal action, and by then, you might suffer even greater losses." While speaking, Qin Yi took out his cell phone, as if to make a call. Seeing this, Rong was immediately frightened, and for some unknown reason, she fell to her knees with a thud. In an instant, Rong's actress acting skills came into play, and she began to cry and complain about how frightened and pitiful she was, and asked Su Chen and Qin Yi to show mercy and let him go. How could Su Chen not see that Rong was acting out a sad drama? Ignoring her pleading, Su Chen glanced around and said to everyone, "Let's decide how to deal with this fraudulent female anchor." As Su Chen finished speaking, the people around him became excited. You know, many people have lost their fortunes or even their families due to being cheated by scammers. At this moment, seeing the female scammer Rong kneeling in front of them, the people around them can finally vent their long-suppressed dissatisfaction. So, with a clatter of thunder, Rong was punched and kicked. In the blink of an eye, Rong was beaten into a pig's head. Rong, with her hair disheveled, looked extremely miserable at this moment. She had spent over 200,000 yuan on plastic surgery, but now her face was disfigured again. And as he was beaten up by everyone, a box of condoms actually fell to the ground? For a while, the people around him were even more disgusted. Fuck, it turns out this woman is not only a streamer, but also a prostitute? Fuck, seeing this kind of trash makes me sick. I wouldn't even take it if she gave me money. Scum like this should be locked up with the male dogs. Chapter 92 Trouble. Su Chen had no sympathy for the tragic end of the female anchor Rong. When he left, it was the kind-hearted Chui Han who felt a little sorry for her. He frowned and said with some heartache for Rong, "Brother Su Chen, didn't we go a little too far? Excessive?" Su Chen shook his head and said righteously, "I think the punishment for her is too light. Think about it, if you can make a profit by selling fake goods without being exposed, the scammers will become more and more daring. People who work hard and honestly to earn money are swindled out of everything and even their families by these scumbags. How far have they gone? Sometimes, I even think that these scammers should be shot." Shui Han curled his lips and said nothing more. Now, seeing that Su Chen had left the crowd, Qin Yi quickly chased after him. You know, although Qin Yi is worth over 100 million, he is an extremely insignificant existence in front of Su Chen, the boss of Fucheng Commercial Street. If he can please Su Chen, he will definitely have a bright future. "Boss!" Qin Yi shouted after catching up with Su Chen. "What's up?" Su Chen asked doubtfully. Sheeny had been in the business world for decades and was already quite a shrewd person. At this moment, he gave Chuihan a suggestive look and said, I just received a few sets of limited edition cosmetics from Watson's. I want to give them to your girlfriend, boss. Hearing Chenyi's words, Chuihan's beautiful face suddenly flushed, and her little head gently tucked into Su Chen's chest. She looked so beautiful that others were envious. Su Chen wanted to explain that Chuihan was not his girlfriend. As soon as Chenyi finished speaking, he ran towards the Watson's store on Fucheng Commercial Street. Soon, he came back, gasping for breath, and handed a set of exquisite cosmetics to Su Chen. Boss, whenever we have new products in Watson's in the future, I will definitely keep some for your girlfriend. Chenyi said with a flattering look on his face. Su Chen was speechless after hearing this. Turning to look at Chuihan, Su Chen said, why don't you thank Boss Chen quickly? Thank you, Boss Chen. No. Chenyi quickly waved his hands. It's my honor that the boss lady can use our Watson's cosmetics. Su Chen nodded slightly and said in a heroic tone, Boss Chen, I will waive your rent for the next 3 years. After saying that, Su Chen and Chuihan were walking in the same direction. Chenyi stood there in a daze, his heart in turmoil. 3 years rent, that's a full 3 million. The most important thing is, why does the boss of Fucheng Commercial Street think so highly of me? After a meteoric rise to fame is just around the corner. People feel refreshed when good things happen to them. On the way back to the Watson's store, Chenyi felt like he was floating. Going shopping with a girl always makes people feel refreshed. The good times passed quickly, and soon it was 8 o'clock in the evening. Su Chen took Chuihan to eat at a roadside stall, then started his broken electric scooter and drove Chuihan home. 10 o'clock in the evening. Su Chen returned to his slum house and was about to fall asleep when his phone rang. He took out his phone and saw that it was his cousin Su Chanshan calling. After hesitating for a moment, Su Chen picked up the call. Sister Chanshan, do you have something to talk to me about? Su Chen asked doubtfully. Aiken, sister, I have to trouble you with another thing. Su Chanshan's cautious voice came from the other end of the phone. Chapter 93, Helping to Find a Job. If Su Chanshan was not Su Chen's cousin, Su Chen would not have meddled in other people's business. Go ahead. Su Chanshan told Su Chen that she had a college roommate who graduated from graduate school this year and had not yet found a suitable job, so she wanted Su Chen to find a job for Su Chanshan's roommate in their Fucheng Commercial Street. For Su Chen, this kind of thing is just a matter of words. But to be cautious, and also because the people working in Fucheng Commercial Street are all business elites, we can't let parasites come to Fucheng Commercial Street to fill the gap, right? Therefore, Su Chen asked Su Chanshan's roommate to find a place for them to meet tomorrow, which would be considered a simple interview. Hearing this, Su Chanshan was immediately surprised and said, Aiken, then I will thank you on behalf of Nana. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. No words were spoken that night. Soon. It was the next morning. Like usual, after Su Chen got up, he first washed up, then went for a morning run, and finally came back to have breakfast. Before delivering the takeaway, what Su Chen looked forward to most was the big treasure chest that was opened every day. Drop. Is the big treasure chest open today? The system prompt sounded in Su Chen's mind. I've been waiting for you. Drop. Today's treasure chest is empty. Thank you for your patronage. Holy crap. Su Chen's eyes widened when he heard the system notification tone. Today's treasure chest actually opened nothing but air? And you're still thanking me for my patronage? Su Chen's heart was filled with questions. But he soon felt relieved. Most of the raffles were to thank you for your patronage. There was nothing to be disappointed about opening a big treasure chest and getting nothing. At worst, he could continue tomorrow. 10 o'clock in the morning. Su Chen continued to deliver takeout. Sudden. His phone rang. He took out his phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. After hesitating for a moment, Su Chen picked up the phone and said politely, Hello, this is Su Chen. The person who called was Yang Shina, the roommate of Su Chen's cousin Su Chanshan. Yang Shina obviously didn't know that Su Chen was the owner of Fucheng Commercial Street. She was a graduate student with high expectations but low skills. She felt that no job was worthy of her talent. Therefore, Yang Shina didn't take Su Chanshan's request to find her a job seriously. Since you're Chanshan's cousin, I'll begrudgingly meet you. There's an Mo Ren Huisho milk tea shop on Jifu Road. Come over. If you can't find the place, call me later. That's all. Finished. Yang Shina hung up the phone. At this moment, Su Chen was confused. He thought, shouldn't young Shina be respectful and polite when she asked him to introduce a job? However, looking at young Shina's expression, it was as if Su Chen had something to ask of her. Oh. Suddenly, Su Chen couldn't help but sneer and muttered to himself, as expected, there are all kinds of strange things in this world. There are all kinds of people in the world. Even this kind of people exists? Ask yourself. If it weren't for his cousin Su Chen wouldn't have met young Shina at all. A woman like that, with absolutely no skills, thinks she can feel good just because she's graduated from graduate school, as if the world owes her money? Does she not take other people seriously? Little did they know. Such scum is simply ignorant and idiotic. What is a graduate student? In this era of knowledge explosion, professors are everywhere, PhDs are worse than dogs, and a mere graduate student is simply ridiculous. 10 minutes later. Su Chen drove his broken electric scooter to the Manhwa milk tea shop. After walking in, he found that the shop was empty. Su Chen ordered a pot of tea and found a seat by the window. Immediately. Start closing your eyes and resting. Hey, please order me a cappuccino right now. I'm so thirsty. Not long after, a woman dressed up in fancy clothes walked into the milk tea shop and walked opposite Su Chen. This person was Su Chanxian's roommate Yang Shina. In Yang Shina's opinion, a man should be humble and submissive in front of a woman. If he is asked to order a cappuccino, he must do so. But Su Chen is also a man of principles. Without saying a word, he got up and left. Seeing this, Yang Shina was stunned. Hey Hu, what are you doing? Chapter 94 Who is trash? Su Chen was very disdainful of people like Yang Shina, who thought she was the center of the world but didn't even have the most basic courtesy to others, so he planned to leave. As for how to explain to my cousin Su Chanxian? Explain the fuck. Yang Shina was so self-righteous, so Su Chen had to be so humble as to introduce her to a job? Fucheng Commercial Street was a stage for elites to showcase their talents, not a garbage collection station. Now. Seeing Su Chen about to get up and leave, Yang Shina was stunned. After hesitating for a moment, she said in disbelief, "You are Chanxian's cousin. You helped me find a job. I just arrived, and you want to leave? Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to explain to Chanxian when you go back? You know." In the past, no matter what occasion Yang Shina attended, others treated her like a star. This led to Yang Shina feeling good about herself. Even when asking someone to find a job for her, she would not lower her posture and thought that the other party should beg her. Pity. She met Su Chen, who would never tolerate such bad habits of hers. At this moment, after hearing what Yang Shina said, Su Chen looked down at her, glanced at her lightly, and said with a sneer, "How should I explain to my sister Chanxian? That's my business, you don't need to care about it. In addition, I want to remind you that even if you're applying for a cleaning job, you should at least respect others and the job, rather than being arrogant and thinking you're the center of the world." After saying that, Su Chen showed no mercy. Just as he was about to leave, Yang Shina also stood up from her seat. Wait a minute. Yang Shina grabbed Su Chen's sleeve, her face full of contempt. I've never been taught a lesson in my life. Su Chen, who do you think you are? Wearing a delivery uniform and riding a shabby electric bike, you look like a poor bastard. A rubbish man like you will never find a good job in your life. Certainly. No girl will like you unless she is as pretty as Ruhua. Are you done spouting shit? If you're done, I'll leave. Su Chen shook his head, speechless. At the same time, Su Chen also made up his mind that if Su Chanxian asked him for help again in the future, he would definitely not help. What? You're calling me a mouthful of shit? Yang Shina's eyes widened, and she put her hands on her waist. Just as she was about to throw a tantrum, she saw the customers around her taking out their mobile phones, seemingly taking short videos. In order to save her own face, Yang Shina forced herself to suppress the urge to lose her temper. Just wait for me. While speaking, Yang Shina took out her cell phone and quickly called Su Chanxian. Then, she began to exaggerate and said, "Chanxian, you don't know how ungentlemanly your cousin Su Chen is. When we were in school, no matter what I did, those stinky men would always rush to help me do it. In front of me, they are all bootlickers. What's wrong with your cousin? He doesn't even have the nerve to find me a job, and he even lectures me? Look at me, how could there be such a man in this world? In addition, I'm not trying to criticize your cousin, but he'll never find a wife. You should try to persuade him to be polite and courteous around girls. Finished. Yang Shina hung up the phone, then looked at Su-chun provocatively. See how your cousin will deal with you. Are you afraid? I'm not afraid of a hammer. Su-chen was also very angry. Without waiting for Su Chanxian to call him, he called her directly. And he said righteously, Su Chanxian, listen to me, don't ask me for help in the future. After that, Su-chen hung up Su Chanxian's phone and put Su Chanxian's number directly into the blacklist. I'll go. Seeing this, Yang Shina's eyes widened immediately, and she said in disbelief, You delivery scumbag, you have no skills, but you have a bad temper? People like you will never amount to anything in your life. I haven't achieved much, but I live in a 350 million yuan imperial villa, own 1,000 units of school district housing in the Dragon and Phoenix Imperial Garden, serve as the chairman of the Imperial Group, have a billion yuan bank account balance, and own the Fucheng Commercial Street with a market value of 50 billion yuan. Seeing Yang Shina staring at him in amazement, Su-chen spread his hands with a half smile. I'm laying it all out. What I just said was just a show of wealth. There's nothing I can do. I really don't want to keep a low profile with someone like you. You. Yang Shina pointed at Su-chen. She was so angry that she could hardly breathe, even her nose was almost crooked. Seeing this, Su-chen shrugged and comforted her, Miss Yang, calm down. If you die of anger, no one will pay the bill. What? Hearing Su-chen's words, Yang Shina was like hearing a shocking news. She said in disbelief, You're drinking milk tea with a girl, and you don't even take the initiative to pay the bill? Su-chen spread his hands. You're the one who needs me for a job, so shouldn't you be the one to pay the bill? Finished. Su-chen smiled indifferently at Yang Shina, and when he was about to leave, his phone rang again. Su-chen thought, if it was an unfamiliar number calling, it must be Su Chanxian borrowing someone else's phone to call him, so there was no need to answer it. But he took out his phone and saw that it was his mother's number. Without hesitation, Su-chen answered the call directly and said in a gentle tone, Mom, why are you calling me? What? You want me to help my cousin find a job for her roommate? Mom, you don't know how bad my cousin's roommate is. Hello? Su-chen wanted to explain. But Liang Xiui has hung up the phone. Liang Xiui told Su-chen that he had to help her cousin's roommate. Helplessly, Su-chen sat back in his position again. However, to recruit employees for Fucheng Commercial Street, the other party must have real talents and skills, otherwise, they would be fired. No unqualified employees are allowed to fill in the positions at Fucheng Commercial Street. How about it, do you know how to apologize to me? Seeing Su-chen sitting back down, Yang Shina started to show off again. Su-chen shook his head, too lazy to argue with Yang Shina. Let's just go through the process. Su-chen said indifferently. What do you mean? Yang Shina stared at Su-chen with confusion. You're here to find me a job, so let's talk about finding a job now. However, I have to make it clear that even a job like cleaning toilets requires dedication these days. In short, jobs need down-to-earth, hard-working people, not just slackers. Do you understand? What, you called me trash? Yang Shina was on the verge of a rage. She pointed her finger at herself and picked up the ashtray on the table with her other hand. Chapter 95 Signing a Contract. Su-chen has already obtained the peerless magic skill rewarded by the system. Even if the opponent is a martial artist, Su-chen can blow him up with just one finger. As for Yang Shina picking up the ashtray? Oh. Who is the little brat trying to scare when he falls off the Kong? Looking directly at Yang Shina, Su-chen said indifferently, when Fucheng Commercial Street recruits employees, the most important thing is the personal quality of the employees. It has nothing to do with whether you have experience or academic qualifications. Let me put it this way. Even if you are a postdoctoral fellow who has returned from overseas, if I find out that you have low quality, I'm sorry, but you are not welcome in Fucheng Commercial Street. After hearing Su-chen's words, Yang Shina immediately sneered. Su-chen, aren't you afraid of being laughed at when you say this? Do you really think you're the boss of Fucheng Commercial Street? In this money-making age, which company wouldn't prioritize education and experience when hiring? You're talking to me about quality? What's that? How many pounds for $1? There was a lot of sarcasm in Yang Shina's words. Seem. When she was in front of Su Chen, she acted as if she was superior to him. Of course, if Su Chen was a wealthy tycoon, she would become flattering and obedient like a dog. Seeing Su Chen's silence, in fact, Su Chen was too lazy to bother with such a person. Yang Shina felt she had hit a nerve with Su Chen, and her words immediately became even more dismissive and contemptuous. Of course, for poor delivery guys like you, with no education or work experience, all you can say is quality. It's a shame, even with high quality these days, it can't make you a living. Yang Shina folded her arms, as if she had hit Su Chen, and she felt very superior. Pity. Su Chen had completely lost his patience. He stood up from his seat and walked over to Yang Shina as he left. He said calmly, "Congratulations. You've successfully angered me. Now, I can tell you responsibly that Fujian Commercial Street will not hire you, and Dihao Group will not hire you. And no listed company in Shanghai will hire you." Oh. Hearing Su Chen's words, Yang Shina immediately laughed sarcastically. I laughed too. You're just a piece of trash delivering food, and you dare to act so pretentious in front of me? Excuse me. Who gave you the courage? Was it Sister Jingru? Without saying anything more, Su Chen walked out of the milk tea shop. However, Yang Shina refused to give in. After paying the bill, she chased Su Chen out. Seeing that Su Chen was about to start his broken electric scooter, she proudly took out the keys to her BMW X3. Then it swayed in front of Su Chen. You scumbag, you're riding a broken electric donkey, and you still want to find a job for me who drives a BMW? Don't you think about what you are? Today, I only reluctantly agreed to come and see you for Qianqian's sake. The crowd watching the excitement around started talking. This woman really deserves a beating. If I were the delivery guy, I would have just rushed up and slapped her. Damn, having a BMW is so great, but the delivery guy rides an electric bike, how does that bother her? She doesn't even have the most basic courtesy to others. I don't know how her mother raised her. He's just driving a BMW, only worth 300,000 or 400,000, why are you showing off? Trash, do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you have a little money? There are plenty of rich people in this world. Oh, what a pity. Although the delivery guy was bullied, he didn't have the strength to slap him in the face. The people around sympathized with Su Chen, but hated Yang Shina with a vengeance. The financial strength of the onlookers was similar to that of Yang Shina, so naturally they had no capital to slap her in the face. Su Chen didn't take Yang Shina's ridicule seriously at all. Even if you drive a BMW worth 3 million, what does it have to do with me? Get out of the way, or I will hit you with my electric car. Don't talk nonsense, Su Chen said in a somewhat cold tone. Snort. Yang Shina stood in front of Su Chen's electric bike and said with a face full of wanting to be beaten, Hit, I'm standing right here. If you don't kill me today, you will be my adopted son. Only. Before Su Chen could fight back, something strange happened. You stinky cousin, you're so pretentious, you begged me to borrow my car, and made me spend an extra 20 yuan on taxi fare today. At this moment, a man wearing sunglasses rushed to Yang Shina and snatched the car keys from her hands. Immediately, he kicked Yang Shina hard and knocked her over. Bah! The man in sunglasses spat fiercely at Yang Shina, who fell to the ground. You agreed to borrow my car and then let me get in, but now you come here to show off? The man in sunglasses grabbed Yang Shina's hair and said in a cold tone, Also, when will you pay me back the 150,000 yuan you borrowed from me? In front of the man in sunglasses, Yang Shina acted pitiful, and at this moment, she pleaded with him, Brother Biao, I'm looking for a job right now. I'll pay you back as soon as I find one. Have you found a job? The man in sunglasses asked impatiently. Yang Shina said proudly, I am a graduate student, and I am so beautiful. Isn't it easy for me to find a good job? Vomit. Some of the onlookers couldn't bear to watch it anymore and immediately started vomiting. Nima, I vomited. You're such a piece of trash, and you still say you're beautiful? I don't know why she feels so good about herself. You even lied to yourself? You're truly a wolf mine. The man in sunglasses sneered, grabbed Yang Shina's hair and said, From the tone of your words, you seem very confident? Yang Shina was being pulled by the hair in public. She looked so embarrassed that she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Brother Biao, I have submitted my resume to Fujian Commercial Street and Dihao Group. I believe I will hear back soon. I will repay you as soon as I start working. Fucheng Commercial Street and Dihao Group are well-known listed companies of China overseas. Do you think you have the upper hand? The man in sunglasses asked doubtfully. Yang Shina didn't know where her confidence came from, and she said confidently, I am sure of this. Besides, I won't do ordinary work. I will only be a secretary to the chairman of Fucheng Commercial Street and Dihao Group. In Yang Shina's opinion, the shortcut to making quick money is to sell one's body. In this world, no man can resist a woman's initiative. As long as Yang Shina becomes the secretary of the chairman of the Dihao Group, or the secretary of the boss of Fucheng Commercial Street, she will definitely tie the other party down tightly. When the time comes, they will obey you in everything. Su Chen was about to break into the e-mule and leave here, but when he heard Yang Shina's words, he said helplessly, Don't worry, the chairman of the Dihao Group and the owner of Fucheng Commercial Street will never hire a trash woman like you as a secretary. Pooh! Yang Shina was furious. She spat at Su Chen and said angrily, What the hell are you talking about? Do you really think you are the chairman of the Dihao Group and the owner of Fucheng Commercial Street? Su Chen shrugged. Sorry, I'm really the chairman of the Dihao Group and the owner of Fucheng Commercial Street. As Su Chen said this, everyone around him was dumbfounded. A moment later, a limited edition Bugatti slowly stopped in front of Su Chen. Then, a tall girl with outstanding temperament got out of the car. It was Su Chen's secretary Zhang Yanran. Chairman, our Dihao Group has a contract that requires your personal signature. As she spoke, Zhang Yanran handed a folder to Su Chen. This moment, everyone around looked at Su Chen with awe. Chapter 96 Pay Back the Money. Now, the scene before them completely stunned everyone. Yang Shina had previously firmly believed that Su Chen was just bragging, saying that he owned 1,000 school district houses in Longfeng Biyuan and that he was the chairman of Dihao Group. However, what no one expected was that Su Chen was not bluffing, but he was a real super boss. For a while, everyone looked at Su Chen with awe. The shock in their hearts was like a surging sea. What the hell did I see? This delivery guy is actually the chairman of the Dihao Group? You know, the Dihao Group is a listed company with a market value of tens of billions of yuan. Such a super rich man is actually delivering food? Could this be the legendary low-key super rich who enjoys experiencing life? See? That's the difference. Truly awesome people are all very humble and low-key. Look at that trashy woman, borrowing someone else's BMW to show off? Trash like that is as pathetic as a stink bug. I have to say, this slap in the face is really satisfying. Only, this is not the end yet. After Su Chen handed the signed contract to Zhang Yanran, he saw Fan Xiangdong getting out of a business Mercedes-Benz car. Beside him were 4 or 5 middle-aged men in suits and ties. They seemed to be senior leaders of Fucheng Commercial Street. Led by Fan Xiangdong, everyone, their foreheads dripping with sweat, ran all the way to Su Chen. Fan Xiangdong took the lead and rushed to Su Chen, saying indignantly, Boss, I just received a report that someone humiliated you in public. Who was it? That piece of trash who dared to humiliate the big boss of our Fucheng Commercial Street? Stand up here, and I'll beat you into a fool. Yang Shina, who was already confused, felt a deep fear rising in her heart at this moment. Damn it! How could Su Chen, a trash delivery guy, be the chairman of Dihao Group and the owner of Fucheng Commercial Street? What is the background of Su Chanxian's cousin? Bitch Su Chanxian, your cousin is such a big shot, why didn't you tell me in advance? After cursing in her heart for a while, Yang Shina suddenly remembered that Su Chanxian did want to tell her about her cousin's identity at that time, but she didn't care at the time and was anxious to borrow a car from a handsome guy from a loan company. Who would have thought that the ridicule and humiliation would be directed at a super rich tycoon? Now, Su Chen glanced at Fan Xiangdong and the others, and said with a hint of blame, Why mobilize so many troops? Fan Xiangdong rolled up his sleeves and said, Boss, someone humiliated you. This is a huge matter. In Zhonghai, anyone who humiliates you will be my mortal enemy. Su Chen was speechless. He just wanted to be quiet and be a happy delivery boy. But why do you all insist on me showing off? His eyes swept over Fan Xiangdong and Zhang Yanran, and Su Chen said without question, There is a woman named Yang Shina, who is a graduate student of Zhonghai University of Science and Technology. Our Dihao Group, Fucheng Commercial Street Human Resources Department, should not hire her. This person has low quality and is not worthy of being an employee of our company. In addition, Notify all listed companies in Zhonghai that they are not allowed to hire young Shina. Otherwise, they will become enemies of our Dihao Group in Fucheng Commercial Street. Yes, boss. Zhang Yanran said respectfully to Fan Xiangdong. After hearing Su Chen's words, the man in sunglasses instantly became furious. He slapped young Shina hard across the face, his forehead veins bulging as he roared, "Spit splattering, you stinking cousin! Didn't you confidently say you'd become the secretary to the chairman of the Dihao Group? Now, the Dihao Group and Fucheng Commercial Street, two major companies, will never hire you. Furthermore, no listed company in Zhonghai will hire a piece of low-quality trash like you." Bang! A slap in the face. Bang! A backhand slap. In a flash, young Shina was beaten beyond recognition by the man in sunglasses. However, the man in sunglasses was still furious. Pay me back right now. Chapter 97 Primary School Student Internet Celebrity. What Su Chen didn't know was that the scene that happened to him had been filmed into a short video by an elementary school student and posted on the Douyin short video platform. Actually, this elementary school student has only a little over 100 followers on the TikTok platform. With the release of his short video just now, the number of fans on his Douyin account increased instantly, and the number of likes exceeded 10,000 in just a few minutes. And the upward trend is getting stronger and stronger. Anyone in the know knows that this is undoubtedly the opening pattern of a viral video, and this elementary school student is also on the verge of becoming a new internet celebrity. At this moment, the short video he posted has already received hundreds of comments. Holy crap! The delivery guy's true identity is actually the chairman of the Emgrand Group, a company with a market capitalization of 10 billion yuan, and the owner of the Fucheng Commercial Street, a company with a market capitalization of 50 billion yuan? And his secretary actually drives a limited edition Bugatti? The delivery guy is so awesome. 666. My mentality exploded. I work so hard every day, getting up early and going to bed late, and now I still ride a Hello Bike to work, but this delivery guy is worth tens of billions? If I had known this, I should have entered the food delivery industry. The gold digger was slapped in the face by the delivery guy. All I can say is, I hope this slap in the face comes harder. Now, Chen Fan, the elementary school student who posted this short video, watched his Douyin followers increase rapidly, the number of likes increase crazily, and the number of comments constantly flood the screen. His jaw almost dropped to the ground. Boom! Because he was too excited, Chen Fan dropped his phone on the ground. Fortunately, Chen Fan's phone was a domestically produced one with excellent quality. Even after it fell to the ground, it was not damaged at all. Without hesitation, Chen Fan called his father and said excitedly, "Dad, I'm going to be an internet celebrity soon. Tonight, let Mom make me my favorite braised pork. I want to eat a pound of it." After hanging up the phone with his father, little Chen Fan called Gao Hong, the girl he had a crush on. "Hong Hong, you used to ignore me, and I knew I wasn't worthy of you. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. I'm about to take off. Do you know the concept of an internet celebrity? Yes, I'm going to be one soon. In the future, I'll definitely be driving a Ferrari with one hand, and my girlfriend will at least be a top-tier actress. This opportunity is now in front of you, so be my girlfriend right away." Obviously. For Chen Fan, internet celebrities are awesome. If he really becomes an internet celebrity, the goddess Gao Hong will definitely become his girlfriend. Unexpectedly, Gao Hong on the other end of the phone said something in a bad mood after hesitating for a while. What a psycho! After complaining, Gao Hong hung up the phone. Immediately, Gao Hong asked her mother, "Mom, are internet celebrities popular now?" Gao's mother put down her sewing and said in an unquestionable tone, "Let me tell you this, if there's a boy who becomes an internet celebrity in the future, even if he looks as ugly as Bao Xiang, you have to marry him, understand?" Gao Hong was stunned. Immediately, he said enthusiastically, "Mom, I know. Soon." Gao Hong called Chen Fan and said anxiously, "Fan Fan, I've thought it through. I promise you." Chen Fan said disdainfully, "Sorry, I already have a girlfriend. Just now, the school beauty Yan Ting agreed to me. That's it." After that, Chen Fan hung up the phone. Wow! Looking up at the sky, Chen Fan felt that he had reached the pinnacle of his life. This feeling can be summed up in one word: awesome. Chapter 98 Money is Willful. Certainly. If any other wealthy tycoon had posted a video of a gold digger slapping a gold digger on the TikTok platform, it would have been ignored. But why did Su Chen's video go viral so relentlessly? 1. Nature is real. There was no hype involved, nor was there a conscious effort to become famous. On the contrary, Su Chen, wearing a food delivery uniform and riding a beat-up electric scooter, simply wanted to keep a low profile. However, unexpectedly, the video of him slapping a gold digger in the face was posted on the Douyin short video platform by Chen Fan, an elementary school student. 2nd. Su Chen has a stunning face, and his temperament is like that of a banished immortal who has descended to the mortal world. In today's age where looks matter, Su Chen can make a living with his face. Therefore, as soon as his video was released, it caused an uproar on the Douyin short video platform. Now, the backstage staff of Douyin short video watched as the number of fans of Chen Fan's Douyin account increased to 50,000 in just a few minutes, and then broke through the 100,000 mark. Someone is actually increasing the number of followers? Our Douyin platform will never allow such behavior to exist. After running a software test, Chen Liang, the technical manager, discovered that the growth of Chen Fan's Douyin followers was abnormal. In the opinion of Chen Liang, the technical manager, even if some top-tier celebrities join their Douyin short video platform, it is impossible for them to increase their fans so much in such a short period of time. So, he was absolutely certain that the increase in Chen Fan's Douyin account followers must have been inflated through some improper software. Xiaoli blocked Chen Fan's Douyin account immediately. Chen Liang folded his arms, looked at the computer screen in front of him, and said without question about his help. Xiao Li's name is Li Mei. At this time, after some testing, he turned to Chen Liang and said, "Manager Chen, the increase in the number of followers on Chen Fan's Douyin account is not due to illegal software." What? Hearing Li Mei's words, Chen Liang's eyes widened immediately. He bent down, hurriedly took the mouse, and clicked on Chen Fan's Douyin account homepage. After a careful inspection, cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Oh my god, there are such handsome men in the world? No wonder Chen Fan's Douyin followers are increasing so quickly. I understand. Xiaoli immediately pushed this short video posted by Chen Fan to the hot list. And 24-hour flash screen scrolling recommendation. In addition, on our marketing account, Chen Fan is promoted throughout the entire network. Chen Fan thought that he was about to embark on the road to becoming an internet celebrity. Little did they know. A bigger surprise is waiting for me. Su Chen didn't have much of a psychological impact on slapping Yang Shina in the face. He didn't want to be in the spotlight. But if Su Chen really wanted to be in the spotlight, wouldn't all the women in the world be crazy about him? A woman who married someone else would definitely abandon her husband and children for him, and a woman who was in love would definitely dump her boyfriend for him. And the men in this world must be doubting their lives and wanting to commit suicide. Handsome, but not as handsome as Su Chen, just like a firefly compared to the bright moon. Even if he is rich, he cannot compare to Su Chen. A multi-millionaire is no different from a pauper in front of Su Chen. Temperament, charm, conversation. Because of all these things, they have no sense of existence in front of Su Chen. As for Su Chen, he would rather choose to be a low-key delivery boy and experience a better life. After casually instructing Zhang Yanran and Fan Xiangdong, Su Chen drove away on his broken electric scooter. In the wind, Su Chen's short hair fluttered in the wind. His back is so handsome and unruly. For a while, everyone who saw the scene was petrified. They had never seen such a shocking scene before. As for Yang Shina, who was lying on the ground, she was really regretting it. You know, most people can't even see a super boss like Su Chen. However, after seeing Su Chen, Yang Shina, not only did she not have the most basic courtesy, but also mocked him? The most important thing is, she really wanted to apply for a job at Dihao Group in Fuchang Commercial Street. What a coincidence, the person she mocked, humiliated, and looked down upon was actually the big boss of Dihao Group in Fuchang Commercial Street. God! Are you kidding me? Yang Shina regretted it so much that she was going crazy. She roared in her heart, if God could give me another chance, I would kneel down in front of brother Su Chen as soon as we met. I would do whatever he asked me to do. I would even ask him to give birth to a child. I would be more than happy to do that. Looking at Su Chen's back as he sped away on his broken electric scooter, Fan Xiangdong was stunned. For a moment, he was roaring madly in his heart. How could there be such a low-key rich man in the world? He is so rich that he can rival a country, but he chooses to deliver food in obscurity? In this life, I haven't done enough to be your little follower. I beg you to be my boss in the next life. Looking at Su Chen's handsome and unruly back, Zheng Yanran couldn't help but start to become infatuated and smiled foolishly. In her heart, she also sighed, "Boss, the way you drive the electric car with one hand is really handsome. What a pity. I'm your secretary. When there is something going on, I'm very willing to help you." But when there is nothing going on, you can't thinking of this, Zheng Yanran sighed dejectedly. Although Zheng Yanran is also a real goddess. But she also knew deep down that she was not worthy of being Su Chen's woman. Time passes silently. Soon. It was 5:30 in the afternoon. After Su Chen delivered a takeaway order, he announced that he was done for work. You know, most delivery guys are very busy at this time and have a lot of orders. But Su Chen finished work early. There's nothing I can do, I have money and I can do whatever I want. Anyway, Su Chen doesn't rely on delivering takeout to make a living. He just enjoys the pleasure of experiencing life. Came to a beef noodle restaurant for dinner. After dinner, Su Chen lit a cigarette for himself and took out his mobile phone to check his moments. Unexpectedly, as soon as he opened the moments, a message made the cigarette in Su Chen's hand drop to the ground. Chapter 99 Water Drop Fund. Su Chen saw a message about Shuitiku in his circle of friends. Of course, if it was a message sent by an ordinary person, Su Chen would not pay much attention to it. However, the person who posted this message was a girl that Su Chen cared about. Her name is Lin Wenwen. When I was in junior high school, I often brought apples and biscuits to Su Chen. Su Chen was very poor at that time. Even food was a problem for his family, let alone fruits and biscuits. They were ignorant at the time and had no idea that it was the beginning of love. Later, because of their own studies, everyone gradually drifted apart. In recent years, Su Chen hadn't heard from Lin Wenwen. Unexpectedly, today, Lin Wenwen posted about Shuitiku in her circle of friends. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Chen opened Shuitiku. After reading it, Su Chen understood everything. Turned out to be Lin Wenwen's father was diagnosed with leukemia and needed a bone marrow transplant. The amount raised through Shuitiku was 200,000 yuan. Lin Wenwen wrote in the message that if anyone could help her, she would be willing to work like a slave for the rest of her life. If Su Chen was still just an insignificant food delivery rider now, he would sell everything he had to help Lin Wenwen after learning about her current predicament. After all, Lin Wenwen had been loyal to him, and Su Chen would always remember Lin Wenwen, the silly little girl with a ponytail, two little canine teeth showing when she smiled, and who was cute and adorable. Not to mention, Su Chen has now become a billionaire. He decided that he must help Lin Wenwen overcome the difficulties. At the same time, in the intensive care unit of Zhenghai Third People's Hospital, a white-haired old man was lying on the hospital bed. Lin Wenwen was peeling an orange beside him, her beautiful eyes filled with tears. In front of her were two close girlfriends. One of them was wearing designer clothes and carrying a Prada bag, while the other was more shabby, wearing cheap clothes, but she was also a proud person. The woman wearing branded clothes is called Lu Jia, and the woman wearing street goods is called Chen Mei. Now, Lu Jia comforted Lin Wenwen, "Wenwen, don't be sad. I believe your uncle's illness will definitely get better. As for the 200,000 yuan for the bone marrow transplant, we will be able to raise the money soon." While speaking, Lu Jia pulled a crisp 100 yuan bill from her Prada bag and handed it to Lin Wenwen. "Wenwen, all the money in my account has been used to buy mutual funds. Take this 100 yuan for now, and pay me back when you have more money. Right now, we all need to stick together. Don't worry, Mimi and I will definitely help you through this." How ironic is this statement? Lu Jia spent over 10,000 yuan on any single lipstick, and yet she gave Lin Wenwen 100 yuan and asked her to pay it back later? As the saying goes, a friend in need is a friend indeed, and this is also the true test of a person's true character. Kind-hearted Lin Wenwen was moved by Lu Jia's words. She took the 100 yuan Lu Jia handed over and said with tears in her eyes, "Thank you, Jia. Hey, it's okay. Everyone has a family member suffering from a headache or fever. My uncle is in trouble right now and needs our help the most." As he spoke, Lu Jia looked at Chen Mei who was standing beside him. "Mimi, please give Wenwen some support." Chen Mei was short of money, but she couldn't just sit back and watch. She took out 50 yuan from her high-end Dior imitation wallet and handed it to Lin Wenwen, comforting her, "Wenwen, take these 50 yuan first. If it's not enough, I'll find a way. As for interest rates, they will be based on bank standards. Lin Wenwen smiled bitterly and took the 50 yuan that Chen Mei handed over. Even a small amount of money is still meat. Although it was only a paltry 50 yuan, patients in the hospital needed money for everything. For Lin Wenwen, these 50 yuan were enough to cover half a month's worth of food. Sudden. Lu Jia changed the subject and said, Wenwen, I remember when we were in junior high school, you seemed to have a very good relationship with Su Chen, a classmate of ours? Why don't you borrow money from him? After hearing what Lu Jia said, before Lin Wenwen could say anything, Chen Mei attacked sarcastically, Jia, stop mentioning that loser Su Chen. I heard that he's delivering food now. How much money can a delivery rider earn after working so hard for a month? In Shanghai, the delivery riders are no different from the beggars squatting on the ground begging and the old men picking up rags on the roadside. Do you expect Su Chen to lend you money? Oh. It's just funny. It's hard to say whether Su Chen can support himself. Drop. At this moment, Lin Wenwen's cell phone rang. She clicked on the Shuidi crowdfunding page and saw the fundraising amount. It suddenly changed from 1,000 yuan to 200,000 yuan. Lin Wenwen's eyes widened instantly. Jia, Mei, look. Lin Wenwen exclaimed excitedly. Chapter 100 Kind-Hearted People. After seeing the crowdfunding amount of 200,000 yuan displayed on the Shuidico page, Lin Wenwen was so grateful and excited that she was unable to express it in words. She knelt on the ground with a thud and kowtowed facing the window of the intensive care unit. Good-hearted people, God will definitely bless you. Lin Wenwen clasped her hands together and said with sincere emotion. Now. Lu Jia and Chen Mei exchanged a look, each in shock. After a moment, Lu Jia said in disbelief, how is this possible? I originally thought it would take 3 to 5 months to raise the 200,000 yuan crowdfunding amount, but I didn't expect it to be raised so quickly. Chen Mei urged, Wenwen, hurry up and see who is helping you. Because the Shuidico page displays the donor's online name and donation amount, Lin Wenwen quickly saw that a user nicknamed Walker donated 200,000 yuan to her. Walker? Lu Jia was stunned, frowning. After thinking for a long time, he muttered, why does this online name sound so familiar? Sudden. Lu Jia slapped her thigh and said excitedly, I remember now. This is Su Chen's online name. I am also his friend, but we haven't been in touch for so many years. 2. How could a materialistic woman like Lu Jia be in contact with a delivery man? Su Chen? Chen Mei's eyes widened when she heard this, and she said in confusion, Su Chen is just a delivery rider. He works so hard every month, how can he earn 5,000 yuan? He donated 200,000 yuan to Wenwen? This is too unbelievable. Could it be that he got these 200,000 yuan by robbing a bank? Lin Wenwen suddenly thought of something and quickly dialed Su Chen's number. Because Su Chen's WeChat number was bound to a phone number, Lin Wenwen found Su Chen's contact information on Su Chen's WeChat homepage and called him directly. Brother Su Chen, you. After not contacting each other for many years, Lin Wenwen suddenly called Su Chen and didn't know what to say. When she was in junior high school, she did like Su Chen. But there has never been a confession. At that time, Su Chen was a celebrity on campus, brilliant and full of vigor. Even the 4 most beautiful girls in the school fought each other for the identity of Su Chen's girlfriend. Although Lin Wenwen is fair-skinned and beautiful, she is not good at talking. Then, she could only bury her feelings for Su Chen deep in her heart. Unexpectedly, after so many years, when she contacted Su Chen again, she still felt her heart beating like a deer. Wenwen, what's wrong? Su Chen's magnetic voice sounded. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Wenwen said softly, Brother Su Chen, I want to ask, did you donate 200,000 yuan to my father? Su Chen did not hide it and admitted it directly and generously. Yes, it's me. Lin Wenwen said in disbelief, I heard Mimi and Jejje say that you are now delivering food, so? What Lin Wenwen meant was, you are delivering food, where do you get so much money? Su Chen half-jokingly said, so what? In order to treat my old classmate's father, I robbed the bank and donated 200,000 to you. Why, is that not possible? Ah. Su Chen's joke frightened Lin Wenwen immediately. She said anxiously, Brother Su Chen, my father is sick and in the hospital. He really needs a lot of money, but you can't rob a bank. No, I must return the 200,000 yuan to you. Su Chen was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Silly girl, I was just joking with you, why did you take it seriously? I earned these 200,000 legally, don't worry. The wealth rewarded by the system is naturally legal. No way. Any questions? Lu Jiao was sitting next to Lin Wenwen, so she heard everything Su Chen said clearly. She rolled her eyes and suddenly thought of something, so she said to Lin Wenwen and Chen Mei, Wenwen, Mimi, you guys sit down first. I'm going to make a phone call. As soon as he walked out of the intensive care unit, Lu Jia dialed a number. Xiangzi, help me investigate someone.